In this video, we continue a LitRPG story where survival was never optional. Up to chapters 1 to 100, the rules were made clear. The system does not negotiate, and failure has only one outcome. An ordinary man was forced to move forward, completing quests not for rewards, but to stay alive. By the end of the first stage, survival was no longer a question of luck, but of understanding the system itself. Now, as the story enters chapters 100 to 200, the system begins to reveal a deeper structure. Quests are no longer isolated trials, but connected decisions that shape long-term consequences. For William O., progression now demands more than obedience. It demands judgment, restraint, and calculated risk. Strength alone is no longer enough. Every decision carries weight, and every mistake echoes forward. Welcome back to QKA channel. Let's continue the story. For 6 hours, the Flotilla Council endured a circular, maddening argument. The Granchians demanded, "Will be declared an enemy of the flotilla for sinking their ships." Will's faction countered, highlighting the church's preceding attack and casualties. The arguments chewed on their own tail, a fruitless loop of accusation and defense. Will realized being exiled meant losing access to retreat and repair for his whole party. Worse, it would allow the Saint to constantly harass them with fish people allies. Exiled, his party would face constant attacks without the ability to recover or rest. Will regretted not striking the Saint back on his ship when he was unprotected. They discovered the Saint's true power was large-scale buffs, not combat ability. The meeting was adjourned, avoiding a decision on Will's punishment until tomorrow. Will knew he had to act fast. Certain individuals would not see tomorrow. Loth revealed she found proof in the Saint's ledger. Another scramble was coming soon. By requesting a delay, Loth guaranteed a sound strategist would attack immediately. Killing the Saint would simply galvanize his followers onto a new ship. Will decided he needed to destroy the Saint's legend entirely, creating his own legend in its place. He assigned B to spread rumors that Jairus himself was summoning the scrambles. Will realized the Saint expected him to wait for sundown to make a move. Adrenaline surging, Will decided to act immediately, embracing the monumentally stupid plan. Meanwhile, Travis Olton sat imprisoned, rattling the chains that drained his strength. The door creaked open and Saint Jairus entered, wiping sweat from his forehead. Jairus sat down, offering Travis an arrangement with the Church of Granish. Travis shrugged, convinced that anyone who got in William O.'s way ended up ruined. Jairus countered, explaining the arrangement was with the institution, not with him personally. He offered a permanent, retroactive boost of 2 points to Travis's stat growth. Travis was tempted. The boost would immediately solve his growing inadequacy compared to his party. As he pondered the deal, Travis spotted a nearly invisible figure creeping through the door hinge. Realizing Will was already here, Travis decided to reject the monumental offer. Jairus turned back, trying one last appeal about legacy and Frederick Weed's stronghold. A flash of motion, and Will drove a short sword directly into Jairus's skull. Abyss broke loose as bodyguards manifested from the furniture, shoving Will away. Will countered with a cannonball, obliterating one warrior and blowing a hole in the wall. But the remaining 3 ganged up, beating Will within an inch of his life in seconds. The recovered Jairus strode up, kneeling beside the unconscious Will. Jairus healed the fatal wounds, but deliberately left the debilitating ones intact. He plucked the gaudy ring of the Eidolon from Will's pinned finger, inspecting it closely. Jairus ordered his captured enemy stripped, collared, and muted for interrogation. Travis, watching the brutality, asked about the 2-point buff again. Jairus swept out of the room, leaving Travis alone, anchoring his manacles next to the cannonball hole. With a firm tug, the chain popped free from the shattered wall. Ouroboros once left a realistic molt in his cage, deceiving Granish for many moons. Meanwhile, Jason Salazar urgently commanded a messenger to deliver a cryptic message to the 6th floor immediately. Will's left eye fluttered open after a sharp poke, throbbing with the beat of his heart. He was suspended midair, tightly strapped to an unyielding steel X designed to contain superhuman strength. Will attempted to move his phantom hand, but it remained completely unresponsive, chilling him despite the bonds. St. Jarrus stepped back, his extended finger confirming the poke, and offered a cold, unsettling smile. Ignoring Will's bloody cough, Jarrus pulled up a chair to begin the dialogue. Jarrus explained his preference. Long conversations reveal what the subject values enough to lie about. He asserted his commitment to speaking only simple, actionable truths, avoiding grandiose threats. After Will chose silence, Jarrus offered a deal. Will answers questions, and his entire party moves on. Will pressed for confirmation that his Tangled and the scaled subhuman kobold were included. Accepting his probable death, Will proposed an exchange of answers before his execution. Will asked what a deceiver was, claiming no one had ever taught him his identity. Jarrus explained that deceivers carry Ouroboros's ancient blood, conceived to sow chaos. Jarrus then demanded Will list his sacrifices, including the gravity goat, Uru Drake, and my left hand. Jarrus paused, noting the missing hand confirmed Will was not fully human. Will asked about the strange empathy he felt for certain corpses in the lower floors. The saint explained this was Will absorbing the psychic death imprints of scattered deceivers. An urgent knock stopped the session, signaling the arrival of a crucial private message. Groaning at the delay, Jarrus quickly excused himself, leaving Will with the motionless warrior guard. Will subtly strained against the bonds, feeling the ring of total freedom slowly wearing the restraints away. Ignoring the guard's tense warning, Will focused on shaking the sluggishness from his phantom hand. The phantom hand popped and turned black as it switched to the sickle of cold harvest. A steel dart shot out, perforating the guard's neck and instantly encasing him in oversized ice crystals. Will slipped free, the sickle's life steal rapidly, fading the bruises and lacerations on his body. He snatched the guard's sword and delivered a final, silent thrust to the eye. Will stealthily crept down the hall, rigging a paper-splintered device against the meeting room door. He picked up the faint vibrations, reciting the Ouroboros myth about escaping and leaving 5 silver coins. The messenger confirmed the message referred to a potential prophet who planned to escape. Will sprinted away and nearly collided with Travis Olton, who was also escaping. Travis directed Will toward the room where their equipment had been stashed. They entered the room to find Loth sitting on the gear chest, guarded by Rhea. Will quickly secured Rhea's agreement for one final, crucial action. Jarrus re-entered the room, noticing the intense cold and the prisoner's suspicious healing. The replacement guard claimed Will had consumed a hidden healing potion. Jarrus used the dictum of the divine on Will, demanding the truth about his intentions. Will openly detailed his escape plan, paralyzing Jarrus and sinking the ship with Loth's help. Before Jarrus could react, a sudden sharp pain struck his chest, followed by paralyzing hoarfrost. Hoarfrost instantly sealed the saint's eyes and jaw as he collapsed, frozen solid. The ship began to rock violently as the sounds of battle and the cry of "scramble" erupted outside. The alarm bells clanged fiercely, echoing the rising shouts across the flotilla as the assault began. William sprinted across the churning water while Rhea carried the frozen St. Jarrus, leaping from pier to pier. Loth and Travis followed close behind, coordinating their movements to keep up with the powerful warrior. Suddenly, a scaled, shadowy figure lunged from the turbulent ocean, grasping desperately at Rhea's ankle. Rhea's powerful leap violently slammed the attacker's chest hard against the thick wooden pier. Climbers were being snatched off the piers in droves, pulled screaming into the churning abyss below. William spotted massive shadows moving beneath the surface, confirming the Leviathans were here, along with sky sharks above. William shouted over the growing storm, telling Rhea this was her chance to save the panicked climbers. Rhea tossed the saint into the air. Loth and Travis scrambled to catch the heavy, frozen figure and kept running toward ****. Rhea multiplied instantly, dozens of her clones growing fins and diving into the churning water to engage the enemies. The water around the piers erupted into chaos as Rhea's copies fought, forcing the attackers to release their captives. William continued his sprint, spotting a fishman about to ambush Loth as she ran past. He executed a sliding kick, spraying water violently into the air and catching the creature square in the face. William recovered his balance just as another creature lunged at him, its claws swiping where his legs had been. As a new threat approached from below, William slammed his heel down, instantly stiffening the water into a hard plate. Loth and Travis were scrambling aboard Shimmer as scaled humanoids began swarming the ship's hull. William used his ability to fling himself high above the deck before landing hard as the huge swells violently lifted the ship. He scrambled forward, shouting to the line of Annas to push the boarders off the railing. William began hauling on Loth's rope, quickly bringing her up to the safety of the deck. Loth paused, assessing the remaining threat, before slamming her fist down hard onto the railing. With a mechanical clunk, the ship's outer scales violently flipped, shearing off the limbs of the climbing enemies. Loth used her amulet, and swarms of wasps erupted from the remaining boarders, driving them back into the ocean. Loth yelled a warning just as a massive, fanged leviathan mouth erupted from the water, attempting to swallow Shimmer. The colossal jaw impacted the ship, dragging Shimmer downward into the abyssal depths with a violent jolt. The world dropped out from beneath their feet, followed by a sudden wall of water crashing over the deck. Now deep underwater, William faced a swift, streamlined fishman approaching with cold, predatory confidence. Using the phantom hand, William unleashed the short sword of perseverance directly into the creature's chest. Anna, now finned and agile, arrived with several allies to relieve the pressure on William. With a loud crack, Shimmer broke free from the Leviathan's mouth and shot upward at terrifying speed. Hundreds of finned Anna clones swam desperately toward the accelerating ship, framed by the vast, empty expanse. Shimmer catapulted into the air, briefly airborne before crashing back down onto the ocean surface. William, winded and ragged, scrambled to his feet, demanding Anna find Mason Lanover. A Rhea clone shot out of the water, hauled the shivering Mason aboard, and delivered him to William. William shouted directions for Mason to reach the crow's nest to deal with the leviathans and sky sharks. The ship went nearly vertical, and Loth pointed out the floating church of Graynish in the Valley of Two Swells. Shimmer slammed down hard, its reinforced hull shearing the luxurious enemy vessel in two instantly. By the time the strange sun rose, William was a ragged mess, splayed across the deck, utterly exhausted. Anna's face appeared above him, seemingly refreshed, and she began spoon-feeding him breakfast. Loth arrived and sat beside them, accepting her own bowl, then matter-of-factly declared they must kill the saint. William insisted he needed the information the saint possessed before they disposed of the frozen man. Meanwhile, Travis studied the immobilized saint, preparing to revisit their previous negotiation for information. When William was a child, he once snuck into the god's strategy room. He spent hours toppling the flags, and in the real world, the rise and fall of empires mirrored his whim. Now aboard a ship, the captured priest was restrained tightly in accommodations that smelled foul. He was impressed by the Leviathan scale and silk bonds, stronger than any steel he knew. He knew there were hundreds of fervent believers on board, fertile ground for his abilities. A young man approached his cell and asked if the priest wanted the gag removed. The decoy held the dagger point to the priest's throat, setting the strict terms for their conversation. With the blade still held steady, Travis yanked the painful gag loose. The priest bypassed the question of freedom, stating he needed outside information first. "So you want me to spy for you, for free?" Travis dramatically started to replace the gag. Jairus quickly offered a deal, half now, half later, catching the young man's interest. Travis immediately demanded focus, the stat point the priest needed most. After a brief argument, Jairus grimly agreed, realizing he could retrieve the stat point later if he survived. "I need to kiss your forehead," Jairus growled, challenging Travis's caution. The priest quickly performed the holy investment, transferring a portion of his own focus. The priest felt the immediate, painful drop in his own focus and maximum charge capacity. Travis, satisfied with his 28-point gain, decided he was not greedy and replaced the gag. He paused only when Jairus reminded him that the rest of the party could easily view his status. Over 8 hours, William visited twice, asking mundane questions about the church's hierarchy and organization. Meanwhile, Loth and Will pored over a map of Grantian churches, checking the priest's answers against known facts. They used the tiny inconsistencies to highlight what Jairus considered important enough to lie about. Loth pointed out 2 critical targets, the scribes of Lanniston and the military fortress of Bone Mountain. Will mused that they needed to know for sure which location held the asset they were truly after. Will worried that prodding Jairus too hard would result in him sending a warning to the church. Loth countered, simply asking, what if he did get a message out? Will realized they could follow the message back if they were willing to skip the acclimation period. The cost, however, would be 14 days of miasma sickness, fever, pustules, and necrosis. Loth grinned, suggesting she had an idea to fudge it a little, though Will knew this meant something unpleasant. They agreed they had to give Jairus the right prod to make him risk his life to send word. 2 weeks later, Travis slipped into the holding cell, explaining they were moving down a floor. He explained they would offload the priest to the church in Ackle, separating profit from hassle. Travis casually revealed that Will and Loth planned to visit a friend named Jason afterward. The captured priest's skin went cold. He immediately realized the deceiver was going after the prophet. He had to divert attention away from his reaction, forcing himself into meaningless conversation with Travis. Jairus announced he was backing out of the second stat point, since he no longer needed Travis to do anything. The priest called his bluff. "Go ahead, tell them you traded information to an enemy for a buff." Travis growled, sheathed the dagger, replaced the gag, and stormed out of the room. On the other side of the ship, Travis marched down the hall, his posture instantly shifting to languid ease. He entered the strategy room, which was lined with thousands of Loth's faintly pulsing, miasmatic insects. "Seems like he bought it," Travis said, confirming the success of the elaborate fake-out. Travis shouted through the closed door that he had only talked about girlfriends to make the priest think he was shallow. "You really sold it," Will's muffled, amused voice carried through the wood. For any climber, reaching level 30 means a huge jump in both power and overall flexibility. William O. sat motionless under a pile of crawling insects, enduring the strange, draining process. He forced himself to focus entirely on the system interface to avoid panicking from the uncomfortable sensation. The system presented him with a lengthy list of powerful new tertiary abilities to choose from. One ability, blood binding, looked incredibly strong, but it could never receive upgrades as a tertiary skill. Gravity charge offered unmatched mobility, granting him the ability to fly independent of his current equipment. Deceiver's molt provided a moderate self-heal and a decoy, useful for high-stakes escapes in battle. Phantom Eye promised a massive boost to stealth and scouting, letting him deploy his hand from vast distances. Serpent's Gaze was a pure combat debuff, capable of inflicting crippling paralysis on mid-level opponents. His exceptionally high acuity meant that even 1 second of paralysis was more than enough time for a coup de grace. Ultimately, Serpent's Gaze was too limited, offering no utility outside of direct, close-range fighting. Stubborn Ass provided a strong warrior boost, but that was not the path William O. intended to follow. He realized that his current aspect of the serpent might eventually grant him the ability to walk on air. This meant gravity charge would eventually diminish in value, solidifying his choice for the Phantom Eye. With a deep breath, William selected Phantom Eye, feeling the inherent knowledge instantly settle into his mind. Immediately, his vision twisted and overlapped, as if he were seeing the world through two different eyes at once. He closed his eyes, concentrating until the new, strange perspective originated clearly from his forehead. With a surge of thought, the newly manifested eye shot forward, plunging nearly 1,000 feet towards the ocean below. William jerked in place, disrupting the insects as the sudden motion caused him physical discomfort. Loth the luminary, sitting patiently nearby, noticed his reaction and asked if anything was wrong. William explained he had just acquired Phantom Eye, noting that the ability was still extremely touchy. Loth suggested he should have chosen Progenitor Affinity, claiming it would have made him more handsome. William looked puzzled, unable to discern if the kobold was joking or merely teasing him as usual. She reassured him that any of his choices would have served him well because of his own innate capabilities. He carefully reeled the eye back to view himself from an outsider's perspective for the first time in months. Through the lens of the Phantom Eye, he looked far older than 15, his face reflecting months of hard living. He poked his own chin and cheekbones, realizing the baby fat and innocence were entirely gone. William opened his eyes, focusing intensely until the two distinct points of view finally separated in his mind. His gaze now held a sharp intensity, like someone capable of lethal action against anyone who stood in his way. He turned his focus to the real world, seeing the faint, floating orb with a goat-like pupil, visible only to him. The relic sourdough was ready to repair permanent relics after consuming the golem sacrifice. A sudden knock interrupted his thoughts, and he immediately deployed the Phantom Eye through the door. Anna the baker was visible on the other side, cheerfully announcing that they were almost at their destination. A mission notification flashed. They needed to cull the warlike, corrupted Illuum disrupting activity on the 6th floor. William asked Loth if she still felt comfortable proceeding into the fight, with no charges remaining. Loth confidently stated that their phenomenal party could carry them this time, and they stepped out into the ship. They quickly moved onto the quarterdeck, gaining a clear view of the distant, powerful miasma beam erupting from the water. The surrounding ocean was boiling violently, filled with fishmen corrupted and driven mad by the pervasive miasma. The entire party assembled at the ship's bow, preparing to crush the approaching corrupted forces. Mason transformed his conflagration into a vibrant yellow acid, causing hundreds of Illuum to writhe as their gills eroded. Reggie instantly stepped in front of the attack, catching a massive quill spear on his shield with a burst of sparks. Meanwhile, June systematically eliminated the stragglers, loosing arrow after arrow with languid, deadly smoothness. Will observed their efficiency as Travis's decoy drew the remaining enemies, allowing Mason to finish the scattering Illuum. An aberrant leaped onto the ship, growing suckers and black talons, but June's blazing arrow instantly cut it down. A warrior aberrant bounced off Reggie's shield, only to be instantly killed by a charged shot from Alicia while dangling from a sail. Loth smiled, confirming the party was fully functional, then detailed Brianna's potential as a vassal and information network. Will used the Phantom Eye, realizing he could easily identify and snatch up loot sinking to the ocean floor. In a matter of minutes, Reggie carried a squirming St. Jairus through the portal to the sunny 5th floor. They were greeted by the warmth of the new floor and the ominous, glowing warnings about miasma acclimation. After delivering the saint, Willenby hid on the rooftops surrounding the church, discussing revenge. B suddenly froze, detecting the church courier emerging from an underground tunnel and sprinting away instantly. Will signaled Loth, hoisting the kobold over his shoulder and breaking into a desperate sprint across the city. To maintain pace with the swift messenger, Will triggered malleable space, distorting the air to gain a critical speed boost. They sprinted along the merchant road, ignoring the angry shouts of travelers as the Phantom Eye tracked the courier. They reached the edge of the city and paused, staring in awe at the massive, abyssal crater known as the Hole. Will took a running start and jumped straight into the pitch-black void, prompting Loth to frantically activate her glowbugs. Will focused, using the phantom hand to violently deflect their trajectory away from a massive, jutting steel boulder. Loth created a focused light beam, revealing the distant courier jogging down the man-made switchbacks far below. After nearly an hour of falling, they burst through the sky of the 4th floor, using the phantom hand to brake. Will and Loth landed with a splash beside a caravan. A weathered merchant stared up, utterly confused by their sudden appearance. They sprinted through the mosquito-infested swamp, passing creatures that cringed away into the muck to avoid them. The courier's passive speed boost allowed him to overtake them just before they reached the way station stronghold. Will used the phantom eye to witness the courier handing the sealed letter off to the next messenger at the relay station. Will and Loth caught up, blending into the flow of climbers who were following the courier bus for protection. Will flagged down Heath, his former bully, who greeted him with surprising respect and a high-five mid-stride. Together, the crowd easily slaughtered the aberrations that appeared around the key point. The pattern repeated through the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st floors, the couriers getting progressively slower. Arriving at the hunting grounds, Will quickly discarded his miasma jacket, which was squirming with pulsing blue energy. At the final sorting center, Will used the phantom eye to peek into the bags of 16 couriers sprinting in every direction. Will identified the target letter and set off running toward a solitary monastery far in the distance. They arrived just after the final courier deposited the letter into a mailbox and sprinted away. Will approached the door and heard his own chilling warning rhyme being recited from deep inside the building. Will kicked the massive door off its hinges, revealing a room full of shocked, studying monks frozen in place. A cannonball ripped through the first row of monks as Will slid forward, causing the stone floor to ripple and disrupt their balance. Will dispatched the tripped monk, then located the section of false floor leading to the secret stairway. Dropping into the basement, Will dealt with a younger monk by crushing his skull against the ceiling with erupting stone. Will confronted the terrified, scrambling older monk, finally spotting Jason Salazar chained to a bedpost. Emaciated and bruised, Jason managed a weary greeting. "You got my message. 'Bout time." Will dispatched the monk, freed Jason, and Loth reached down to pull the trembling boy up to safety. A panicked messenger interrupted a lavish noble breakfast with terrible, urgent news. The message was shocking. The entire fortress of Lanniston was gone. The library, the people, the sacred prophet, all vanished without a trace. The powerful leader immediately shouted orders to mobilize every single person they had. Far from the chaos, the 3 companions found a quiet, backwater inn to regroup and recover. Jason was frail and gaunt, desperately needing to regain the pounds lost during his captivity. William asked why the church had stopped treating him like the honored guest he was promised. Jason explained he refused the prophet class because it required surrendering his entire body to the deity's will. Once he refused, the facade dropped, and they began withholding food to break his resistance. William realized they had shifted their goal to erasing the idea of disobedience before giving him power. Jason held up his empty bowl for more, but Loth interrupted, questioning his feeding speed. William pulled the pot away, urging Jason to let the first meal settle before eating more. Jason's current weak condition meant their overall pace would be much slower than William had hoped. Loth estimated they could restore fat in 2 weeks, but rebuilding the lost muscle would take far longer. William asked what kind of class Jason actually wanted, hoping for something robust for the trial. Without hesitation, Jason declared his ideal class was a hype man. He envisioned traveling from inn to inn, getting paid well just to tell William's grand stories. Loth mused that the hype man class was likely a charm archetype, related to a herald or bard. She noted the monastery already possessed 2 of the key sacrifices needed for a herald class. The 3rd sacrifice was the saint who surrendered their body to Granish, the very thing Jason refused. They decided a bard sacrifice was the most direct route to achieving a similar hype man class. William grabbed the book from Loth, discovering it was a list of all his siblings the church had killed. He traced the name of the skeleton he had spoken to in the abyssal caves, confirming his past encounter. William realized the church went to great lengths to gather and dispose of his siblings' corpses. He wondered if the grudge of 1,000 dead snake children could be concentrated to curse a relic. William summoned his ghost butler Billy Bob, who rose politely from the floorboards. Jason shouted in surprise, dropping the bowl of stew he was sneaking out of the pot. Billy Bob explained the bodies are cremated and stored in urns to contain their latent, contaminating miasma. The spirit butler confirmed that the ghosts of the deceiver would be most willing to help destroy the church. William then called his other two ghost butlers, Stevie and Noob, who materialized instantly. He ordered Stevie to retrieve a primo tomahawk and Noob to find specific sacrifices for Jason and the weapon. Billy Bob was tasked with finding the method to concentrate the energy of 1,000 pissed-off ghosts. William checked his left wrist, wiggling the stubby new digits of his regenerating hand. Jason grimaced, finding the sight of the healing, growing limb genuinely nauseating. William overheard tavern whispers about the Church of Graynish's massive, sudden mobilization. They were scouring the ring like a wildfire, bringing out high-level climbers and even saints. William mused over the strategic dilemma. Should they hide inside the ring of the search expansion? Loth quickly advised against it, citing the high risk of exposure due to their lack of stealth abilities. She suggested the South Ring, where local resistance would create a useful war zone distraction. William immediately refused, unwilling to draw millions of innocent civilians into his personal war. Loth proposed hiding in the cold, uninhabited forest north of Bone Mountain instead. William asked Jason if he could endure the cold and subsist on nothing but salted grubs for weeks. Jason emphatically agreed, swearing he would do it for a year if it meant bloodying the church's nose. William placed 2 gold pieces on the table for supplies, causing the serving wench's eyes to bulge. William quickly listed necessary supplies: salt, pepper, a pan, a keg, and wool cloth. Loth added sheepskins and scrimshaw knives to the list, completing their misdirection. The shopping list was designed to send the church searching the frozen outer reaches first. William questioned if such a blatant misdirect would actually fool an organized religion. Loth replied dryly that critical thinking was not typically found in organized religion. Jason frowned, completely lost by the complex layer of strategic deception. William and Loth exchanged a subtle, shared moment of amusement at Jason's confusion. Jason knew that William O., the elusive rogue, had a massive head start and friends in every corner of the world. Meanwhile, High Paladin Caddick held a deep contempt for young paladins, viewing them as foolish and reckless recruits. Caddick watched his leather-clad tracker crouch low, practically burying his nose in the dirt to inhale the lingering scents of their quarry. Caddick sharply silenced his apprentice, reminding him that subordinates should never be interrupted while performing their duty. The paladin surveyed the townsfolk, who were held in a straight, terrified line by a contingent of armed warriors. He singled out a young serving woman, judging her fear to be too genuine for her to be deceitful. When his apprentice questioned the tracker's lack of dignity, Caddick fiercely corrected his interpretation of the holy texts. To emphasize his lesson, Caddick sharply struck the young paladin's helmet with his badge of office. He then ordered the apprentice to quickly retrieve a table and chairs from the inn for the interrogation. Caddick took a moment to meticulously adjust the chair in the street, ensuring his posture appeared relatable and human. He motioned for the serving woman, Mary, to approach the table where she sat down, visibly shivering with fear. Caddick casually began the interview by asking about the day's special, sheep stew, before ordering it for his entire troop. Mary confirmed seeing the young man, describing him as having sunken cheeks and eating like it was his last meal. Caddick rubbed his forehead in frustration, cursing the religious authorities for deliberately starving the prophet. Mary continued, describing the prophet's companions, a strange black kobold and a dashing climber. Caddick's skin turned cold as he asked the critical question, did the climber have a missing left hand? Mary recalled the climber wearing a gauntlet that never moved, confirming William O's identity as the deceiver. After confirming the group's purchases were a deliberate red herring, Caddick waited for his tracker to return. The tracker quickly returned, pulling on Caddick's sleeve to indicate an important discovery had been made. When Caddick asked for their path, the tracker simply raised his arm and pointed straight up into the sky. Caddick stared into the endless sky, dotted with misaligned stars twinkling in the morning light. The tracker confirmed the impossible. The entire party had flown directly upward. Furious at the aerial escape, Caddick shouted new orders to his men, find flyers and investigate ghost sightings. The pale general store owner timidly asked if the townsfolk were now free to leave. Caddick responded by grabbing the man's hand and slapping a heavy ingot of blessed Grantian steel into his palm. He shook the man's hand with forced, overwhelming enthusiasm, calling the steel a rust-proof souvenir for the village. Caddick placed his cold, spiked gauntlet on the merchant's shoulder, leaning in close for a final, intense warning. The merchant glanced from the valuable gift to the brutal gauntlet and nodded profusely, understanding the message clearly. Far above, Jason peered down from the underside of a massive mirror, watching the soldiers below scatter like ants. Jason pointed out the new threat. Grantian flyers were beginning to deploy in a wide net around the town. William immediately pulled Jason back from the perilous edge, citing the risk of being spotted by sharp-eyed foes. Loth, surrounded by her books and tools, advised that they must move only at night to avoid accidental detection. Jason shivered uncontrollably, complaining bitterly about the extreme, reflective cold at this altitude. William pulled out rolled-up sheepskins, tossing them to Jason for much-needed warmth. William then held up a gold coin, crushing the soft metal completely between his thumb and forefinger as a demonstration. A subordinate arrived, bearing a package containing a premium barred sacrifice, which Jason eagerly reached for. William snatched the sacrifice package away, explaining it was now a last-resort escape measure. A tracker reported a strange phenomenon, faint campfires without any clear origin or directionality. Days of fruitless searching led Caddick to review the sparse dossier on the enemy kobold, realizing she was key to their long-range flight. He craned his neck, studying the stars above the coil, then decisively ordered his flyers to be recalled immediately. Hours later, standing on one of the immense reflective mirrors, Caddick deduced the enemy was moving by leaping from star to star. Tracing the line on his map, he confirmed the quarry was moving northeast, right through the dangerous forest north of Bone Mountain. Based on their nocturnal travel, he could now estimate their location and plan an ambush during their daytime sleep. He ordered the army net tightened and deployed specialized rangers to counter the deceiver's high visual acuity. Meanwhile, Loth peered through her spyglass, her expression hardening as she realized the Grantian army was heading straight toward them. She admitted her complacency regarding the campfires, acknowledging the mistake in their tracking countermeasures. Will immediately agreed to push north toward the perimeter's weakest point, while Jason complained bitterly about the freezing temperatures. Will noticed his own body felt neutral, completely resistant to the temperatures that once bothered him and Loth. As Jason excused himself, Will's ghost butler arrived, offering a series of potential relic sacrifices. He quickly dismissed the cursed armor, but held on to the Korsath, which offered a rare chance to absorb new effects from miasma. Finally, the Meldmonger, a tub of wobbly jelly, was presented, offering the power to customize item stats by averaging affixes. Will realize this was the ultimate tool, the ability to custom tailor any item to his build and the phantom hand. He raised the sacrifice, accepting the final warning that this upgrade would complete his secondary ability forever. As the sacrifice disappeared in a flash of blinding white light, Will heard the distinct, sharp creak of a taut bowstring. Will instantly threw himself backward as an arrow, blazing with energy, shot past and drew a thin line of blood across his face. He activated the Stormfist's relic, feeling a surge of power as the world slowed down around him. He saw Loth, eyes wide and staring, pinned against a tree trunk by an arrow through her temple. As dozens more arrows descended, Will launched into the canopy, sending his phantom hand to grab Loth instantly. Phantom hand yanked Loth forward. The arrow fell out, burned away by her armor relic, leaving a rapidly closing, steaming wound. Loth snapped awake mid-flight, her eyes wide with shock, instantly recognizing the reality of the ambush. Will began sprinting through the treetops, the finger-thin branches bearing his weight with the strength of bedrock. Loth snagged a thin birch tree with her black claws, causing the trunk to rock violently as she triggered her explosive traps. Multiple explosions instantly erupted below, bathing the forest floor in smoke and scattering shrapnel to disrupt the attackers. Will whipped past the latrine area, finding no sign of Jason, only a man in dull, heavily spiked armor. Will didn't wait, lobbing an iron cannonball that exploded harmlessly against the paladin's breastplate like a snowball. Realizing the power difference, Will grabbed himself with phantom hand and yanked backward, initiating a full-speed retreat. Soldiers emerged below, reaching desperately, while two ahead leapt up to cut off his aerial path of retreat. Will shot a hole through the center of a large evergreen, tucking his body tight to punch through and escape the encirclement. Catching Loth mid-flight, Will placed phantom hand on her back, gradually increasing their speed to break atmosphere. They rocketed into the open sky, leaving the Grantian soldiers far behind as the wind tore at their clothes. A massive explosion, reminiscent of a nuker's power, detonated just behind them, the shockwave thrumming through Will's chest. Will snapped downward, transferring their forward momentum into a meteoric vertical dive to dodge the next blast. They slammed into the dense canopy, using their hands and feet to grip branches and slow their dangerous descent. Loth gasped, pointing up at the looming fortress of Bone Mountain, confirming Jason had been taken there. Will changed course immediately, propelling them both straight into the heart of enemy territory. Back at the clearing, Caddock watched Will disappear with an appreciative whistle, impressed by his speed. He decided against immediate pursuit, choosing instead to rest and let the lighter, faster Harriers wear the quarry down. Before he could rest, a ranger pointed urgently toward the mountain where the prophet was supposed to be protected. An explosion bloomed on the side of Bone Mountain, confirming Will's immediate, frontal attack on the fortress. Caddock broke into a sprint, realizing that the best decision was also the most predictably direct one. Jason shouted every insult he knew at the armored figures, venting his frustration as they hauled him up the mountainside road. The immense Grantian fortress grew larger with every stride, its massive gates seeming ready to swallow him whole. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground as William O. landed right beside the group. The battle was instant and brutal. One of the captors simply vanished in a sickening flash of violence. William moved in a strange, serpentine zigzag, the earth itself rippling behind him as he dispatched his enemies with lethal precision. The soldier carrying Jason panicked and tried to sprint toward the fortress, abandoning his comrades. Jason scrambled to his feet just as the man's chest erupted, revealing a massive wasp that immediately attacked the remaining fighters. Far in the distance, Loth completed her remote action and sank below the horizon on the opposite side of the mountain. The brief fight was over. William sheathed his sword and approached Jason, who suddenly saw his friend's inherent danger. William crouched down to check on him, but before Jason could speak, the urgency returned. William instantly threw Jason over his shoulder and sprinted away at impossible speeds. Ear-shattering explosions rocked the area as dust and fire erupted around them, obscuring Jason's view from over Will's shoulder. Finally, they broke through the danger zone and plunged into the surrounding forest, bathed in the soft light of the morning sun. After what felt like an eternity of impossible speed, William staggered to a halt, leaning heavily against a tree. Loth arrived moments later, her tiny insect setting her gently down onto the ground after she disconnected the string wrapped around Will's waist. She immediately began drawing a map in the dirt, explaining that her bugs had trapped 2 exit corridors for them to exploit. The goal was to buy time until the main army was standing directly on the trap, allowing them to slip through the inevitable chaos. William mused that since they couldn't find the items they needed, cutting their losses and choosing any exit was the best option. Loth began to scan the air, seemingly reading invisible information about the surrounding area. She identified a town to the southeast, Basalt, a Granchian processing center that produced highly sought-after, blessed steel. Loth's brow twitched as she realized the potential of the dead volcano nearby, lava tubes, or massive underground caves. Both William and Jason were completely unfamiliar with the concept of lava tubes, asking in unison if rock could truly melt. Loth replied with chilling certainty that everything can melt, cementing William's decision. The southeast route it was. On the other side of the mountain, Caddick called off the direct pursuit, ignoring the protests of his subordinates. Caddick knew better than to chase blindly. They would only catch their quarry by anticipating his next move. After taking a necessary break, Caddick gathered the myriad high-ranking church officials for a debriefing. What he hoped would be a short meeting quickly turned into a week-long interrogation, as the politicians tried to exert their authority. Caddick explained his methodical plan. The army had them locked in, and Harriers would methodically grind William O. down until he ran out of energy. Before he could finish, a messenger arrived with a crucial report detailing strange ghost sightings and stolen materials. Caddick realized the truth. William O. wasn't just raiding. He was trying to refine miasmatic ash to forge a legendary set. He started to share his good news, but a second panicked messenger arrived, sweating profusely. The report confirmed Caddick's worst fears. An overzealous fool had disobeyed orders, closing ranks right over William O.'s trap. The consequence was immediate mayhem, allowing William O. to slip through the containment zone entirely. Caddick announced the debrief was over, citing unforeseen circumstances that required his immediate attention elsewhere. Before he left, a high-ranking saint demanded to know their destination. Caddick revealed the truth: Basalt. Outside the broken containment zone, William used every ounce of speed enhancement to close the distance to Basalt in mere hours. They arrived before sunset at the sprawling town of Basalt, which skirted a large, conical mountain, giving Will an odd feeling. Will needed to scout without raising the alarm, so he activated the Phantom Eye ability. After scanning the surface, Will sent the eye underground and found an endless stone hallway filled with tightly packed, labeled black urns. Following the hallway, the Phantom Eye revealed an enormous underground smithery near the volcano's heart. Will realized how the blessed steel was made, but he was left wondering where the church had acquired massive quantities of stars. Loth prompted him for the next step. Will muttered the only logical conclusion: they were going in. On their wedding day, Holdna gifted Ouroboros a cape woven from feathers that allowed him to fly freely. In return, Ouroboros twisted his immense body, becoming the tower, an endless structure for her to observe. Back in the Basalt Tavern, Jason urged William to finish his meal, reminding him they were on a literal deadline. Will was internally relieved. Reality was rarely as outlandish as his imagination had predicted. The town, overwhelmed by caravans passing through, barely gave the two strangers a second glance. Loth, however, had never even entered the city, instead working to secure an escape route for them. They only had maybe a day before the Granchian army caught up, so Will quickly ran through his mental checklist. He recalled the large, circular depression of shiny black stone located in the underground smithy. Miasmatic ash swirled vigorously within it, the brighter particles moving inward towards the center. Crafters used shovels to scrape the non-magical ash aside, while constantly adding new material to the blend. Will realize the deceiver Ash had been left untouched for years, due to cultural taboo and fear. Now he glanced down at the short sword on his belt. He needed something better for the task ahead. The last thing on his list was a quality tomahawk, so he stopped a pedestrian for directions. In a matter of minutes, Will and Jason walked into the shopfront of the town's most recommended smithy. He immediately noticed portraits of women with large, expressive eyes placed on all four walls. The eyes were subtly offset from each other, creating the unsettling impression of continuous surveillance. Despite the haphazard clutter, every single weapon on display was plain, unadorned, and entirely flawless. The shopkeeper sat behind the counter, reading a trade magazine while smoking a pipe, ignoring them. Will's gaze landed on a specific tomahawk hanging beneath the painting of a young woman on the east wall. He grabbed the axe, swinging it, noticing how effortlessly and smoothly it cut through the air. The merchant rumbled a warning around his pipe. Try to steal it, and he would cut his balls off. Will placed the tomahawk on the counter, immediately stating his intent to purchase the weapon. The merchant refused, muttering without looking up that he didn't sell good weapons to dead meat aspirants. Jason stepped forward, launching into a thunderous, dramatic introduction of William O's exaggerated titles. Jason quickly cut himself off, however, when he saw the intense look on Will's face. The smith slammed his magazine down, sitting bolt straight as he finally stared intently at Will's face. He asked suspiciously why Will had chosen that specific, unpopular style of weapon. Will paused, then added a strange requirement. Did he have one that could also be used as a pipe? The shopkeeper rose to his full height behind the counter, recognizing Will as the object of his nightmares. Will, noting the intentional placement of the eyes, realized the smith was a subtle worshipper of Holdna. The smith pointed sharply, demanding that Will remove his gauntlet and show him his left hand. Will complied, revealing the pale, skeletal limb that was still forming beneath the gauntlet. The smith chuckled grimly, confirming this was the hand that would usher in the end of the world. He flung the display tomahawk aside, sliding a plain wooden case across the counter. Opening the case, he revealed the true tomahawk of the serpent, superior in every aspect. Will observe the intricate, scaled metal of the haft and the crescent moon and sun engravings. The smith confirmed this specific weapon was commissioned for Will by Holdna herself. Will reached out for the artifact, his breath suspended, but the box snapped shut inches away. The smith then demanded payment, reminding Will that Holdna wasn't good for the debt. Will paid the exorbitant price, watching the smith's face light up with unrestrained greed. The smith immediately shouted for his son to pack the go-bags, declaring the world was about to end. Will exited the shop, feeling the new weapon's sinuous, almost alive quality under his coat. He recognized the smith had buried a deadening agent in the steel to absorb the shock of impact. Will chastised Jason for recklessly broadcasting their identities in the very town chasing them. They reached the southern border, where Loth waited by a perfectly drilled hole in the earth. Loth examined the axe, identifying the feathered serpent imagery as Ouroboros, Holdna's consort. She mused that Holdna commissioned it as a proud, exaggerated memento of her consort's youth. Will dismissed the romantic notion as he lowered himself into the deep, manufactured pit. Loth followed, illuminating the vast, subterranean space with one of her torchlight glowbugs. The light revealed hundreds, thousands of black urns lining the tunnel walls. This was a silent, overwhelming monument to the 1,000 years of slaughter of his brethren. Given the sheer number of urns, Loth concluded, Holdna should have been much more enraged. William had devised a clever, one-handed technique to carry the heavy urns by balancing them on the rim. Meanwhile, Loth was meticulously setting up traps throughout the rest of the vast underground workshop. The heat was oppressive. Jason wiped sweat from his brow while struggling to shovel ash near the fiery pit. William paused, realizing his friend was wobbling, dangerously close to passing out from the high temperature. Jason, however, was stubborn, shaking his head and insisting he would stay to witness the process unfold. William pointed towards a supporting column, where he had noticed a narrow stream of fresh air moving through the room. Jason stumbled away from the pit and collapsed gratefully onto his knees in the cool, circulating airstream. William continued testing the endless supply of urns, many of which offered no psychic echo whatsoever. Finally, one urn provided a brief, violent memory, a forbidden kiss followed by men with steel and torches. He quickly dumped the charged ashes into the swirling miasma, ready for the next one. The number of duds began to clutter the far end of the workshop, forming a disrespectful pile of unused vessels. William scraped the dull, non-magical ash from the edges, pushing it aside to reveal the brilliant blue core. Loth emerged from one of the side tunnels, asking William how far along they were with the process. William immediately realized their unusual luck and timing was due to Loth's careful planning. Loth confirmed she had set fire to a few buildings, ensuring the local craftsmen were distracted and busy. Loth took the shovel, noting the core had grown so bright and large it was difficult to work around the edges. William took the opportunity to dump the ashes of the tomahawk of the serpent directly into the center of the swirling mass. He ran his thumb over the small lump in his glove, feeling the hidden ring of the eidolon. William proposed destroying his soft sets now, hoping to integrate their effects into his newly forged axe. Loth stared into the massive, charged miasma, questioning why he would limit the effect to only the axe. They realized instantly that this immense concentration of energy could be used to create an actual set of gear. Having made up his mind, William fetched the bolt cutters from the wall, ready to sacrifice his precious relics. In minutes, the ring of the eidolon and the glove of the Etherhawk were destroyed and added to the mixture. While they waited, William glanced over and noticed Jason surreptitiously peeling off his boots to inspect his feet. William and Loth approached, catching Jason, who quickly tried and failed to put his shoe back on. Jason reluctantly revealed massive, popped, and bloody blisters covering both his feet. William and Loth exchanged a look, confirming the obvious. Jason could not continue with their relentless pace. Jason shouted, rising unsteadily, convinced they were planning to abandon him in the hostile location. William caught his shoulder, stabilizing him while detailing the precise plan for his solo trial and class acquisition. Loth presented the powerful, high-stat relics they had acquired specifically to brute force the upcoming trial. William handed Jason a large bag of supplies and gave strict instructions to wait until his feet were fully healed. Jason's expression transitioned from pain and fear to focused anticipation for the dangerous task ahead. Loth broke the moment, announcing that the miasmatic ash was fully baked, now shimmering with opalescent light. William cursed, rushed back, and tossed his entire kit of 7 items into a waiting storage chest. He used the last of his charge, covering his buried gear with a shovel full of the pure, glowing ash. William released Jason's 3 sacrifices, causing a brilliant yellow dimensional door to rip open behind his friend. He gave Jason one final, serious warning about the trial's lethality, then violently shoved him through the door. A crescent blade of energy instantly flashed through the space, severing Will's freshly regrown hand as Loth slammed the chest through the portal. William shouted in sheer frustration at the loss of his limb as Reginald Thatcher, massive and armored, emerged from the entrance. As Reginald demanded answers about Jason's sacrifices, Will ordered Loth to collapse the entire mountain structure above them. Jason is violently launched backward, hitting the pristine white wall of the class creation room with a painful thud. A heavy metal chest, full of Will's gear, slides into the room, screeching to a halt inches from Jason's knees. Jason squeezes himself out from the corner and rises, realizing the sudden, unexplained shove was likely a desperate measure. He spots a streak of red, a severed human hand wearing Will's gauntlet, half hidden beneath the chest. Realization dawns. Will was attacked severely, sacrificing his own limb to push Jason and the essential gear to safety. Jason lifts the lid of the chest, inspecting the softly glowing miasmatic ash contained within the metal interior. He surveys the class creation room, noting the seamless altars and the perfect, ubiquitous white light. Jason places his original 3 sacrifices and attempts to make the chest his bed, waiting for his foot blisters to heal. Boredom quickly takes over, and his gaze is repeatedly drawn back to the unsettling severed hand in the center of the room. Overcome by curiosity, Jason picks up the hand, examining the bone-thin appendage severed cleanly past the wrist. He spends a moment goofing off, manipulating the relic to give the sterile white room a defiant, crude hand gesture. Then a thought strikes him. If a piece of an old priest works, why not the hand of William O? He decides the potential power, and the sheer spite of using it against the church's plans, are too tempting to ignore. Before he can overthink the decision, Jason tosses the severed hand onto the first altar. A blinding beam of white light descends upon the altar, and the gruesome sacrifice vanishes in a flash. A system notification materializes, confirming the sacrifice and displaying the foundational stats of the new class seed. Meanwhile, Will and Loth burst out of a collapsing hole in the ground, volcanic dust billowing up behind them. Will questions how the huge armor keeps sneaking up as they sprint, hearing the shouts of mobilized hunting parties behind them. Boom, a gigantic figure in heavy, armored plate tears out of the hole, instantly giving chase. Will scoops up Loth and bounds down the slope faster, leaping tens of feet between boulders and outcroppings. Loth suggests using the crawling tar consumable to delay their massive pursuer. Will turns mid-stride and releases the jar, which bursts, splattering the paladin's armor with black, sticky goop. As the paladin charges, leaves, dirt, and branches adhere to his armor, steadily increasing his weight and friction. They skid to a halt at the tree line, facing hundreds of Granchian soldiers who have leveled their weapons. Will realizes he is tapped out of charge, and cannot use his best disabling tricks against such overwhelming numbers. The inner circle of the army begins to advance slowly, deliberately, while the outer circle widens the net. Will sets Loth down and declares he will find out just how dangerous he truly is, intending to draw the focus. Loth accepts his decision and dramatically flops backward onto the earth, which immediately begins to churn. Earth-shaping insects rapidly pull Loth beneath the loamy soil, leaving only a brief disturbance that vanishes instantly. Will turns and sprints uphill, diving back into the tree line, aiming for the town of Basalt for smaller skirmishes. He quickly intercepts the paladin and uses a sharp earth stomp to trip the huge figure, dodging his diving bulk. Will arrives at the edge of the town, startling 5 bored soldiers leaning against a wall. Drawing his short sword, Will uses a rapid, low-to-the-ground maneuver to close the distance instantly and launch an earth ripple. He overwhelms the first 2 soldiers, stabbing one in the thigh and the next in the neck, trampling over them. An archer fires, Will drops and rolls away, approaching the remaining hammer-bearer. The hammer-bearer charges, weapon glowing with an ability, as Will's arm tingles from the arrow wound. Will instantly switches his relic, ripping the arrow out and tagging the charging enemy with hoarfrost crystals. Will snatches the warhammer from the paralyzed hand and crushes the enemy's helmet, completing the gruesome exchange in seconds. Will quickly strips the corpse of an amulet and a ring, then smashes through the nearest building wall to evade reinforcements. He acquired the boots of the returning hero, noting their strange ability to broadcast his footsteps to allies. Tying them one-handed was a laborious process, reminding him how much he relied on his phantom hand. He needed another primary upgrade soon, but for now, he realized the surrounding silence had become unnerving. The distant noise of searching soldiers had suddenly and completely faded away. He instantly recognized the immediate shift in the environment as a sign of imminent danger. Nearby, Commander Caddick gave a sharp, immediate order to his subordinate nuker. An abandoned water tower instantly erupted in shrapnel and searing flames. A powerful explosion directly above William drove him straight down through the roof of a nearby home. Caddick calmly observed the destruction, deciding the remaining structure was still blocking his view. Another detonation cleared the walls of the house, driving their target even deeper into the ground. The commander called for a paralysis effect to finally lock down the elusive deceiver. But Caddick felt a strange vibration. The paralyzing charge had been completely neutralized. The curse image could only confirm that the charge simply fizzled out in the air. Caddick's eye twitched. The intelligence dossier had mentioned nothing about William possessing counterspell abilities. William was infuriatingly hard to pin down, leveraging his generalist skills perfectly against specialized forces. After 7 hours of relentless dodging across the now low-lit town, Caddick was ready to end the game. Caddick realized William was gone and confirmed that all the civilians had been evacuated. His solution was brutal: pull everyone back and burn the entire town to the ground. A political logistician rushed forward, protesting the destruction of valuable church property. Caddick seized the pencil pusher, reminding him the primary financial interest was already ruined. He issued a terrifying warning against ever questioning his operational decisions regarding the hunt. Caddick turned away, roaring the final command to light up the town. William watched sourly from the eaves, picking splinters, annoyed by Caddick's effective ruthlessness. His brief moment of safety ended as protected nukers began setting fire to his building. Diving through the structure, he paused only long enough to wolf down some abandoned soup and baklava. He realized their strategy: flatten the town, forcing him out into the open or up the mountain. He was running dangerously low on charge, with only minimal active abilities available for use. His current relic, Cold Harvest, had been essential for healing small wounds during the chase. He focused on the mutated Ring of Accuracy, noting its strength boost and powerful 8-degree correction feature. He then pulled out several rings, looted from the scouts he had recently dispatched. One ring, the Ring of Snaring, caught his attention. It held projectiles in place after impact. William visualized the combination: a sudden, brutal and effective long-distance strike. He knew exactly what he was missing, and where he could find it before the flames consumed the town. Outside the town, devoted soldiers stood guard, disciplined and focused on the blazing inferno behind them. Then a sound like 1,000 dragonflies caught their attention. One soldier, Keb, raised his hand reflexively. A searing pain shot through his wrist as he was violently yanked forward and slammed to the dirt. Keb looked around to see every man who had stood beside him, now lifeless. William O. tossed him a healing potion, then vanished into the shadows of the mountainside. Caddick arrived at the site of the breach, feeling that critical information had been denied to him. A scout explained this was the hardest hit area, exploiting the commander's lack of damage chains. Caddick observed the deceased commander's corpse, musing that he learned his tactical lesson the hard way. The scout deduced William O. shot them from an angle, tracing the mountainside to cluster the hits together. Caddick pressed for details on how fast one must move to execute such a staggered sequence of attacks. The scout confirmed no one saw the deceiver blazing across the mountain. It was a powerful ability at work. Caddick remembered the cannonball that manifested from nothing, catching him square in the chest. He realized the dimensional storage was used simply for the pedestrian purpose of launching hundreds of arrowheads. Caddick ordered a logistician to calculate the launch speed to determine the ability's maximum velocity. The scout pointed to a glittering triangle of blessed steel, resting exactly between the dead men's footprints. The men were pulled forward through the suspended arrows, like cheese through a wire slicer. Caddick deduced the relics were bound to the dimensional storage, their effects stacking and boosted far beyond their scope. Caddick sat on a rock, confirming the boy was wearing the equivalent of 2 or more identical, stacking relics. He recalled the chest containing William O.'s kit baking with concentrated ash, realizing the power that was coming. Caddick realized William O. would become unstoppable if he donned his full set, and he must intercept Jason Salazar first. Caddick rose quickly to his feet, calling for Hyro and preparing to leave the command structure behind. Caddick instructed Hyro to build a nation here called, "Keep William O. inside this line." He emphasized that maintaining morale among the tired men, who would die daily, was the biggest challenge. Caddick ordered the acquisition of the High Saints Truffle Cheese Reserve to buy a day or two of morale. With a final look, Caddick departed, leaving the command structure and the siege behind him. From his high vantage point, William O. frowned, studying the two-story gazebos below. The fortifications were not defenses, but rather recreational gazebos and comfortable furniture. Hundreds of men were relaxing, enjoying bread and marbled cheese served by local women. William O. growled in frustration, smelling the delicious food and instantly recognizing their long-haul siege strategy. They were settling in to outwait him, buying time rather than attempting to seize him by brute force. William O.'s eyes widened suddenly. He realized Caddick, the big warrior, had left the mountain. They were buying time for Caddick to find Jason Salazar before the prophet finished his trial. William O. needed mobility to escape to the hunting grounds before Jason Salazar put himself in danger. Switching the slotted relic, the ring of accuracy blackened, popping violently from his finger. He spent charge to summon Billy Bob and Stevie, who rose as intangible spirit retainers from the earth. Ignoring their apologies, William O. asked the ghost butlers about their knowledge of kites and carpentry. 2 days later, William O. was strapping himself tightly into a seat carved into a massive, arrow-shaped log. The log, fitted with kite wings, was held under immense tension by thick ropes attached to several bent trees. William O. yelled "loose," and Billy Bob chopped the rope, launching the arrow forward into the air. He woke up a fraction of a second later, airborne, realizing the entire arrow was spinning wildly. William O. kicked off the remaining kite wing to stabilize the flight, hanging upside down. Realizing he was falling short, William O. fired a scavenged cannonball into the spring-loaded cup at the nose. The arrow lurched violently upward. He instantly stored the falling cannonball before it smashed his head. A nuker's massive energy blast scorched the side of the arrow, but he was already past the line. The arrow disintegrated completely. William O. crashed into the forest, then drank a potion and ran off. High Saint Caddick received the council's formal denial of his request for a dedicated military party. They condemned concentrating such staggering might, calling it a dangerous precedent against their ethos. If he was incapable of capturing a single deceiver, they suggested he return immediately to retirement. Caddick responded curtly, acknowledging their decision, his face grim and resolute. Meanwhile, Jason held the final 2 sacrifices, weighing his options for the future. He debated the immediate allure of charm abilities versus the long-term benefit of robust stat growth. Jason decided against crippling his stats for the sake of a class he might only momentarily enjoy. He placed the hunk of wax-wrapped wood, the Tree of Empires, onto the glowing altar. The system confirmed the powerful sacrifice, generating seeds for destiny, growth, and empire. Jason, vibrating with anticipation, immediately commanded the system to display his status. The results flashed, revealing a shocking and ominous title, Prophet of the End. He stared wide-eyed, demanding to know what exactly he was prophesying the end of. The tower defined the prophet as a storyteller connected to chaos, Ouroboros, and myth. As the system refused further explanation, a glowing yellow trial door appeared on the far wall. Jason sighed heavily, knowing the tower would not elaborate, and began reviewing his new abilities. He examined Hand of Fate, which could apply luck through a complex quantum process. Jason frowned, finding the system's detailed explanation of superposition confusing and unhelpful. He quickly moved past Scales of Ouroboros and Divine Smite due to their high charge costs. Then he realized his spare stat point made the expensive powers viable, even if only weakly. He reviewed Withering Repudiation, a verbal attack that required the opponent to understand him. This language dependency meant it was useless against most monsters or resistant opponents. Next was Made Manifest, cloaking a target in an ethereal myth of the user's creation. He considered the comical image of summoning a William O. ghost onto his allies. He moved on to the unsettling Wildfire Heart, which forced others to mirror his projected emotion. He pictured using it to instill despair and suicidal thoughts among enemy camps. But he immediately recoiled from the thought of the uncontrollable malaise spreading to innocents. He resolved to restrict his new power only to non-lethal buffs and party tricks. Jason glanced down at the painful, unhealed blisters on his feet, realizing the timing was terrible. The system relentlessly prompted him to choose his abilities, ignoring his physical state and fatigue. Far away, William, exhausted, staggered toward a dusty village just outside the looming tower. He collapsed onto a stool inside the inn, looking worn and asking for soup and water. 4 young men, the local bully squad, spotted him and sauntered over to harass him. Will recognized their cocky arrogance, reminded of the monster his ambitious friend Ben might have become. The leader mocked his worn relics, suggesting they came from his grandfather's attic. Will calmly replied he took them from climbers he killed, removing his ring and amulet. The bullies laughed until one of them pointed at the scabbed-over stump of his missing hand. Will used his foot to gently slip his massive warhammer onto the bar, stepping away from the stool. The leader's confident grin evaporated as he finally processed Will's infamous identity. The 4 aspirants turned tail instantly and hustled out the door in a desperate scramble. Will watched them disappear, tilting his head in mild surprise at their sudden retreat. He sat back down, reflecting on how easily his powerful abilities could have killed them. Orv Hardy, the level 57 trickster Raven, lectured a group of snot-nosed noble children. He boasted about his peerless speed and tracking ability, claiming to be the epitome of a ranger. Orv declared that adaptability was the most crucial tool in any true ranger's arsenal. Suddenly, the heavy sound of approaching footsteps crunched through the waist-high undergrowth nearby. Orv spotted his former commander, High Paladin Kadok, marching straight toward their secluded clearing. He asked Kadok to demonstrate a paladin's capabilities for the benefit of the children. Without warning, Kadok's massive armored hand shot out and seized Orv by the ear. Despite his superior reflexes, the sheer unexpectedness of the attack left Orv unable to dodge. Kadok immediately declared Orv conscripted into his newly formed Warbringer party. Realizing he had no choice if he wished to keep his ear, Orv reluctantly accepted the forced recruitment. Orv was stunned by the roster of high-level allies gathered in this unauthorized party. Kadok justified his unauthorized party formation with a legal loophole regarding personnel requests. Orv praised his former commander's sheer, monumental audacity to defy the church. Orv lowered his voice conspiratorially, asking if they were hunting a powerful lord. Kadok casually replied that their target was merely a 15-year-old kid. The paladin detailed the kid's exploits, stealing the prophet and killing over 100 soldiers without his gear. Orv finally understood the gravity of the situation. This was a serious, high-stakes threat. Orv recognized the target's notorious name, William O., a figure he thought was just a popular joke. Orv is stunned, realizing the joke character he mocked in bars was terrifyingly real. He walks alongside Kadok, processing the shocking, famous identity of his prey. Jason, using the relic's strength, shoved the massive chest through the exit of the White Room. He emerged onto the dry, sloping mountainside, immediately scanning his surroundings for danger. The tower assigned his trial: protect defected cultists from an approaching warband. He realized he cannot leave the powerful chest unguarded or wait any longer. Jason pried open the lid, finding the miasmatic ash inside completely dead and exhausted. He decided the easiest way to carry the items would be to put them on immediately. Jason pulled out the tomahawk, revealing its silvery exterior and serpent eyes filled with stone. Identifying the artifact, he was terrified by its profound power and instantly dropped it. The axe radiated a subtle, primal menace, chilling him like a force waiting below the earth. Time running out, Jason quickly began donning the rest of the powerful set. The glowing ivory hand he wore split and elongated into 5 autonomous phantom snakes. The ethereal snakes lazily swam around him, etched with patterns related to luck and augury. Wearing the full set, Jason snatched up the tomahawk and sprinted down the mountain with unnatural speed. He arrived at the cultist camp, skidding to a halt near a crudely carved wooden statue. Armed kobolds and giblaya burst from the tents, mistakenly aiming spears at him. Jason pointed urgently at the charging warband to prove he was their ally. With a single focused thought, the 5 phantom snakes shot forward like arrows toward the attackers. The entire warband collapsed mid-charge, instantly neutralized by psychic venom. The tower confirmed the trial completion and assigned his new powerful class roles. Jason was horrified, realizing the set's power had used him to commit instant slaughter. Suddenly, one of the snakes pulsed, and a sharp pain made him drop to the dry ground. A specialized arrow flew past his head, bursting into a cloud of black raven feathers. Oref Hardy, the newly conscripted trickster raven, pounced without uttering a single word. Jason, a man not built for battle, instinctively threw his arms up to defend himself from the sudden, overwhelming aggression. He felt magical bindings wrap around his limbs, violently yanking his entire body to the side. The spear wielder whipped his weapon around, aiming the hook tip directly at Jason's exposed ribcage. Just then, the snakes flashed past his cheek, diverting a hidden knife attack aimed at his head. But the momentary defense ended when a powerful kick slammed into Jason's lower body, sending him flying. The attacker shook the snakes off his arm with complete nonchalance, stalking toward the crumpled figure with unnatural grace. Jason, lying in pain, realized the true source of the kobold's deaths was the tomahawk's psychic venom. He rasped a curse and directed one of his remaining snakes to deliver a fresh charge of withering repudiation. The man effortlessly flicked his spear, bisecting the ivory snake, which evaporated into nothing. "Easier to feel those things when they got charge in M," the attacker muttered, raising his spear for the killing blow. Jason used a second charge, and the man momentarily wobbled, his limbs paralyzed by the sudden debilitating ability. Jason desperately dragged himself across the dirt toward the dropped tomahawk, clinging to the thin thread connecting him to his enemy. But the paralysis snapped, and the spearhead came flashing down toward Jason's exposed torso. A blur of black and red scales slammed into the attacker's side, diverting the lethal blow and sending him stumbling. Loyal kobolds and giblaya immediately dogpiled the thin man, thrusting madly with their makeshift spears. The attacker exploded in a cloud of black feathers, reappearing 30 feet away, plucking a dagger from a dead kobold. Ignoring the pain, Jason scrambled forward, lunging one last time for the tomahawk he needed. Before he could grab it, a second figure's foot slammed down, crushing Jason's thumb against the gravelly dirt. A young woman's melodious voice entered his ears as she admired the powerful weapon. Jason drew himself up and screamed a curse, unleashing his final charge of repudiation at the raven-feathered man. The charging man momentarily lost control, tumbling forward for an instant before catching himself with his fingertips. The woman simply laughed at the chaos, resting the stolen tomahawk casually on her shoulder. Jason, weary and defeated, weakly demanded the return of his party leader's powerful weapon. She surveyed him with detached interest before holding out her hand, demanding the rest of the set. Jason refused, stating they would only get the set by peeling it off his dead body. "Acceptable," she replied, as the leather straps covering her body began to ooze and redden with a metallic sheen. In a gesture of desperate loyalty, a Giblaya warrior placed a rough-hewn, glassy spear into Jason's trembling hand. The feathered man flicked his hand forward, unleashing multiple throwing knives aimed at every figure present. Jason swung his flimsy spear in a desperate, clumsy attempt, hitting nothing, yet nothing hit him either. A line of fire traveled through his side. Orev had teleported behind him, frowning at a snake wrapped around his hook. Jason was suddenly struck by a jolt of force, sending him flying backward into a rocky outcropping. As Jason gasped for breath, he saw the woman don the feathered snake mask, completing her transformation. Before the woman could press her attack, Loth's raspy voice announced her presence from the nearby tents. Chaos erupted as the fighters clashed. Explosions and shifting earth swallowed the area in flying stone shrapnel. In the midst of the violent storm, the woman helped Jason up, brushing off his shoulders with false kindness. "Don't mention it," she whispered, instantly catching him in the stomach with a devastating, focused punch. Jason slammed into a boulder and collapsed, his rational mind urging him to reach for the healing potion. Frustrated, the woman tossed aside Will's cloak and replaced a dagger with the glassy stone key. Loth's warning was interrupted by a flurry of feathers as Orev appeared behind her, stabbing her in the back. The woman seized the silver-scaled amulet and ruthlessly hauled it up over Jason's head. As she lowered the amulet over her neck, 5 arm-length crimson snakes emerged, floating lazily around her. The snakes, now controlled by the woman, instantly wrapped around Jason's neck, lifting him into the air. A sharp stab of pain was followed by a wave of profound weakness, and his vision began to darken. Just before consciousness faded completely, Jason thought he heard a familiar voice command the woman to drop him. Relics guarantee victory, but it does not matter who starts the fight with the boundless power. William O. will have it by the end, and the shattering will be your bones. Will sprints across the sun-blasted ground, strange hitched footsteps propelling him forward at blazing speed. After days of waiting, a distant flash of sunlight signals Jason is finally here, and in trouble. Will arrives, spotting a larger woman discarding a cloak near Jason Salazar's battered form. Cold fury washes over Will, and he stalks toward the discarded cloak from behind, using the dust for cover. Will whips the deceiver's mantle up and over his shoulders, integrating the relic instantly. The blood-covered woman lifts Jason and brutally tears the dimensional coiled serpent amulet off him. 5 blood snakes immediately spawn around her as she places the amulet over her head. Will realizes she is wielding 4 pieces of his powerful immortal serpent relic set. The leather straps across her chest are weeping blood, enabling her instant, powerful build activation. The snake around Jason's neck bares its fangs and sinks them into his friend's flesh, drinking his blood. Will stands up straight, demanding she drop him, while scooping up Jason's boots with phantom hand. The warrior turns her head, the feathered mask regarding him with a single, serpentine eye. 4 crimson snakes unwind from Jason and lunge toward Will, forcing him to rush to save his friend. Will sprints headlong, weaving past the aggressive snakes in a feigned rush. The snakes accelerate unexpectedly, wrapping tightly around his limbs and neck. The blood-soaked warrior instantly blinks across the final distance, teleporting right to him. She whips the tomahawk toward his head, forcing Will to yank back against the constricting snake. Will unleashes a spare cannonball at full speed directly into the woman's blood-armored chest. The armor flexes, absorbing the impact. She skids back a foot, recovering gracefully. The snakes bite down, draining Will's blood as his opponent takes a defensive, patient stance. Will targets the amulet with dimensional storage, initiating an intense tug-of-war for the relic. She snaps her blood-covered gauntlet over his phantom hand, squeezing it with crushing pressure. A visceral snap occurs as Will's acuity finally exceeds her focus, vanishing the amulet instantly. The snakes draining them both instantly collapse into splatters of blood on the ground. Will sacrifices the amulet, gaining its immense power instantly and boosting his set bonuses. Will triggers coiled strike, the world twisting as he teleports directly in front of his opponent. He ducks under her swing and drives his fist into her armored ribs with quadruple damage. The blood scales flare outward, slicing into Will's hand and forcing him to retreat immediately. Will directs Phantom Hand to slam into her throat, cutting off her taunt mid-sentence. He rips the hand free, lunging backward, and flicks a healing potion toward Jason. Jason's wound seals instantly, recovering his vitality and pulling him out of the danger zone. Will kicks off his loner boots just as a soft hiss reveals a projectile behind him. He shifts the earth below his feet, sliding sideways to allow a hooked spear to shoot past his heart. Will spins, smashing his wounded hand into the assailant's face, hitting nothing but an explosion of black feathers. He flings himself to the ground, spotting the warrior and the raven-feathered ranger, Orev Hardy. Will sends Phantom Hand toward Orev, while teleporting again to the warrior to attempt a second theft. He slams his boosted fist into her wrist, causing an explosive boom that shatters the ranger's spear. With Jason safely sinking into the earth, Will stands defiant against both deadly opponents. William recalled a moment of genuine surprise when he asked the Rotwitch for a second serving of her soup. He finished the meal by consuming the dissolving metal spoon, ensuring absolutely nothing went to waste. Back in the fight, William used the kinetic energy of the springy earth to propel himself toward the feathered ranger. The ranger reacted instantly, vanishing in a cloud of black feathers long before William could close the distance. Feeling a sudden surge of charge attempting to link him to his opponent, Will had to react quickly. He interposed his Phantom Hand, scattering the ability before the connection could be firmly established. Will sent the Phantom Hand to keep pressure on the distant ranger, while he dodged the blood-soaked berserker's wild swings. He observed her style was becoming less tactical and more unhinged, fueled by escalating power. Her attacks were visibly faster, making it increasingly difficult to maintain distance and avoid a lethal blow. William realized that builds which buffed themselves like this always suffered an inevitable downswing in power. The only way to win was to survive, until her accumulated power finally collapsed. A hissing arrow forced him to lean sharply out of the way, narrowly avoiding impact. The projectile curved mid-flight, demonstrating the ranger's precise control before burying itself in the dirt. Will immediately recognize the trap, 3 arrows designed to force him into a vulnerable, off-balance posture. He swiftly shifted his feet to avoid the second arrow, adding an extra ripple of displacement to the ground ahead. The first arrow exploded behind him in a puff of feathers, confirming the ranger's position. Will leapt high, his awkward angle causing his entire body to fly horizontally 4 feet above the ground. Mid-flight, he caught the third arrow with his toes and guided its shaft down toward the ranger. The arrow lodged itself in the ranger's shoulder, just as the man lunged forward with a hooked spear. Will deflected the brutal thrust with his handless arm, incurring a long, thin, bloody wound as he did so. He immediately noticed an oily sheen and a poisonous smell emanating from the fresh wound. As a tingling began in his arm, Will sprinted toward the charging berserker, activating Coiled Strike. He arrived in front of her, but instead of attacking, he used her feral upward swing as a perfect springboard. A second Coiled Strike launched him nearly 30 feet into the air, giving him a clear view of the surroundings. Far away, tucked behind a rock, Will spotted the ranger fumbling to extract an antidote vial from his satchel. The Phantom Hand shot forward at blazing speed, snagging the liquid contents of the vial before the ranger could drink. In another heartbeat, the hand returned, and Will dumped the bitter antidote straight into his mouth. Beneath him, the enraged berserker woman lunged upward, her blood scales flapping like oars in a futile attempt to reach him. Will simply stood on the Phantom Hand, lifting himself further, tantalizingly out of her grasp. As she began her descent, Will flung himself down to match her speed, preparing a harsh landing. The Phantom Hand, mirroring his own foot tricks, summoned diagonal stone pillars to shatter her posture. Will landed directly on the hand gripping his tomahawk, transferring his full momentum to crush her fingers. He bounced away, just as the ranger reappeared with a smug, victorious grin. The ranger gloated that Will had been tricked into drinking a deadly, concentrated poison. Will responded by letting out a massive, casual belch and dismissing the threat entirely. To emphasize his immunity, Will plucked an arrow from the ground and thoughtfully ate it. The ranger's victorious expression instantly soured into disbelief and frustrated anger. Ignoring his now numb left arm, Will sent the phantom hand to sucker punch the ranger's ankle. He bound the phantom eye to the hand, allowing him to watch the attack while keeping his gaze fixed on the berserker. The hand violently impacted the ranger's ankle, aided by jutting stone, resulting in a sickening snap. The injured ranger shouted and vanished again, just as Will narrowly ducked a wild swing from the berserker. The phantom eye spotted the ranger hovering silently in midair behind Will, aiming a lethal heart stab. Will slid out of the way, whipping the phantom hand back to intercept the silent ambush. The hand caught the ranger's center of mass and shoved him directly toward the charging berserker. The ranger vanished an instant before the berserker's claws could tear him apart, buying Will precious time. As Will danced backward, the earth opened up and swallowed the berserker in muffled, crushing stone. Loth's voice sounded from underground, asking what help William required. Will shouted back that he only needed 5 seconds to prepare. Loth confirmed, and the chaos of twanging traps and frantic teleportation erupted nearby. Ignoring the desperate ranger, Will shoved the first of his new electric serpentine stompers onto his foot. He forced the second boot on, feeling the powerful stat bonuses immediately surge through him. Will suppressed a shudder as the phantom hand began to viscerally swell and elongate. The palm unraveled, transforming into the tails of 5 distinct snakes, swimming lazily in the air. With the new boots equipped, Will realize the true extent of his overwhelming power advantage. Orev took a deep swig of the healing potion, catching his breath during a brief timeout from the fighting. The ranger gasped that their target was burning through energy too quickly to effectively pin down for the final strike. Caddick insisted the set pieces worn by the berserker were the second-best bait they could possibly have. Orev warned that if the berserker got the rest of the set, she would certainly betray them and attack. Caddick simply shrugged, revealing he already knew about the pending danger, looking entirely unfazed. He checked the 5-minute glass, noting they had only 3 minutes left until the planned downswing. Orev muttered bitterly about the level 30 rogue, who fought with the skill of a high-tier, advanced opponent. Caddick ordered Orev to survive the next 180 seconds and return to the group, offering a stiff smile. Orev scoffed at the impossible time limit, grimacing slightly as he prepared to re-engage the target. With a final burst of frustration, the ranger vanished in a scattering explosion of black feathers. Caddick's light demeanor instantly vanished as he straightened, giving Mabon her final, lethal command. He commanded her to vaporize everything in the valley once the timer ran out, leaving nothing behind. The targets were explicitly named, first the berserker and the set items, then William O. himself. Caddick looked out over the landscape, picturing the valley filled with shards of rapidly cooling glass. Mabon Glasswind picked up her mutated staff, claiming her destructive namesake was an understatement. Will rose to his feet, scanning the skies for any sneaky behind-the-back attacks from their persistent foes. Loth confirmed that Jason was successfully making his way toward the designated escape point. The entire battle felt deliberately off balance, like a calculated setup for an inevitable final strike. The ranger was tasked with draining his energy, while the berserker served as the perfect, irresistible bait. He wished he had paid more attention to famous high-level fighters who might be orchestrating this assault. Retreating would infuriate the puppet master, but abandoning the remaining set pieces would infuriate Will more. A guttural bellow of rage erupted as the berserker burst out of the stone containment trap, flinging chunks of rock. Will observed that the berserker's maddened rage made her crimson blood scales temporarily impenetrable. He realized the final blow would land the moment he shifted focus to retrieve his gear after her rage expired. The berserker shouted through her mask, wildly swinging her weapon and demanding he hold still. Will deployed 2 phantom snakes, wrapping them around her legs and flinging her straight into the air. He realized the new ability to multitask with 5 distinct phantom limbs was a massive combat advantage. Phantom Eye spotted the ranger poof silently into existence, overlooking him on the rocky hillside. 2 snakes sprang across the distance, but the ranger managed to teleport out just before they could seize him. Will realized the 4-piece set bonus had completely swung the fight in the opposite, favorable direction. Instead of waiting, Will decided to change the flow of the battle and go on the offensive immediately. Will activated 20 phantom eyes simultaneously, staggering from the sudden flood of overwhelming visual data. He clustered the eyes together, stitching the viewpoints into a single, vast, continuous mental map. The berserker landed feet first, falling heavily through the cracked ground into Loth's hidden trap below. Will searched dozens of miles across his mental map for any sign of their hidden backup forces. He finally spotted 2 ant-sized figures 15 miles distant, the paladin and a mage with a familiar staff. The berserker screamed, the mask engulfing her body and transforming her into a massive, crimson serpent. Will lifted himself into the air, while Loth disappeared into the earth to avoid the new flying threat. The massive, 40-foot crimson serpent leapt off the ground, swimming through the air after its target. Knowing they were watching, Will directed 2 of his phantom snakes to send the distant figures a defiant gesture. The hero William O. once challenged Ouroboros, the god of mischief, to a simple foot race. Ages passed in the mortal world, allowing humanity to flourish in the god's absence. When Ouroboros finally thought he caught the hero, he realized the ultimate trick. He had been chasing his own tail the entire time, utterly fooled by the hero's cunning. Back in the present, Will flew, the wind screaming past his ears, chased by the crimson snake. He knew the paladin and the nuker were watching, 15 miles away, ready to strike. The nuker would surely detect his invisible phantom hand, attack due to her high focus and acuity. Will needed to understand how they planned to close the immense distance so quickly. The answer was the ranger, the only one capable of instant, long-range teleportation. Will considered steering the fight away from the prepared anchors to strand the enemy team. But Will suddenly grew suspicious. The ranger loved proving how much smarter he was than his opponent. What if the feather anchors were just a ruse to make people underestimate his true power? If that assumption was wrong, the escape plan would instantly get him nuked from afar. Will realized he couldn't just run. He needed to kill or distract all 3 of them simultaneously. He suspected the ranger would be constantly shuffling back and forth between the team and the battle. Maybe Arev could deliver a little present for Will, a return gift for the poison he received. "Stop ignoring me," the 40-foot serpent screamed, snapping Will back to the current fight. The massive snake unhinged its jaw, unleashing a cone of razor-edged crimson blood crystals. Will yanked himself aside, taking shards to his left arm and shin, quickly ripping them out. Thump! A raven-feathered arrow suddenly buried itself deep into Will's right shoulder blade. Will snapped the arrow, realizing Arev had waited for the precise moment of his blind spot. Will concentrated, closing his mental map, focusing the phantom eye solely on the ranger. He pulled his snakes back, baiting Arev into complacency with the sudden reprieve. The phantom eye zoomed in, counting at least 6 vials of concentrated poison in Arev's satchel. Will led the berserker down, forcing her to crash hard into the jagged, rocky ground. He spent charge to retrieve a fist-sized stone and a chunk of air via dimensional storage. While the ranger was distracted by the chaos, a phantom hand infiltrated the satchel. Will released compressed air into the sealed vials, turning the concentrated poisons into time bombs. He continued the chase, his right arm growing numb as the poison from the arrow spread rapidly. The massive snake form began to shrink rapidly. Her blood rage was hitting its inevitable wall. Will charged in as the snake form unraveled. Orev teleported away, abandoning the scene. The remaining snakes quickly pinned the screaming woman's arms and legs to the ground. Will used a snake to absorb the poison wound from his shoulder, instantly closing the hole in his body. He yanked the mask from her face, revealing a young woman with wild, bloodshot eyes. 15 miles away, Orev reappeared, holding out his hand to the waiting paladin Kadok. "Wait," Mabon shouted, raising her hand to conjure a defensive barrier, but she was too late. The fist-sized rock appeared and slammed into Orev's satchel at incredible speed. A massive, deadly cloud of concentrated poison instantly erupted, coating all three figures. Mabon reacted with fury, unleashing an immense bolt of lightning at the invisible intruder. The immense strike vaporized Will's monitoring eye and one snake body, sending a jolt of phantom pain. Kadok, suppressing his cold rage, immediately activated Sustain Life on both Orev and Mabon. He ordered the pale and shaken ranger to take the nuker away to find an antidote. Will put on the stolen mask, feeling the powerful +8 acuity set bonus activate immediately. He stole the stone dagger, ignoring the captive's frantic demands and the fading blood armor. Will stalled, pretending to negotiate for her final weapon, lulling her into false security. She relaxed, believing he wasn't strong enough to harm her before her friends returned. Coiled strike activated, Will flickered behind her. He drove the stone blade through the back of her skull with all the force he could muster. Jason blinked his eyes open, finding a dimly lit ceiling above him. He spotted Will and Loth seated nearby, playing a game illuminated by a flickering candle. His whole body felt like lead and bruises, and he rasped out a question about his survival. Suddenly remembering the attack, he sprang to a sitting position, scanning the room wildly. The dizziness overwhelmed him, and he collapsed back onto the cot, utterly defeated. Will, unflustered, confirmed the attacker was dead absolutely. Jason sighed profoundly in relief, thanking the gods for his safety. Loth and Will immediately complicated matters by mentioning high-level resurrection capabilities. Will explained that advanced climbers maintain respect to ensure favorable corpse retrieval. He concluded that the mean attacker was disposable bait and unlikely to be worth the resurrection cash. Loth identified the paladin commander who led the group as Kadok, a retired level 65. Will erupted in shock at the paladin's level. "How am I still alive?" Loth calmly explained Will's survival was due to his extreme mobility, which the paladin lacked. Will shrugged off the danger, taking a sip of his expensive chocolate milk concoction. He offered the costly drink to Jason, who winced at the presumed price. Will dismissed the price, noting that luxuries get cheaper when you almost die often. Jason took a long sip and was momentarily stunned by the sheer, overwhelming deliciousness. Will broke the silence by asking Jason if he wanted to keep the powerful relic set. Jason flinched violently, nearly spilling the cup before an invisible force caught the liquid midair. After a long moment of silence, Jason shook his head and refused the set. He admitted the gear would make him a massive target, and he was simply not a good fighter. Loth, without hesitation, agreed that Will was indeed much better at fighting. Jason explained his true reason. The powerful gear imposed Will's build, not his own. He wanted to discover his own class abilities and create his unique path forward. Will approved the choice, calling it a man's choice, and clapped Jason on the shoulder. Will then explained that high-level pursuers meant they needed immediate, intense power leveling. Jason protested, arguing that if they were power leveling, he should use the set for an easy path. Will pouted dramatically but eventually agreed, taking off his shoes in compliance. Jason put on the family gathering set, frowning as he noticed the amulet was missing. Will casually admitted to Jason's shock that he had simply eaten the amulet. Loth quickly instructed them on splitting the 6 remaining pieces for optimal synergy. Will formally asked Jason to join their party, extending his hand. Jason felt the gravity of the decision, crossing a terrifying threshold into greatness. He accepted and then scanned Will's stats, shocked by the outrageously high bonuses. Jason quickly stopped himself from asking questions, respecting Will's need for secrecy. They left the inn and stepped out onto the second floor, the wind immediately biting. Jason gasped, staring at the majestic view of floating mountains and the endless sky. Will used an invisible force to swiftly carry Jason through the air to a remote grinding location. They landed on a mountainside facing massive, ivory-mandibled Kythe charging uphill. Jason experimented, shouting Hand of Fate, and gesturing, but the Kythe charged through the failed attempt. Loth pointed a claw toward the distance, catching Will's attention. A giant rock bird, trailing a thunderstorm like a cloak, descended, eyeing the growing pile of corpses. Jason stared at the system screen, breathless with excitement over his sudden leap to level 10. His stats were outrageously high. He realized he was now a complete badass, ready to take on serious threats. "I got to level 10, Jason cried, pumping a fist just as William climbed down the hill beside him. William immediately asked for his gear back, but Jason was interrupted as a colossal shadow blotted out the evening sun. Jason looked up, realizing the shadow belonged to a rock of impossible, terrifying size descending upon them. Jason tore off the mask and gear with comical speed, tossing them back to William. William slipped on the mask and secured Jason with a phantom snake, preparing for immediate flight. They flew hundreds of feet back, watching the colossal bird land and start to gorge itself on the corpses. The rock was a pillar of roiling storm clouds. Miniature lightning bolts crackled between its man-sized feathers. William and Loth shared a silent, greedy moment, wondering what a fresh rock sandwich would taste like. Jason nervously insisted they should leave immediately, emphasizing the bird wasn't interested in them. William paused, itching to test the 6-piece set bonus on this raid boss despite the obvious danger. He realized the desire to fight was driven by his unresolved conflict with the tireless paladin. Recognizing the risk to his friends, William made the rational decision to retreat and head to the third floor. Loth let out a dramatic, disappointed sound, while Jason sighed deeply in relief. William quickly leaned down to whisper a crucial instruction to the kobold: "Mark it." Loth nodded and tossed a handful of tiny, scent-laying bugs towards the colossal bird. The insects settled unnoticed on the rock's massive face and scalp, avoiding the intense electricity. Later, back at the inn, Loth reviewed her notes, detailing the complex logistics of processing the huge creature. She explained the specialized stronghold, the salt bowl, centered around a caldera lake for brining the meat. Once Jason was asleep, William lifted them both, following the faint signal of Loth's tracking bugs across the night sky. They found the raid boss asleep, a pillar of storm clouds resting atop a floating mountain. William told Loth he must practice the set bonus now. He wanted to end the paladin once and for all. Loth gestured acceptance, pointing to the designated mountain where she would wait safely. William reviewed the 6-piece bonus: 5 autonomous phantom snakes and a massive 5,000% potency boost to his aspect. Heart hammering, William raised his right foot, forcing himself to believe he could solidify the air beneath him. The air solidified instantly over 200 feet in every direction, stretching far beyond his senses. William leaned forward, putting his weight on the platform, only to discover his left leg was instantly trapped. Loth was also caught, trapped up to her shoulders in the invisible, hardened air. He quickly apologized and lifted his foot, releasing the effect and allowing the air to return to normal. William realized he needed a mental label to define what was not terrain and exclude living creatures from the effect. He successfully applied the label to his own leg and easily pulled it free, standing unsupported on the invisible platform. It took hours of practice, but soon he was striding up an invisible staircase towards the colossal, snoozing raid boss. Another mistake. He dismissed the label too quickly, causing his leg to plunge through the air, nearly injuring himself. Loth, watching safely from a high branch, simply gave him an encouraging thumbs up. William corrected the flaw, finally striding smoothly toward the mountain of feathers and storm clouds. The rock stirred, confused by the sudden, unnatural stillness of the wind around it. The giant bird focused its gaze, utterly confused by the tiny creature standing directly in front of its beak. William used his remaining paw to deliver a sharp, almost painful bat to the rock's beak. Insulted, the raid boss let out a deafening shriek of indignation and lunged forward to attack. Will returned to the 5th floor and saw how quickly things had grown when he wasn't paying attention to them. Everyone flinched or bowed and stepped aside, treating him instantly like a lord. His reputation for slaughtering hundreds of Grantian soldiers had spread and fueled this intense reaction. The organization was tasked with dividing accumulated wealth and offering powerful civilian archetypes to ambitious aspirants. The Giblia and Kobolds had jumped on the wagon early, securing jobs and classes for their future generations. Will had no issue with the Kobolds' love of trap-making, so long as their efforts were directed toward his goals. Thea Olton purchased and renovated a massive apartment complex in Akol that had been crushed by a kaiju attack. This complex would house the first 200 settlers before they were sent up to the 10th floor. Despite being cheaper and safer, they were bleeding resources, saved only by a generous donation from Lord Zodiac. Thea secured the funds by hinting that Alicia was indispensable to Will's party and perhaps romantically involved. Will was on a tight timetable, needing to reach the 10th floor and establish a stronghold in the next 3 months. 30 days there, 40 days back, leaving little wiggle room for error or relaxation. He mused on the sheer effort of the round trip, starting to understand why his own parents rarely visited. Will listened as Thea laid out the details to him, Loth, and the 6 captains now reporting to the Kobold. Since the Kobolds took up residence, human injuries had soared due to sudden, unexpected kinetic force traps. Loth had successfully redirected their enthusiasm by tasking them with designing traps for the 10th floor monsters. The Giblia, however, were causing problems by spilling mild irritants that made parts of the complex off-limits. Will fumbled the gold coin and dropped it, just as Thea turned to him and asked for his input. Will requested the vanguard clear the path with extreme prejudice, prioritizing safety over winding around threats. Thea dramatically fanned herself, claiming they couldn't ask their potential lord to stoop down to scouting. Will merely pointed out that his class archetype was, in fact, literally that of a scout. Thea pouted but relented, adjusting the plan for Will to clear the easiest path for the caravan to follow. Will led the group outside to one of the massive bridges connecting 2 sides of the city of Akol. He sent his phantom snake out. It coiled and grabbed hold of the air, creating an invisible platform. One captain shrugged and headed out, stumbling when he hit the platform, but continuing to walk across empty air. Will observed, musing that as long as he was present, terrain should never be a concern for the caravan. Thea chastised him for wasting valuable charge on such a massive caravanning effort. Will simply shrugged, revealing the ability was merely a cantrip, leaving Thea speechless. The next morning, Will stood at the front of a caravan of 60 pioneers, ready to carve out a safe zone. Organization was constant. Everybody had to be told what to do multiple times throughout the day. Once they cleared the key site, a young carpenter, forgetting all instruction, screamed and jumped through before Will. On the 6th floor, the craftsmen immediately used their magic to rapidly assemble a serviceable ship from the wood they carried. The carpenter's captain, an older woman named Brenna, knelt on the water's surface and dunked his head. She stood up straight to apologize to Will, who was watching nearby, allowing the soaked boy to haul himself out. Will approved the punishment, so long as the healers weren't required to use charge to fix him. Brenna then threatened Carney with separating him from his girlfriend, Eoland, as punishment. Will realize the caravan was composed of families, 2 generations in each, adding a strange, heavy weight of responsibility. He advised Brenna to emphasize what would happen to Eoland if Carney were to get himself killed. Once the ship was serviceable, Will's phantom snake released the water and they headed for the flotilla. At the flotilla, the resident crabheads provided the settlers with free room, board, and a resupply. The acclimated group shipped out and quickly tackled the nearest key site in need of clearing. The giant eel jealously guarding the miasma beam was beaten to death in a matter of minutes. Loth shouted for the captains to sound off, ensuring every party received the door option. Will braced himself and summoned the door to the next challenge. He stepped through onto the treacherous 7th floor. Welcome to the 7th floor, where a 7-day acclimation period is strictly mandatory for survival. Ignoring the warnings meant risking fever, bulging bloodshot eyes, necrosis, and eventual agonizing death. William had pictured a simple, dense forest, nothing like this chaotic, violently tangled reality of the jungle. Trees violently elbowed for space, and the low-lying shrubbery towered far over a man's head. They had crossed over in the evening, ensuring they arrived in the morning to maximize precious sunlight hours. While the settlers established base camp, Will pondered the critical vulnerabilities in his lordship build. Twice already, he had lost a slotted item when a finger of his phantom hand was destroyed in combat. Lords wield overwhelmingly powerful direct damage that could easily shatter his current set in a lucky strike. He couldn't be optimistic enough to pin all his hopes on keeping the family gathering set intact forever. He needed to create powerful, self-contained relics that offered entirely different, viable fighting strategies. Sourdough's ability to combine multiple complementary item affixes into a single, slotted piece was the solution. This would create powerful soft sets that could be magnified by the phantom hand and used as a backup. He also needed to eliminate the 24-hour cooldown on switching slotted fingers and replace the Stormfist gauntlets. His undead butlers, meanwhile, provided immense utility in negotiation, cooking, taxes, and tailoring. Scanning the rapid, organized chaos of the camp, Will observe the civilian parties at work. Tall, athletic Rhea figures coordinated protection, while shorter, blonde Anna figures cheerfully provided extra hands everywhere. The multiple identical figures caused double takes, confusion, and then sparks of realization among the civilians. These fragments were created to heal the mental wounds that the primary body, Jean, couldn't have survived. Jean was with Loth, coordinating the setup, using the fragments as remote extensions of their planning. Instantly, a distant Rhea figure paused mid-motion, then turned sharply to command the civilian workers precisely. Rhea's heroic protection and Anna's daily bribes of baked goods ensured the civilians were less afraid of her. Will spotted the mischievous B fragment disguised as a civilian, pocketing a paperweight for a phantom thief contest. Naturally, Will immediately assigned a serpent to follow her and steal the paperweight back when she wasn't looking. June whipped the rest of the party into shape, preparing to cut a path toward the stronghold to the south. The stronghold belonged to Mark Weed, whose tyrannical father had caused immense suffering to many in the group. Will decided to approach Mark directly with a powerful bribe, hoping to secure passage for his people and supplies. He checked the bribe, gauntlets of bloody rejuvenation, newly finished in the sourdough keg of relic ash. The gauntlets offered massive stats, including a high thorns percentage and lifesteal, perfect for Mark Weed's build. Travis shouted across the camp, showing off his new iridescent robes and jewelry, aiming for a caster build. Will followed, but not without practicing his control, by hovering 6 inches above the uneven jungle ground. Travis quipped about the show-off, but Will replied that constant mental practice was necessary to maintain the ability. At the edge of the camp, Will found the party staring silently up into the jungle canopy at nothing visible. Alicia whispered that the vines had nervous systems, her glowing blue eyes fixed on the camouflage threat. June identified the threat as Dreamcatcher Vine, a valuable ingredient that relied on sleep debuffs to take out the unwary. June explained the contract: 20% for Will, jumping to 50 if he personally participated in the hunt. Will decided to borrow Alicia and Reggie to serve as the permanent, forward eyes of the entire advancing caravan. As June began shooting, the stupidly camouflaged vines remained still, thinking their deception was impenetrable. Alicia was excellent at spotting threats, but her sight made her nearly blind to non-living objects, like her inside-out shirt. After haggling, June finally settled on bespoke relics for her team and first pick of spoils for a week. The next morning, the caravan packed up, and the vanguard began cutting a temporary road through the fast-growing jungle. Travis complained constantly as they walked, adjusting his expensive pants for the 1000th time. Will observed the master decoy. His aspect of the goat covered all environmental discomforts. A call of "monster" drew the caravan's attention to Alicia, who was pointing toward a tree burrow. Loth identified the furry lump as a spectral sloth, explaining its deceptive, illusionary speed. The sloth slowly detached its massive claws, but its final approach was a sudden, rapid blur of motion. The creature slammed into Reginald's tower shield, its razor-sharp claws gouging deep tracks into the metal. Dozens of arrows flew wide of the invisible target, burying themselves uselessly in the jungle canopy. Will shouted for Reginald to attempt a counterattack, aiming where the creature physically appeared. Travis whistled loudly, drawing the monster's attention before declaring the fight his own prize. The master decoy lifted his robe and taunted the sloth with a ridiculous, hip-gyrating dance. The creature whipped forward, attacking faster than the eye could follow, only to rip into an illusion. Travis reappeared beside the stunned beast and brought a wood-cutting axe down onto its neck. Reginald described the sloth's face, a constant half-smile, shocking Alicia with its unexpected cuteness. The brushcutter climbers scolded Travis for killing the cute creature and ignoring kill priority rules. Will called for calm from the wagon, worried Travis might lure a boss monster in violent retribution. Travis strode off with the party leader to have a chat and arrange compensation for the stolen kill. As the sun went down, the caravan rapidly disassembled the wagons and prepared the camp. Half a dozen clusters formed around fires, each warming a pot of stew or handing out sweet bread. The clusters of light created an invisible barrier that Will knew he could never simply traverse. Will accepted his duty, patrolling the perimeter, hunting down the terrors that woke up at night. Using aspect of the serpent, Will moved through the pitch-black jungle like a ghost gliding on air. His acuity caused the starlit jungle to brighten, bathed in a pale, ethereal white light. Will bumped into a fuzzy shadow perched on a branch, discovering another stealth-based predator. 5 shiny black claws raked across Will's face and shoulder before he could fully react. He instantly swung his tomahawk, feeling the weapon wobble as it caught on the creature's body mass. The creature shrieked and bounded away. Will broke into a chase, sending his phantom snakes ahead. Will tackled the beast full speed, ignoring the pain to thrust his left arm toward its neck and jaw. The invisibility faded as Will buried the tomahawk in its skull, revealing a massive black cat with fangs. Will continued his patrol, disassembling blood-draining, needle-haired vines from a safe distance. He returned to camp, spotting the civilians still awake, and was greeted by an Anna offering sweets in an apron. Will engaged his memory key, the scene smeared like an oil painting as he shattered the mind control. The illusion resolved. Will was pinned by massive leathery wings, a bat leech attached to his neck. His phantom snakes grabbed the creature's fleshy neck tube, dragging it away before Will chopped it up. Will sent 2 phantom snakes high above the canopy, with orders to kill any remaining bat leeches. Returning covered in blood, Will faced an interrogation from Anna, who was horrified by his wounds. The rest of the camp looked impressed at the house-sized mound of dead monster bodies, slowly collapsing into miasma. Anna shook her head, yanking his blood-stained clothes off while another copy delivered a fresh set. Will argued they were the same person, but the Anna delivering clothes waggled her hand, suggesting nuance. Will lay down on the wagon roof, trying to shut off his thinking brain and let the camp sounds fade. Time gradually lost its meaning until abrupt shouts and the ringing of steel brought him back to reality. William shot to his feet, shaking off the fog of sleep as the sounds of combat reached him. The attack was smart, hitting the rear instead of the heavily guarded vanguard. 3 Rhea clones immediately faced off against 6 ragged attackers, forming a defensive wall. An explosion rocked the camp, forcing a combat party to retreat behind a wagon. A flood of silent enemies then emerged from the woods, aiming directly for the civilians. Mason jumped onto a wagon, unleashing a flash of superheated air that scattered the initial wave. William realized the assault continued, without the typical mental control collapse. He spotted a rising mote of flame and sent his snake to slap the nuker's projectile away. The flash revealed more attackers charging stoically through the shadowed underbrush. They were heedless of the danger, sharing faces with the fallen, a strange, unsettling detail. When one attacker was impaled by a guard, its body instantly dissolved into glittering dust and miasma. Mason countered another shot, creating a sudden explosion of superheated steam. William noted that these summoned creatures were actually using climber abilities. A shriek cut through the battle as Alicia scrambled back, Reddy guarding her retreat with his tower shield. She cried out that she couldn't see them, confirming they were definitely not real. William dashed over, landed beside her, and urgently demanded she scan for a summoner. He looped a snake around Alicia, flying her quickly to the central wagon vantage point. Reddy shoved 3 attackers back with a feral roar, opening space for the vanguard to advance. Alicia quickly spun, her eyes glowing brilliant blue as she scanned the entire chaotic area. "No summoner," she reported, "but 3 civilians are being dragged through the forest to the rear." William was already sprinting, sending out rings of churning earth that scattered the doll-like enemies. He caught up to the kidnapped settlers, driving his tomahawk through one illusion. His phantom snake retrieved the blade and buried it in a second enemy, freeing a 3rd civilian. William knelt, recognizing one victim, Ealin's sister, with a horrifying lethal puncture wound. He quickly dumped the healing potion into her mouth and applied the rest to the fatal injury. The girl gasped wretchedly, clawing weakly at her chest as consciousness returned. Rhea picked up the girl and sprinted back to the caravan with the rescued settlers and one corpse. William realized the summoner didn't care about relics or life, only the bodies, the meat. The summoned Eidolons suddenly redirected their aggression toward William's vulnerable position. Rhea literally bloomed outward, flooding the battlefield with hundreds of powerful, statuesque clones. William dropped into a slide to dodge a skin-melting blast from a repositioned nuker. He kicked up a wave of earth that crushed one Eidolon against a tree. William created a low, sharp earth ripple designed to break legs, shattering the charging constructs. The final Eidolons dissolved near a patch of pale, wilted flowers climbing out of the ground. William found a golden circlet and a devoured skull beneath the pale, spectral roots. Understanding the flower was a monster using the dead as seedbeds, William prepared the sacrifice. He sacrificed the wraith vessel to the tower, instantly upgrading his phantom hand ability. He tested the upgrade by creating a copy of a twig that proved noticeably stronger than the original. Loth peered over his shoulder, instantly grasping the implication of the powerful new ability. She let out a raspy chuckle, expressing jealousy over the powerful sacrifice he had found. William approached Rhea, who was helping clean up the debris and aftermath of the recent attack. He pressed her for details, asking who exactly had been killed in the skirmish. Rhea frowned, clarifying that no one had died. The corpse he saw was merely Reese, a tangled copy. A massive wave of relief washed over William as he considered the implications of Reese's apparent immortality. To better defend the caravan, William requested Rhea summon 6 more copies of herself. Rhea agreed, but pointed out that the new copies would immediately require food and clothing. William promised to handle the complicated logistics and ensure they were properly outfitted. He soon located Badger Jascuret, the caravan's bean counter, inspecting a stack of firewood. Badger was sweating profusely in the thick suit, consumed by the precise details of his records. William startled the man by suggesting he remove his uncomfortable outer jacket. Badger complied, revealing a fine silk shirt, but then agonized over storing the jacket without allocated space. William, seeing the empty space in the wagon, turned and loudly asked the surrounding caravaneers for help. A climber agreed, allowing Badger to sigh in relief and immediately log the minute change in his ledger. William instructed Badger to record the space as a temporary loan for accommodating his attire. William felt a mounting dread, understanding the sheer difficulty of managing the caravan's detailed resources. He moved on to the core problem, asking Badger if they could afford to feed 6 more people. Badger immediately declared it impossible, despite confirming they had a 40% safety margin surplus. The true bottleneck, Badger explained, was his limited daily capacity to preserve miasmatic meat and plants. William realized the logistician's low level 15 was severely restricting their operational capacity. Badger, with a visibly shaking hand, calculated that reaching level 30 would solve the problem entirely. William immediately reassigned Badger's daily tasks to food preservation and scheduled his power leveling that evening. He encouraged the nervous man with tales of flexible record keepers who could retroactively change their stores. William then left to find Loth, who was crouched beside one of her oversized chemical barrels. Loth greeted him, revealing a rotund insect whose abdomen swelled and pulsed with a glowing blue miasma. Upon seeing William, the agitated insect immediately turned and tried to attack him with the pulsing miasma. Loth explained she had intentionally bred useless aggression into the bugs to stabilize them for her experiments. She drew her dagger, a wavy blade with a skull pommel that screamed of necromancy, ready for the test. The dagger instantly killed the insect, absorbing its miasma before the body crumbled into ash. The ground shook violently as a silent bone Maxu pulled itself out of the earth nearby. Loth handed the skeleton a shovel and assigned it the task of stirring a barrel of rotting food scraps. The Maxu performed one stir, then stood motionless, staring blankly at the pile of waste. Loth mused that her monocle of the Overlord was necessary for the servant to grasp abstract concepts like time. She shifted focus, explaining her need for a qualitative upgrade on her primary skill, Trap Savant. Loth revealed the lineage of kobolds, devolving from powerful dragons that adapted to low miasma environments. To achieve the upgrade, she needed to find and hunt a powerful dragon progenitor ancestor somewhere above them. Loth then asked William to enhance her cuirass, using 3 powerful relics she presented in a small case. William inspected the necklace, circlet, and ring, mentally combining their complex effects. He realized the terrifying synergy: damage transferred to her minions, killing them to trigger massive allied boosts. William called Loth a scary girl, patting her head in reluctant admiration for her cunning build. Loth agreed, promising him she was not yet as scary as she planned to become. William reviewed his staggering stat sheet, realizing the immense, raw power he now controlled. He considered the relics they had acquired, searching for anything that could act as a stable backup or synergize with his build. Loth interrupted his thoughts, pointing out their logistics officer, Badger, struggling to kill a trapped Lathran monster. The creature was held fast by Loth's inescapable traps, ready for their weaker members to gain easy experience. Badger shrieked and completely botched the attack, swinging the spear sideways and dropping it immediately. Will gave their accountant the benefit of the doubt, but Loth insisted everyone possesses a killer instinct. Nearby climbers watched the pathetic display, shaking their heads and stifling their laughter at the civilians' failure. A thought struck Will. It was time to put Loth's theory to a terrifying, immediate test. His invisible power tore the nearly unbreakable webbing from its anchors, instantly freeing the massive monster. Badger let out a terrified yelp as the Lathran instantly reared up, towering over him in pure, terrifying rage. Chaos erupted in the camp as the monster was released, forcing the climbers to grab their weapons. The creature struck like a viper, carving a deep trench into the earth just inches from Badger's body. Will shouted for the guard parties to stay back, wanting Badger to fully process the terror of near death. Trapped in the moment, Badger tried to lever his non-relic spear against the monster's heavy, armored attack. The weak spear snapped instantly, and the beast smashed the skinny man against the damp forest floor. Will discreetly caught the monster's crushing mandibles with two invisible phantom snakes, holding them back. The sheer horror of being trapped and nibbled at triggered Badger's primal, feral survival response. He released a savage scream and began stabbing the creature's eye repeatedly with the broken spearhead. Will had an invisible snake inject psychic venom into the monster's soft underside to speed the kill along. The beast went slack in seconds, and Will helped the traumatized officer crawl from beneath the carcass. Badger whispered that he had gained 3 levels, and Will immediately celebrated loudly for the onlookers. The climbers immediately surrounded Badger, offering congratulations and patting his back for not dying. Will slipped away from the impromptu celebration and walked back to where Loth was waiting for an explanation. Loth accused him of undermining her traps, but Will countered that misdirection was essential for their success. Loth conceded the logic, but worried about the lingering psychological toll on Badger after almost dying. Will assured her the experienced guard parties would help him cope with the shock and trauma. Will suddenly realized the crucial mistake. He needed to solidify Badger's new killer instinct immediately. He immediately changed the caravan's marching orders, putting Badger on the front lines without reprieve. Though still trembling, the fear was replaced by simple, focused killing thrusts. Will explained to a questioning captain the need to flush out the fear until fighting became boring routine. 16 monsters later, Badger's hand steadied, executing a precise, single fatal thrust. Will declared the training complete, noting the late hour, and sent the exhausted officer to celebrate. Later at dinner, Rhea asked why Will was so harsh, thinking he was angry at Badger. Badger, still the logistics officer, attempted to remind Anna about strict rationing of syrup. The cheerful baker girl ignored his rules and playfully dumped the entire ladle of syrup onto his pancake. Will explained that he wanted the fear to drain away into tedious drudgery before the memory could set. Rhea spun around, showing off the new, light, custom-fitted shift and belt she had acquired for her copies. Before they could continue, Will was instantly mobbed by Anna, B, and Rhea, all demanding his attention at once. Suddenly, all 3 fragments froze and scattered like frightened animals as Jean cleared her throat ominously. Will observed Jean, noting how she seemed to be aging in reverse as her deep mental wounds gradually healed. Jean reminisced about her first time on the 7th floor, confined to a bus and unable to explore or level. She admitted her deep worry about returning to the stronghold and facing familiar faces from her captivity. She feared they still possessed abilities to control low-focus individuals, seeing her as a target. Will immediately offered a simple solution. He would kill anyone who posed a threat, erasing the stronghold if necessary. After a long pause, Jean reluctantly shook her head, clarifying she just needed to share her burden. Will immediately drew Jean into a protective hug, promising her unwavering support and protection. In the distance, the emotional surge caused by the intimate moment made Anna and Rhea wobble and stumble. Loth commented dryly on the emotional maneuver, while calmly eating a piece of cooked steak nearby. As the days passed, the teeming life of the jungle slowly ran out of new surprises for the caravan. Taking the extra time to level up the civilians proved essential, providing vital and unexpected fringe benefits. Badger's preservation ability allowed them to stretch their food stores and add more meat to the menu. Major fixes, like a broken axle, were completed in minutes rather than bringing the entire journey to a halt. The Earth Mages added significant control, creating short walls that hid the campfire light from outside monsters. William ranged ahead of the group, checking Loth's complex traps and eliminating unsuitable monsters. Even with all his scouting duties, he found ample time to practice new applications of his powerful phantom abilities. He pictured himself chased by the troublesome teleporting ranger as he sprinted and stopped midair. He created a phantom shortsword to ward off an imaginary attack while throwing his tomahawk with the other hand. The axe flew into the distance as he kicked a shockwave through the air to blast phantom arrows off course. He hit the ground, a phantom snake retrieving the tomahawk while two others covered the vulnerable moment. William continued the intense training for hours, constantly testing himself through new combat scenarios. He imagined fighting alongside Loth when a phantom opponent tricked him into shooting a nail at her. He reflexively grasped the air, and a vertical wall of solidified air instantly materialized in front of the target. The shield held, proving he could create quick, invisible, vertical defenses in the middle of combat. He tried again, grabbing the air around a new nail projectile and yanking it violently to the side. The nail was dragged by the suddenly thick air, carving a visible furrow in the side of the tree before tumbling away. He then shoved the air violently forward, intending to kill the nail's momentum with a direct counterforce. Boom! The nail cut right through the stiff air and buried itself deep into the tree, regardless of his intent. The echoing rumble would surely be heard back at the caravan. He realized he had worried Anna. He tried creating a sharp spike of solidified air by dragging his foot forward, but the power was limited. Later, he hunted a shadowcat and noticed the way its claw was composed of protective outer layers. The thought struck him like thunder. Could he create layers of force, sacrificing the outer to reinforce the inner core? He struggled until he realized he needed to introduce the feeling of stress, like bending a living tree branch. He convinced the air it needed to be reinforced to withstand a sudden, intense bending force. Crack! After hundreds of attempts, he found a line of damage, a precise fingernail-deep cut instead of a blunt scuff. Frustrated by the invisibility, he realized he needed to make the effect visible to properly learn the technique. He kicked through the smoke cloud, grabbing a chunk of it and applying the tension and layering technique. The smoke shot forward, the leading edge sloughing off to reveal a sharper intersection an instant before impact. Crack! The penetration was now about 1 knuckle deep in the hardwood, truly dangerous to a climber. He noticed several civilians had begun gathering green branches for him, anticipating his need for more smoke. It was a strange feeling when his actions began dragging people along behind them, like the wake of a boat. He was practicing again when he heard the distinct breathing sound of Mason arriving from the caravan. Mason questioned the power of the free technique, then flicked a fire cantrip at the tree beside William's mark. The fire seared 3 knuckles deep into the wood, leaving a scorched mark mocking William's subtle progress. Will stomp the ground, applying the layering and stress techniques to the much more solid earth. A ripple coalesced into a man-length spear of earth that shot forward and split the tree in half. Mason studied the crumbling spike of hardened earth, his usual arrogant smirk replaced by paleness. Mason explained that the main party needed practice to stay sharp before entering the next lord's territory. Looking William over, Mason requested they hunt something truly dangerous to hone their skills. William felt the smile spread across his face, agreeing that such a hunt could certainly be arranged. In ancient times, the immense Ouroboros faced a massive coalition of gods and mortal men seeking to control chaos. The main body of Ouroboros shrank down, weaving as a humble garden snake between the boots and hooves of the cavalry. The next day, William faced his entire former party, ready for their intense training match. He mentally counted the 6 opponents, placing his invisible phantom snakes strategically behind the ranged combatants. William set the crucial ground rules. No shots to the head and immediate cessation if anyone was severely injured. He challenged them to use their full power, asking how unbalanced they wanted the fight to be. With a sharp signal, Saint Charnessa, the priestess leading the group, initiated the combat trial. The ground instantly opened up beneath William, but he moved effortlessly above Loth's deadly concealed trap. A phantom snake batted aside Mason's incoming fire spell, causing a pillar of violent flame to erupt. Lines of sharp barbed wire shot up, but William solidified a layer of air beneath his foot to defend himself. Another invisible snake intercepted Alicia's curse, wrapping around her ankle and yanking her violently backward. William grabbed the air, subtly twisting it to veer June's magical arrow just off course. A fast projectile insect from Loth forced William to break his stance and sprint toward the jungle boundary. Just as he reached the tree line, dozens of arrogant illusions of Travis appeared, demanding he stop running. William quickly identified the real Travis hiding near the caravan, disqualifying him and collapsing the illusions. He blocked another combined curse attempt from Loth and Alicia before the dangerous magical connection could form. Realizing the danger of long-range attacks, William decided that Alicia must be eliminated first. Before he could act, Mason's powerful conflagration detonated right in front of him. William crashed violently into the jungle, his body snapping the thick trunk of a large tree. Despite the pain, he immediately deployed a phantom eye to track threats along his entry path. Steel wire burst from the surrounding trees, looping around him and strapping him tightly to the hardwood. Alicia, hundreds of feet away, pointed straight toward his hidden location through the thick jungle. William's air twist deflected the magical arrow, burying it deep into the tree trunk behind him. A phantom snake kicked up a violent cloud of dirt, throwing it directly toward Alicia's face for a distraction. He activated the progenitor's disguise, shrinking into an impossibly small snake form to escape the trap. Mason's massive explosion erupted, propelling the tiny serpent high across the arena and into the air. Back at the clearing, Mason struggled to calm himself enough to sense William's disruptive, invisible phantoms. Alicia scanned the jungle intensely, whispering that William was simply gone and untraceable. Alicia yelped as an invisible force suddenly wrapped around her ankle and dragged her into the shadows. Reginald bellowed in protective rage and charged headlong into the dense, looming jungle after his friend. The remaining team members agreed they were now hunting a dangerous and elusive prey. They found Reggie mourning over Alicia, who held a crudely carved sign reading, "Disemboweled." Loth examined the steel trap, realizing the metal had tightened inward, confirming William had shrunk to escape. She released a swarm of tracking insects, which immediately flew northeast following the unique scent of her trap. Suddenly, the entire swarm froze midair, veered violently, and splattered against a nearby tree trunk. Loth explained that William was still watching them, using his long-range phantom eye ability. Meanwhile, William, in his tiny form, found himself face-to-face with a gargantuan immortal serpent. The creature focused its brilliant, intelligent green eyes solely on the small figure, assessing him. The serpent asked why such potent magic was contained within such an awfully small form. The serpent explained this place was where exhausted molts came to die and be spiritually reborn. Dying was described as refreshing, dulling the pain of old sorrows and providing a new beginning. Will mused internally that he never knew monsters possessed such depth of thought. The immortal serpent suddenly reared up violently, its eyes narrowed in immense, suspicious fury. Will realized with dread that he must have tongue-flicked his insulting thought out loud. The ancient serpent continued his endless, breathless lecture on their divine ancestry and destiny. All the while, Will noted that his party was drawing closer, completely unaware of the colossal danger. Subtlety was pointless. Will activated his phantom eye, preparing to send a direct warning to his companions. The massive, emerald eyes of the immortal serpent tracked Will's strange magic, asking about his parentage. Will casually revealed his father's human disguise name, Thomas O., earning a wave of mental shock. The serpent realized Will was a sickly hybrid, the result of failed attempts to breed new souls. Will tried to explain the church's organized slaughter of their kin, not just natural predation. Yet the smug serpent simply dismissed the danger, pointing out that Will himself had survived. Will focused his phantom snakes, directing them to quickly carve the critical warning message into a fallen log. Alicia suddenly snapped her head up, her gaze finally catching the towering rib bones of the serpent's mold. Loth broke away from the group, trudging into the clearing toward the immense, coiled snake. The serpent lowered its head, greeting the small figure as a tiny devolved dragonkin cousin. Loth shouted up, apologizing that she was unable to understand the serpent's tongue speech. With a groan of discomfort, the massive snake began to stiffen and rapidly reduce its size. Arkesh, now a withered, naked old man, pushed himself to his feet, muttering about human skin. Arkesh offered to kill the humans he assumed were chasing his devolved cousin, Loth. Loth performed a graceful bow, informing Arkesh that the humans were her party and requesting peace. Arkesh pointed directly at Will's hiding spot, forcing the young man to reveal himself. Shouting, Will canceled his disguise and leaped into the resumed mock battle as projectiles flew toward him. Reggie immediately stepped forward, tanking Will's initial phantom shortsword strike with his great shield. Will dedicated most of his phantom snakes just to controlling the movements of Loth, Mason, and Alicia. Two phantom snakes grabbed Reggie by the ankles and tossed the heavily armored tank far out of the clearing. Will charged June, dodging her wild swipe before grazing her shoulder with his tomahawk. Deciding to escalate, Will had his remaining serpents bite their targets with dangerous psychic venom. A blinding beam of fire erupted from Mason, destroying one serpent and forcing Will to flatten himself. Mason tossed the tomahawk to his weakened teammates, who used its pipe to cure the venom and tap out. Will shouted his surrender, citing tactical caution against weakening themselves before a stranger like Arkesh. Arkesh, declaring his honorable intent, offered powerful sacrifices and treasure as prizes for the winner. To sweeten the deal, Arkesh dramatically disgorged a shimmering gold and mother-of-pearl bangle. Driven by the primal greed of climbers, Will and Loth exchanged glances and agreed to the high-stakes gamble. The challenge resumed, and Will immediately unleashed 4 continuous streams of iron cannonballs on Mason. Mason's shield shattered, and the barrage tore holes in his body, revealing his strange, hollow inner form. Loth sealed the arena, manifesting a massive stone dome covered in swarming, lethal insects, plunging them into dim light. Will swiftly snatched Mason's relics, causing the nuker's build to crumble and forcing his surrender. Will collapsed Loth's tunnels and stole her relics, prompting her to raise her hand in concession as Arkesh declared Will the winner. An illusory Saint Charnessa reached out, but Will instantly grabbed the arm, sensing the deception. Will twisted the arm, shattering the illusion and revealing a shouting, agonized Travis Olton clutching his broken wrist. Will calmly explained how he had seen through the trick, noting Travis's different breathing, warmth, and smell. Loth simply groused in resignation, acknowledging the predictable failure of the rogue's deception. A line of prisoners heaved a massive, arm-width rope, dragging the star artifact through the brutal frozen wastes. The grueling physical labor and frozen winds were nothing more than a brisk morning exercise for the High Paladin. His mind was occupied solely with the primary mission, eliminating William O., a threat he had left unfinished. Will's ability to invisibly confiscate relics made him a true nightmare for any high-level climber who relied on gear. Caddick realized he needed a source of power independent of equipment, such as the inherent strength of a lordship. Acquiring a dozen vassals and a small town's worth of civilians, however, would be difficult given his oaths. Lost in thought, Caddick accidentally stepped hard on the heel of the trembling prisoner in front of him. At that moment, the foreman, hefting an enchanted whip, spotted Caddick stepping outside the line of march. The whip snapped through the cold air, but Caddick caught the cracker cleanly in his massive hand. He yanked the whip hard, dragging the foreman stumbling toward him across the frozen ground. The foreman screamed a warning, but Caddick applied crushing force to his arm with a sickening RIP. Back at the caravan, William immediately pried open Mason's shirt to inspect his condition. We'll examine the slowly healing, pearlescent cracks covering Mason's unique, fragile-looking skin. Mason explained that breaking his dimensional shield created a stacking internal space between his skin and organs. We'll pinch Mason's wrist, musing aloud about the possibility of using the space for storage. Mason angrily slapped Will's hand away, sternly demanding his relics back and telling him to quit probing. Will's attention shifted across the bustling camp, where Reese was loudly addressing the wizened Arkesh. Reese passionately recounted his torture inside a black, soundless coffin used as a healing battery by techno-priests. Will approached the two immortals, asking Arkesh to clearly define the confusing concept of a coil. Arkesh described the millennia-long cycle of the tower, adding a new floor and flooding the world with miasma. Will asked how well the outside world was prepared for this civilization-ending disruption. Arkesh asked about the defensive wall around the tower, and Will replied with bewildered confusion. Arkesh inhaled sharply, the realization of the world's utter lack of preparation spelling certain doom. The ancient immortal placed a heavy, knowing hand on Will's shoulder, preparing to deliver the fatal prophecy. Arkesh revealed that Will, the brilliant young hero, was the herald destined to die before the coil ended. Reese gestured emphatically, noting that Will was already calculating his remaining 4 years of life. Will calculated that his death would occur somewhere high up, perhaps near the difficult 50th floor. He turned his gaze to Reese, urgently demanding to know what awaited him on that distant, final floor. Reese stood firm, crossing his arms and refusing to disclose the secret, insisting that knowing the truth was fatal. Will dismissed the prophecy as a clever distraction and declared his intent to continue climbing the tower. Will then asked Arkesh if his father was indeed an original molt of the god Ouroboros. Arkesh confirmed the connection, suggesting Will's father had a divine mission to breed with humans. Overwhelmed by the scale of the revelations, Will retreated to the solitude of his tent to process everything. Inside, Will sat on his cot and pulled out the ring of snaring, attempting to equip it on his regrown left hand. The ring remained inert. The system slot for the limb was demonstrably inactive, despite the hand looking healthy. Will grabbed his left wrist with his right, squeezing gently to confirm the limb's unnerving weakness and lack of stats. Loth peered into the tent, finding Will already summarizing his existential crisis and the failure of his hand. Loth offered him a choice, comforting presence or counsel on cold-blooded murder and raid boss hunts. Will chose the latter, and Loth immediately unrolled the vellum map detailing a powerful target. Loth the luminary pointed near the map center, indicating the location of the raid boss. William frowned, questioning how such a central location could remain undiscovered for 1,000 years. Loth showed him how all major climbing routes naturally bypassed the dangerous central lake. William realized that the edges of the map likely held countless other undiscovered secrets. Loth calculated the walk to the target would require roughly 3 full days of travel time. William immediately dismissed the schedule, stating his lord ability could get them there in 10 minutes. Loth paused, noting that she often forgot the scope of William's growing power. Despite the speed, William insisted they could not leave the caravan entirely undefended. Both agreed the ancient, powerful Arkesh was too unpredictable to be left unsupervised near the group. William decided the only way forward was to simply ask the ancient snake what he wanted to do. He approached Arkesh, framing his expulsion as a diplomatic necessity to protect the snake's identity. Rolling up his sleeves, William offered Arkesh the option of immediate death. The ancient being held up a hand, pleading to stay and witness the unfolding drama of the coil. William grudgingly agreed, but only if Arkesh cleaned up, dressed, and maintained a distance. Arkesh eagerly agreed, then immediately paused, asking William what a bath was. William sighed heavily, realizing he could not expose any civilian to the snake's dangerous clumsiness. An hour later, the ordeal was over, and Arkesh stood clean, trimmed, and dressed in fine clothes. Arkesh commented that he felt much better, finally understanding the purpose of bathing. William issued a final, stern warning to stay at least 15 miles away from the stronghold. Arkesh nodded deeply, referring to William as his great-uncle before leaving. The sage warned William to avoid dying or being betrayed, referencing his mother's history. William watched Arkesh vanish into the jungle and confirmed his actual departure using his memory key. Confident the sage was gone, William gathered the rest of his party for the raid briefing. Jason's hand dropped when William mentioned needing people to stay and guard the caravan. Travis asked about the target, while Loth described the metallic slime resistant to physical damage. William quickly excluded June and Alicia, optimizing the team for magical offense. Mason, the nuker, eagerly confirmed his participation, ready to adapt his damage type. Reginald, the tank, sighed dramatically but agreed to join to keep Jason alive. Loth sat down beside Jason, detailing the slime's horrific internal blood-feeding attack. The gruesome description left Jason pale and the entire party in stunned silence. William confirmed the clear need for Reginald's defense against such a lethal threat. Travis chose to join immediately, prioritizing the level gain and experience. Loth decided to stay behind, citing her lack of suitable insects and her missing armor. William listed the final team, including Rhea for communication, which Mason questioned. William explained that Rhea was primarily a communication link in case of catastrophic failure. Reginald moped, realizing the inclusion of a woman meant the Guys' Night Out theme was ruined. Suddenly, Bee appeared beside Rhea and offered herself instead, craving the danger. Bee transformed into a young man, declaring that Guys' Night was officially back on. June and Alicia exchanged knowing glances, anticipating the mission would go horribly wrong. William agreed to bring Bee, but only if Jean was notified to monitor the situation remotely. Bee and Reginald celebrated loudly, chanting their mission theme with enthusiasm. William reminded the celebrating pair that the raid was tomorrow afternoon, not a true party. William had started the day by winning a coin flip against the god of misfortune, which felt like a good omen. Now the practical preparations began, distributing healing potions and setting a very strict injury budget for the hunt. Jason, ever the literalist, immediately asked, halfway to what, while Travis and Reggie just messed with him. Mason, applying powder to his staff, gave a cynical smile and clarified that Will was simply making a joke. Will shifted gears, asking for a rundown of everyone's powers, especially since the group was hunting together for the first time. Mason and Travis quickly detailed their roles: explosive bypass attacks and enemy control through potent illusions. Jason eagerly jumped in, listing his 3 buffs and the powerful damaging debuff, Withering Repudiation. Will questioned the debuff's language restriction, prompting Jason to excitedly reveal he had sacrificed monsters to erase it. The ability was now terrifyingly simple: mentally describe why you don't like the creatures nearby, provided they have a mind. Will asked the critical question, did a metallic slime even possess a mind? Jason's triumphant look instantly vanished. His face crumbled as Mason confirmed the truth, causing Jason to kick a nearby stump in sheer frustration. Will refocused the group on Jason's final tertiary ability choice. The team unanimously settled on Scales of Ouroboros. Will mused on the greater potential of Relic Seed, which could add affixes and potentially proliferate with the right sacrifice. Loth the Kobold shouted the correct technical term, proliferate, from across the camp, confirming the seed's long-term utility. Will demanded Jason's current charge count, needing a high number to fuel the new life-saving scales ability. Jason confessed he only had 8 charges left, causing the whole assembled team to stare in disbelief at his recklessness. Travis immediately accused Jason of cheating at cards using Hand of Fate, which Jason indignantly shot back was mutual. "We'll stop the fight," declaring Jason could not come due to his lack of reserves needed to respond to the unexpected. Mason surprisingly stepped up, arguing that the prophet was too valuable to leave behind despite his poor preparation. Reggie backed Mason, stating that learning a hard lesson in the field would be more effective than being mad at them. Will relented, but sternly forbade both Jason and Travis from cheating again, then tasked Mason with teaching cantrips. Will shook his head, musing that leadership felt a lot like babysitting as Mason reluctantly led Jason away to a campfire. Hours later, Will was finishing supply checks when a breathless Jason sprinted back, revealing a perfect cantrip. Jason excitedly demonstrated his new power, flipping the coin repeatedly, which always landed perfectly on heads. Will stopped him, proposing high stakes to teach Jason about the ability's blind spots and true value. Jason, overconfident, made his bet, but Will's unique luck intervened, and the coin landed tails. The expression of shock was priceless and instant before Will's fist connected, sending the prophet flying a few feet. Jason sat up with a bloody nose, staring at the coin as Will explained how he had tricked Hand of Fate. The next morning, the 7 climbers stood ready, their gear properly attached and prepared for the journey. Jason confirmed his charge was now 28, having rapidly dumped points into focus for hourly recovery. Will ordered Jason to set 2 scales, then everyone boarded the sleek, carved wooden sled built for aerial transit. Jason's question about the jungle was cut short by a shrill scream as 4 phantom snakes lifted the sled violently upward. The sled rapidly traversed the jungle canopy, while shouting directions over the intense blast of wind streaming past them. After 6 minutes, Travis spotted the destination, a small lake below a waterfall recessed into the earth. In the center of the lake, an ancient, gnarled ziggurat rose from the water as Will began their descent. They remembered the stories of William O's previous recklessness, charging dungeons alone without a plan. This time, however, Will ensured their motorized sled stopped well away from the intended target structure. Descending into the jungle felt like stepping into an entirely different layer of reality, swallowed by stillness and shadow. The thousands of jungle sounds peaked in a startled shriek, then instantly fell silent, observing the intruders. The party armed themselves, struggling to disembark from the sled due to the thick, nearly impenetrable underbrush. Mason Lanover calmly activated his ring of consideration, preparing to forcefully clear the immediate perimeter with fire. Protected by a sudden warmth, the party watched as a powerful burst of fire instantly reduced the surrounding jungle to ash. The group quickly stepped onto the newly cleared ground, ready to move forward through the remaining wall of foliage. Will pointed 50 paces ahead to the solid wall of green, prompting Reggie to wonder why the target remained undiscovered. Jason Salazar enthusiastically offered his flag-bearer buff, which would grant the entire party a massive combat advantage. The entire party's gaze settled on Will, who accepted the flag-bearer role despite missing the personal buff. A surge of energy flowed from Jason, settling over Will like an empowering mantle, officially designating him the flag-bearer. Travis Olton gasped, wide-eyed, immediately checking his own stats as the powerful new buff registered. Organized and focused, Reggie took the lead, using his immense strength to carve a steady path through the remaining foliage. They chopped through the last 3 feet of green, revealing a perfectly circular, man-made lake and unnatural waterfall. The entire water system was artificial, but their eyes were immediately drawn to the ancient, tiered ziggurat at the lake's center. Near the top, a shadowy opening cluttered with roots marked the unmistakable entrance to the ancient dungeon. Will ignored the imposing structure, focusing instead on the water and surrounding shore, searching for any sign of the elusive raid boss. Will tasked Mason and Travis with flushing out any nearby threats, immediately empowering the master decoy with a charge. An entire illusory copy of the party instantly manifested and began marching along the circular shoreline. The illusory Travis let out a loud, annoying whistle, a deliberate provocation meant to draw attention to the decoys. Within moments, a flood of various jungle monsters erupted from the tree line and immediately converged on the decoy group. A sudden, massive explosion vaporized the entire wave of monsters, leaving behind only scattered ash. Will watched the powerful ripples from the blast cross the lake, striking the base of the ziggurat with concerning force. Switching strategies, Will decided to test Jason's withering repudiation ability on the next monster group. Jason focused a penetrating glare on the approaching monsters, causing them to instantly collapse and die without any visible attack. The party was highly impressed by the clean, effective kills, noting how the instantaneous psychic damage rivaled Alicia's precision. They completed the perimeter circuit, but the massive slime raid boss still had not appeared anywhere near the lake. We'll assign the 3 copies of B their critical roles: Lookout, Vanguard, and Tag-along. Will placated the unhappy Lookout B with a piece of Anna's homemade caramel, instantly changing her mood. Will stepped onto the water, instantly hardening the surface with his aspect, allowing the party to march directly toward the temple. The Vanguard B rushed ahead in excited anticipation, sprinting up the steps and disappearing into the shadowed entrance. Will deployed his phantom eye to scout the entrance, observing the root-worn stone staircase descending into the temple's gloom. The phantom eye discovered a massive, rust-free steel door decorated with a mural, partially melted along the bottom edge. Snapping back to reality, Will rejoined his body just as Reginald Thatcher ducked through the melted opening of the steel door. Inside, the long hall was lined with complex metallic tubes and sharp-featured steel statues that plunged into the structure's depths. The once brutal features of the statues had been melted away by corrosion, leaving behind haunting, abandoned expressions. Faced with the intense gloom, Mason flicked a small spark high above the group to provide a glimmer of light. Will tapped a statue with his tomahawk, the resulting clear ping, confirming the entire structure was made of blessed steel. Travis observed that using such precious, non-degrading material for plumbing and statues was a ridiculous and extravagant show of force. He theorized that the excessive piping might be part of an ancient energy capture and distribution system tied to the lake. Will located a pipe where the blessed steel exterior had melted, peering into the exposed hole with intense curiosity. Inside the pipe, he saw a keratinous substance that visibly pulsed like a heartbeat, confirming the system was not pumping water. Suddenly, the tag-along bee gasped sharply, her skin turning pale as she pointed a shaking finger down a side hall. The phantom eye found the Vanguard bee suspended motionless in midair, pierced by dozens of silvery, liquid metal spears. An immediate, chilling system alert confirmed that the raid boss, Silverdeath, had been engaged on this floor. As the bee copy dissolved, the metal needles instantly retracted into a massive, shimmering lump of silvery metal. The metallic mass became translucent, phasing instantly through the stone floor and vanishing from sight. Will shouted for an immediate retreat. Mason, understanding the danger, hauled Jason back toward the exit. Will empowered Travis, who instantly created a decoy illusion that began obnoxiously taunting the unseen enemy. Looking back, Will saw dozens of liquid metal spikes erupt from the walls and pierce the decoy, confirming the boss was actively hunting. The enemy's ability to phase through walls made fighting in the cramped metal halls an impossible scenario. Mark Wead finally took a necessary break from months of political fighting and endless, stressful bureaucracy. His wife, Amanda, patiently helped him sift through dense documents, offering a moment of quiet stability. Suddenly, a floor-wide alert flashed, announcing the engagement of the powerful raid boss, Silverdeath. Mark muttered his annoyance. The last thing he needed was an agitated monster near his territory. Before he could process the threat, a second alert declared that the party of William O. had already claimed the bounty. Stunned by the speed, Mark demanded to know just who this William O. character was. Down on the 7th floor, Will frantically shouted, driving his companions toward the next staircase landing. He saw a flicker and instantly shoved Reginald up the stairs with a hard, unexpected kick to his back. A dense curtain of liquid steel slammed down, instantly isolating Will alone on the lower steps. Before he could turn, another sheet of metal sealed the path behind him, leaving him completely boxed in. Recognizing the trap, Will immediately activated Coiled Strike, blinking out of the enclosed space in a flash of kinetic energy. He reappeared near the top, waving frantically and screaming at his surprised party members to keep running past him. The creature rippled, and Will felt a sharp, agonizing pain in his pinky finger, where his set-piece ring resided. The metallic slime was actively trying to consume his ability, targeting the nexus of his teleportation power. Will sent his intangible phantom snakes down and right, utilizing their nature to test the monster's grasp. The snake slammed up against something living only a few feet inside the solid stone wall, finding no escape. Gritting his teeth, Will used another coiled strike, blinking back into the low-lit area he had just escaped. He manifested a cannonball copy and blasted it downstairs, tearing a head-sized hole through the metallic slime wall. Will dove through the gap, following his snakes as they slipped past the monster's grasp and continued descending. He hit the ground hard, completely blind, relying only on his aspect and his snakes to feel his way through the dim halls. The air pressure suddenly shifted as the metallic slime abandoned the hallway, letting light briefly spill in from behind him. Will focused, hardening the terrain around himself with his aspect, creating a defensive bubble against the unseen threat. The air above and behind him cracked violently as a portion of the monster manifested instantly, attempting to crush him. He spun and whipped his tomahawk into the liquid metal spear, the snake around his waist tugging him into a swift dodge. The blessed steel weapon rebounded with a sharp ring, leaving only a tiny, fleeting indent in the metallic liquid. Will realized he needed space to see the creature's entire form and confirm its size before engaging again. He arrived at the massive, dome-shaped ziggurat chamber, illuminated by a central, glowing relic sphere. The sphere glowed brilliant blue through patches, where the metallic slime had chewed through the blessed steel. 10-foot spears of steel erupted violently from the floor, forcing Will to anchor himself to the high stone ceiling. The creature refused to show its full body, sending steel needles from above to catch Will mid-fall. As he dropped, spikes shot up from the floor, attempting to surround him and merge into a cohesive mass. Will bolted for the exit, only to skid to a halt as a nearly invisible steel string nearly decapitated him. The path back was filled with dozens of unnaturally strong, glowing blue steel wires, effectively trapping him again. Conserving no more power, Will send a stream of 3 manifested shortswords buzzing ahead to cut through the treacherous wires. He launched 3 cannonballs down the hall, then executed 3 rapid-fire coiled strikes to outpace the monster's movements. Will blinked one final time to the top of the stairs, where his party was waiting just outside the entrance room. His snake swept past, dragging him out of the room a fraction of a second before Silverdeath arrived. Will set down a hardened surface, allowing the party to sprint into the sky as the monster's spears grudgingly retracted. Will realized the slime possessed a cunning, tactical mind, laying traps and predicting his retreat path. He quickly retrieved Badger, carting the whimpering logistician back at speeds requiring intense protective magic. With the strategist and the preserver in place, Will detailed the final plan to expose and kill the boss for its valuable sacrifices. Mason would use an overcharged explosion to vaporize the ziggurat top, forcing the intangible creature into the open air. Jason would follow up, using withering repudiation to damage and paralyze the exposed target before it could retreat. Badger would then preserve the corpse, ensuring they secured all the sweet sacrifices for the stronghold. The countdown ended with an explosive blast that flattened the surrounding jungle for 100 paces. Shrapnel tore through their hardened air platform, narrowly missing the defensive team. Where the ancient structure once stood, a metallic blob hung suspended several feet above the scorched stone. Jason Salazar immediately began muttering curses, freezing the reflective slime with intense psychic force. William O. sent 4 phantom snakes down, using their combined strength to wrench the monster high into the air. Jason signaled the moment to reapply his ability, just as the metallic monster soared above their heads. The slime violently erupted into thousands of sharp metallic spines before freezing again, paralyzed mid-strike. William O. quickly formed a shallow bowl of hardened air beneath the paralyzed creature for them to attack. Will realized the psychic venom failed, because the creature's physical immunity blocked the initial application. Will confirmed the monster was tangible, shifting their strategy to elemental cold damage. Mason launched a bead of absolute cold, which instantly shattered a large, frozen section of the metal spikes. The shattered pieces of liquid metal began slowly creeping back toward the main body to regenerate. Jason struggled visibly, his face turning red as he reached the limit of maintaining the paralysis effect. The monster's massive collective ego made the psychic paralysis incredibly difficult to maintain. Will decided against acid, rapidly reviewing his gear for a new way to inflict the crucial psychic venom. He focused on his Stormfist gauntlets and electric stompers, aiming to combine lightning and psychic damage. However, Mason immediately confirmed that lightning was generally ineffective against this type of metal creature. Jason collapsed, losing his grip on the paralysis, allowing the metallic mass to begin groaning loudly. A voice like tearing steel shrieked impudence, as Will ordered the rest of the party to retreat. The metallic slime began to expand, forming an enormous, scowling face with a massive headdress. The monster asserted its identity, proclaiming itself the God King Tectitcanle, master of the tower. Will shouted that the dumb slime had merely ingested the dead God King's ego and was confused. He yelled defiantly that he was going to kill the massive creature and sacrifice it to the tower. The face dissolved as the slime elongated into a massive, winged form, flying after Will at deceptive speed. William O. activated coiled lightning, causing his phantom snakes to crackle with bright electric energy. A continuous stream of lightning-infused cannonballs struck the slime, creating visible jolts on its surface. While sprinting, Will realized the massive monster was actually a thin, stretched bubble of metal. Will tapped Mason, setting up the final freezing attack while taunting the monster about being frozen for millennia. Will's middle snake returned, mockingly puppeting the mummified corpse of the ancient God King. The repeated strikes caused one side of the enraged slime to glow cherry red before Will juked away. Mason's void bead impacted the glowing red portion, causing a massive, catastrophic thermal shock. Will hurled his tomahawk, driven by all his snakes, straight through the creature's center. The impact shattered Silverdeath into 1,000 pieces of warped metal, tinkling musically downward. The creature's voice slurred and weakened as the psychic venom finally took hold, causing it to wither. Now weakened and clumsy, the creature struggled to reform, signaling the hard part of the fight was over. Silverdeath shrieked, turning intangible, and dove rapidly toward the ground in a desperate escape attempt. Will's phantom snakes bit deep into the metallic mass, hauling it up like a massive struggling catch. The monster froze completely in midair, locked down by Jason's successfully reapplied withering repudiation. Mark Wead finally felt the tension drain away, savoring the sedative effect of the rare flower tea. "This must be the most interesting wall in all the land," Amanda mused, leaning close to follow his gaze. Mark clarified he was deep in thought, tapping his skull to show he was studying his own mind. Amanda offered a stack of papers, casually mentioning she was off to execute an embezzler. Mark took a long swig of tea, briefly wondering about the party that challenged the raid boss. Suddenly, the floor-wide alert flashed. William O. had claimed the bounty. Mark blasted a spray of hot tea into the courtyard and sprang to his feet, fueled by sudden anxiety. As Mark paced wildly, Amanda frowned, realizing she had missed the rise of this new name. Mark explained Will was an up-and-comer, already strong enough to have beaten him 3 floors ago. Amanda asked why he was so panicked, citing the immense resources he inherited from his father. Mark revealed the secret. Will fought his father first, taking his ring finger off and creating a weakness. Amanda absorbed the shock. Someone who damaged the former lord was still alive and now far stronger. She recovered quickly, suggesting they use her father's connection to Will as a political shield. Mark groaned, going limp in her arms, realizing demonstrating affection was now a necessary chore. Amanda pushed him down, settling onto his lap to remind him there were better ways to win than violence. Meanwhile, William O. collapsed backward into the humid jungle dirt, utterly exhausted after the deadly fight. Badger nervously glanced between Will and the massive, leaking pool of liquid metal above them. Will rose, gesturing to create an invisible slope leading down to the colossal corpse. Badger knelt, trembling, using his preservation ability to instantly lock the miasma inside the creature. Badger excitedly declared the corpse was a rank growth, representing thousands of sacrifices. Will nodded, imagining an entire army equipped with flexible, liquid metal armor and weapons. He grabbed a double handful of the shimmering liquid metal, offering it to the tower. The tower confirmed the ethereal metallic slime would upgrade Phantom Hand with polymorphic armor. Badger quickly clarified that polymorphic was simply a fancy word for shape-shifting. Will accepted the sacrifice. A sudden, intense flash of white light enveloped his left arm. He felt the armor crawl up the spine of each phantom snake like a living, articulated sheath. Will raised his hand to inspect the middle snake, now clad in plain, articulated metal armor. Focusing his will, the armor twitched, instantly adding refined engravings and sharp, jutting frills. He refined the frill into a narrow, razor-sharp, tangible blade jutting from the snake's spine. Badger flinched away as the hollow, metallic snake with the newly formed razor appeared. Will effortlessly sliced a piece of cloth with the snake blade, confirming its cutting power. He manipulated the armor to form a complete, tangible metal glove, finally replacing his missing left hand. Will chuckled morosely, realizing the perfect replacement was now superfluous compared to his other powers. He formed a 12-foot, hair-thin blade and whipped it through a nearby thick jungle tree. The tree toppled over, cleanly sliced, demonstrating the sheer precision of the new ability. Will focused on logistics, sending Badger back and having Jean clear a path for the transport wagon. Sitting alone, Will secretly drew out 100 sacrifices worth of liquid metal into his phantom snakes. He justified the theft from himself as necessary paranoia for contingency and future planning. Finally, the two lines cut through the jungle merged, revealing the massive transport wagon approaching. Will glanced down at the broken ziggurat, resolving to explore the ancient crypt tomorrow. William dropped the liquid metal, deciding this slime material offered insufficient synergy with his serpent aspect. He needed specific, unique abilities like polymorphic armor or the intangibility of his phantom hand. Pondering his path, he considered focusing future sacrifices on psychic or terrain manipulation abilities. The wagon arrived to collect the massive metallic corpse, signaling the distribution of the valuable resource. Jean studied the upgrade options, noting one choice allowed her to manifest sharp metal weapons directly from her flesh. Though powerful, she preferred defenses against mental attacks or improvements to her baking skills. William noted the difficulty in finding monsters known for defensive mental abilities rather than offensive ones. Feeling generous, William allowed every pioneer, climber, and civilian to check for potential benefits. The metallic material proved most useful to the civilian support parties, granting them incredible utility. Tailors gained the ability to metallicize clothing, creating near-relic quality armor that felt weightless. Brenna Egan wept openly, hugging her daughters, realizing the wealth and security this granted their family. Mason and Jason declined the upgrade, feeling it did not align with their specialized builds. Reginald, however, took 2 sacrifices, applying them to reinforce his heavy armor and grant temporary intangibility. His plate armor began to flex and adjust automatically, correcting misalignments for a perfect, resilient fit. Even Badger, the logistician, gained a unique power, turning his ledger into a miniature liquid metal model of the camp. Focusing on a messy wagon in the model, Badger watched as its real-world counterpart instantly reorganized itself. After distribution, Badger calculated the astonishing total. Over 15,000 usable sacrifices remained. The pioneers erupted in cheers, realizing this immense windfall would finance their entire stronghold operation. William immediately recognized the danger, scanning the excited faces for potential thieves or information leaks. He called Loth, June, and Jean aside to establish urgent security protocols for the precious cargo. They quickly assigned chaperones to monitor potential blabbers while traveling through the upcoming strongholds. The next morning, the looting party descended into the gaping hole leading down into the ziggurat ruins. Loth paused the group, unleashing a swarm of glowbugs to illuminate the long, debris-filled hallway below. Alicia confirmed the explosion had scattered shrapnel, and her wall-seeing ability was blocked by the ancient structure. June expertly led the advance, using her scout abilities to enhance threat detection in the dark labyrinth. They found few whole relics, as the metallic slime residue had corroded most of the metal objects within the tomb. They recovered a damaged bronze torque of rallying, designed to detect allies through physical barriers. The group arrived at the crypt room, lined with black stone coffins holding mummies facing a central sphere. A massive carving depicted the chaos of Ouroboros, a snake swallowing its own tail and a city in the process. William warned the others not to touch the glowing sphere or the ancient mummies, sensing a danger. Reggie, approaching a mummy, was snapped out of a growing trance by a sharp, primal hiss from June. Realizing the room was filled with focus-targeting mind effects, William urgently ordered the group to evacuate. He heard a faint sound of blood and realized B had been subtly drawn into a hidden alcove. Organic-looking ropes of metallic material pulled the trance-like figure of B into the consuming darkness. William swiftly eliminated B's copy with the tomahawk, preventing her consciousness from being consumed. The mummy in the adjacent coffin began to regenerate, its withered flesh smoothing into a handsome man's face. The instant the mummy's eyes opened, William buried his axe between them, ending the resurrection before it began. That night, Reese read the translated text, a boastful declaration of an eternal empire defying the will of the tower. William dismissed the ancient kings, concluding that they simply sounded like utter assholes. Anna gently poked Will, snapping his eyes open as the caravan reached the massive Weird stronghold. Will and Loth hopped off the wagon, heading toward the entrance where the official welcoming party waited. Will observed the group, noting the nervous bureaucrats alongside Mark Weird and a dangerous, composed woman. The woman stepped forward gracefully, introducing herself as Amanda Ackle, the wife of Mark Weird. As a gesture of goodwill, Will presented the Ackle scion with a box containing the powerful relic gauntlets. Amanda opened the box, her faint smile vanishing as she examined the relic's unusual lifesteal properties. Mark finally offered a grudging, barely audible greeting, his tone colored by barely suppressed pettiness. Amanda quickly intervened, explaining she was better suited to handling diplomatic matters than her husband. She then ruffled her husband's hair and delivered a quick, affectionate kiss, making the rugged Thorns tank turn beet red. With a gentle chide, she waved them toward the entrance, leading the now blushing Mark behind her. Loth confirmed that Travis had been dealt with and was suffering from crippling food poisoning. Despite the hospitality, the next few hours were painfully tense, like everything was ready to ignite. Every movement was scrutinized. Even Reggie eating quickly felt like preparation for combat. Eventually, everyone excused themselves until only Will, Mark, and Amanda remained at the table. Amanda apologized for the lack of servants and carried the dishes away, leaving the two lords alone. Mark leaned forward, stating plainly that conflict here would cripple both of their strongholds severely. Will shrugged, admitting his tension was due to the caravan's painful history with the Wead family. He pressed Mark on the fate of the handlers, who had tortured young climbers into the state of the Tangled. Mark confessed that most were still alive, arguing they were valuable assets used to manage monsters near the stronghold. Will then questioned if Mark's Thorn's build offered him any immunity against mind-affecting charm abilities. Mark's jaw snapped shut, freezing as he processed the potentially devastating vulnerability Will had exposed. Mark quickly recovered, proposing a permanent 0% throughfare tax in exchange for a favor from Will. Will surprisingly negotiated the tax up, explaining that a permanent 0 rate would cause future political problems. Mark stared at Will for a solid minute, baffled by the strange negotiation, before reluctantly agreeing. Mark asked Will for his focus stat, a rude question that Will answered honestly, 132. Just as Mark leaned in to reveal the favor, Amanda returned cheerily, interrupting with a tray of glazed donuts. Mark complimented the pastries and suggested showing Will their tea exports, prompting Amanda to leave again. Mark stood and leaned close, cupping his hand around Will's ear to whisper his actual request, stalk his wife. Will raised an eyebrow at the unusual request, but gave a subtle nod, accepting the strange mission. Mark checked on Will's clothes, then suddenly exploded in rage, overturning the table and splattering food. Will quickly played his part, shouting parting insults before the fake fight became a real one. Amanda rushed back in, trying desperately to placate both men and force herself between the shouting lords. Will stalked off with a final insult, wiping the mess off his shirt with a tapestry in the hall. Reginald Thatcher was sitting nearby, frozen in fear, a half-eaten donut hanging near his pale face. Will quickly ordered Reggie to gather the others, using the moment of distraction to launch onto the vaulted ceiling. Invisible, Will followed Amanda, who was attempting to calm Mark down after his convincing display of rage. Amanda sighed, patting Mark's arm before heading through the kitchen and down a hidden flight of stairs. She stopped at a well-appointed room and met Jasper, a man with rich clothes and a villainous goatee. Will slipped inside, crawling silently across the ceiling as the man paused, sensing an invisible presence. Will observed the strange bond, spotting a distinct energy charge pass from Jasper's hand into Amanda's temple. After confirming he was not charmed, Will dropped silently from the ceiling, his axe raised to strike. He buried his blessed steel axe deep into the back of Jasper's skull, ending the threat instantly. Will pulled out the axe, cleaning the blood off the blade with the villainous man's expensive velvet cape. As the wagon rattled beneath him, Will stared into the sky, the memory of Amanda Ackle's desperate screams still echoing in his mind. He recalled the old stories of heroes like Cleophas, who supposedly used charm archetypes to reform savages into model citizens for a utopian stronghold. But now Will realize the horrifying truth. Mind control does not create utopia, it leaves deep, lasting psychological scars. He remembered Muse's look of pure disgust when the other boys joked about getting charm powers to control people. Will finally understood that disgust, seeing the hollow space Jasper had skillfully carved out for himself in Amanda Ackle's mind. She truly believed Will had murdered her best friend, the one person who had shown her kindness during her time as a political hostage. Will had felt the charge jump from Jasper's fingertip to her temple and witnessed the glazed look in her eyes while he spoke. He had indirect proof, too, from the subtle disconnect in her policies to her strange willingness to spare the other handlers. But none of it mattered, because in her mind, Will was the monster who had just destroyed the sole pillar holding her world together. Her zealous, tearful defense of that manipulator repeated over and over, was what truly bothered him. It forced him to second-guess himself, making him question if he was truly right, a slimy feeling of second-hand mind control worming its way in. The venom and hatred in her expression, even after they had subdued her, stung him deeply. The one small bright spot was that Travis Olton, freshly recovered, took one look at the wreckage and decided revenge wasn't worth the effort. A moment later, Anna approached the wagon and stood beside him, where his phantom Anna projection was cradling him. She crossed her legs and sat down, asking which of the handlers he had killed. Will confirm the victim was Jasper, their leader and most powerful mind controller. Anna understood immediately that Jasper must have reserved himself for the toughest cases, like Brianna, who possessed the ring of absolute freedom. Will glanced toward Jean, who was watching them, and quietly asked if he had truly done the right thing. Anna explained that she now carried two sets of memories. The false ones, where Jasper was everything to her, still felt deeply real. She confessed to feeling sadness over his death, and a small, weak part of her still wanted revenge on Will for hurting him. But she continued, those false memories had tiny cracks that revealed glimpses of awful hidden truths. The strong part of her knew that monster needed to die, a conclusion Jean confirmed with a stony nod in the background. Will then asked the crucial question, was Amanda going to recover and be free like Anna? Anna sighed, unable to meet his eyes, explaining that Amanda was a valuable, long-term hostage. Jasper would have been far more careful and subtle with her, ensuring no cracks were left in the facade. Without those awful things hiding behind the cracks, Amanda might forever believe he is the killer, or even self-destruct if Jasper was her sole emotional pillar. Will cursed under his breath, realizing that even in victory, he had ruined a bright young woman's life. The phantom Anna projection leaned down, squishing his cheeks between her hands, and reassured him he had done the right thing. She confirmed Jasper was a disease that would have continued spreading if Will had not intervened. Will managed a wry response about the evil goatee, earning a choked laugh and a kiss on the forehead from Anna. The day passed uneventfully, but Will used the cover of night to stretch his legs and review his thoughts in solitude. He reflected on the insidious nature of charm, how it made victims so utterly reliant that the mere absence of control became crippling. The haunting sound of Amanda's soul-shredding scream resurfaced, breeding fresh doubt. What if you were wrong? In a sudden burst of frustration, Will punched a massive jungle tree, his fist crunching into the wood and pulp. He was mad at himself for hurting Amanda and madder still at the handlers for hollowing her mind and tearing Brianna's future to shreds. Will punched the tree again with his weak left hand, fracturing a bone, the sudden, sharp pain momentarily clearing his guilt-ridden mind. He leaned his back against the blood-spattered tree, closing his eyes to crystallize the memory, adding it to his chain of pain and resolve. Caddick watched as Orev Hardy, attempting to secure funds from the world's richest man, treated the high-stakes party like a joke. The ranger tried to impress Mabon by casually mentioning his supposed journey to the 13th floor and back. She simply reminded him, with intentional dryness, that she had actually been to the 15th floor already. Orev, flustered, tried to recover by pointing out her short stature and suggesting his confusion was understandable. Caddick mentally thanked the gods when the announcer's voice boomed above the chatter, presenting the Baron Ackle. Ignoring the rules of mingling, Caddick strode purposefully across the room toward the announced noble. The man's attendants moved to intercept him, but Caddick gently brushed the living wall aside as he reached the Baron. But as Caddick took in the man's face, he realized this was Louis Ackle, not the Baron he knew. Caddick offered his condolences, knowing that his plan, which relied on old rapport, was now a major setback. Louis, unimpressed, noted that his father's friends only sought him out when they wanted money, asking Caddick his true purpose. Caddick, with a simple shrug, admitted his purpose was exactly that. He needed money. Louis laughed once before attempting to walk around the paladin, satisfied by the honesty but ready to dismiss him. Caddock stopped the Baron with a heavy hand placed squarely on his shoulder, and the entire room fell silent in shock. Caddock reminded the Baron that he had carried his father through the 12th floor more than 80 years prior. Lewis's eyes narrowed, and an ominous, palpable aura of dread spilled out, flooding the partygoers with intense pressure. The Paladin cut through the tension, requesting supplies for 300 people to establish a stronghold. Lewis countered, noting that he funded promising young candidates, and a glowing blue force field instantly plucked Caddock's hand off his shoulder. Without an ounce of shame, Caddock lied about his age, claiming he was only 18 years old. Across the room, Orv Hardy reacted violently, spitting out his drink in a massive, shocked spray. Caddock explained his true intent was retirement, but he had a successor picked out for the stronghold. He then gestured to Mabon, who handed her drink to a confused Orv and approached with a graceful curtsy. Lewis's eyes widened at the mention of the name Mabon Glasswind, instantly recognizing the power she represented. The Baron seized a glass from a server, creating layer upon layer of protective shields resembling rose petals around it. He held out the impossibly shielded glass, demanding Mabon demonstrate her strongest cantrip. Caddock quickly intervened, warning Mabon to choose a cantrip that was appropriate for the high society setting. Mabon sighed and dropped her stance, extending a single finger toward the target. A wineglass-shaped beam of crackling energy bored instantly through the layers of shields, vaporizing the glass. The blast continued onward, carving a precise, wineglass-shaped hole clean through the wall behind the Baron. Lewis reflexively shouted and clutched his hand, startled by the sheer destructive power and precision. Recovering, Lewis halted his rushing attendants and peered thoughtfully between Mabon and Caddock. Recognizing Mabon's immense value, the Baron invited them to his office to discuss the request. William's party prepared to move on. Everyone was leveled, and staying near Amanda Ackle was too risky. They picked up Arkesh and devised a plan to quickly dispatch the key site boss guarding the exit. The boss was a strange, unnaturally fast monkey with a snake for a tail, slightly bigger than a man. Following their practiced ambush, party representatives struck the disabled boss, qualifying the entire caravan for ascension. William watched the last wagon roll through the glowing portal before stepping through his own without a hint of hesitation. The 8th floor smelled immediately of old decay, a dry, stale air that had aborted the rotting process halfway. A sickly purple haze dimmed the sun above, casting unnatural, low-contrast lighting over the ruined landscape. William ignored the miasma warnings, gazing instead at the surrounding structures, colossal, smooth, crystalline cubes. Several of the cube facades had cracked and fallen away, exposing obviously man-made interiors, desks, and furniture. Mummified corpses sat motionless in the chairs, frozen in time within the enormous structures. William contemplated the scale, wondering how many millions of people this incomprehensibly large city must have housed. Badger leaned close to William, confirming there was no life here, forcing them to rely on their reserves. William's gaze drifted to ancient, gnarled dead trees lining the road, still standing despite thousands of years of halted decay. The lack of decomposition implied a complete absence of scavenging insects, and therefore, perhaps, all other life. The chilling question struck him. If the architects of these wonders fell, what chance did they have? As they led the caravan west, an ancient immortal serpent named Arkesh offered Will some ominous advice. He warned Will that if anyone died on this floor, their body would be lost to a ravenous consciousness. Reese, approaching from the side, explained that the previous civilization, the Technopriests, had attempted to stop monster spawning. Their goal had been to achieve the twin holy grails of magical technology, creating extra-dimensional space and self-replicating magic. The tower itself was an example of this mastery, containing entire worlds within a shell that looked small from the outside. If a society could truly control the tower's mechanisms, they could manipulate or travel between floors without fighting. Before Will could ask what a holy grail was, Loth the luminary chimed in with a concise, scholarly definition. Loth explained the concept, something eagerly sought after, like the legendary cup of Christ. Reese, startled by the kobold's depth of knowledge, asked where she acquired such an item. The technopriests, blocked from extra-dimensional breakthroughs, focused on self-replicating magic instead. They figured out how to dope miasma to create specific microstructures, essentially engineering a miasmatic virus. This virus was intended to lower miasma levels and prevent monster spawning, allowing them to maintain control of the floor. While living creatures could usually fight it off, a dead body provided the virus with a perfect, unprotected host. The untested self-replicating spell spread, and when the dead began killing the living, the coil finally crushed the civilization. Unfortunately, the result was zombie hordes, and Reese pointed ahead to twin pinpricks of brilliant purple light racing toward the caravan. More lights appeared, wobbling and shambling hastily out of the fog. The creature's fingers were the real danger, elongated and sharpened into tiny bone shivs through constant use. Will immediately sent his phantom snake forward, morphing its armor into a long, thin blade. The front rank of the horde instantly collapsed, decapitated by the swift attack. Will ascended into the air to survey the battlefield, realizing the corpsemen were streaming toward them from every direction. Looking up, he spotted thousands more zombies pressed against the insides of the crystalline tower windows. He shook off his amazement at the enormous, perfect panels of glass and focused on the battle of attrition ahead. Will deployed his phantom snakes to instantly cut swaths around the caravan, stacking up bodies at an outlandish rate. The pressure eased, but a sharp whistle from Loth caught his attention, signaling a new problem. The black ichor oozing from the decapitated stump was forming web-like strands, slowly drawing the body parts back together. The purple scars on their bodies were the visible signs of previous generations of climbers who faced this exact regeneration issue. Loth estimated they had only 5 minutes before the first bodies would recover and rejoin the fight. Since Loth's specialized bugs would sicken and die in this environment, they needed a different solution than poison or traps. Will approached Mason Lanover, who was sitting casually atop a wagon, surveying the fight while sipping tea. Will informed their nuker about the regeneration, and Mason sighed, closing the lid on his tea, accepting the setback. Concerned about destabilizing the massive glass towers, Will asked Mason to try a soft cantrip first. Mason flicked his finger, and a mote of fire instantly ignited a shambling corpse, which burned merrily like it was doused in lamp oil. However, black smoke rose from the burning body, and Will sensed a malevolent charge building inside the billowing cloud. He could almost make out organic shapes in the smoke, a half-formed entity beginning to rouse from its sleep. As the fire spread to more corpses, the smoke flowed together, and the demon inside twitched, ready to fully coalesce. Mason instantly flicked a ball of empty cold forward, freezing the pyre solid and snuffing out the flames. The smoke, suddenly detached, began to wrap around itself, but Will whipped his foot forward, scattering the ominous cloud with compressed air. Will wondered if Mason could freeze the entire approaching horde, buying them time to escape while the bodies thawed. Mason admitted he could freeze enough for a breakthrough, but it would deplete most of his magical charge. Will realized that even if they were frozen, the massive pileup of limbs would still break the wagon's wheels. Deciding on a better solution, Will reached out and solidified the air around the caravan, adding the not terrain tag to everyone. He shouted for everyone to return to the wagons, having created an invisible ramp leading straight over the wall of flesh. The caravan hit the incline and began rising into the sky, gradually gaining distance above the shambling horde. Will used his phantom snakes to alternate grasping at air, creating continuous, overlapping platforms to maintain the bridge. As they rose above the height of the towers, the entire city was splayed out beneath them. Every visible break in the haze was populated by tens of thousands of undead, swarming like ants across the ground. Realizing the true scope of the threat, Will called over to Travis, telling him it was his time to shine. The master decoy prepared to draw the endless army of the dead away from the caravan's intended path. Anna asks about Travis while stirring the massive pot of gruel, worried if he is still alive. Will shrugs, noting the main threat is not lethality, but the sheer number of enemies they face. Loth studies her notes, explaining that the creatures lack the system to process the miasma, unlike them. She suggests they might also be dying slowly, but their resistance greatly reduces the rate of decay. Alicia is slightly startled by the sudden attention, quickly setting down her bowl of gruel. She confirms the ground forces are scattered, but dozens of undead are moving below the halfway point of the tower. Will glances at Loth, suggesting they go for a walk to investigate the lower levels. Loth checks her insect experiment one last time before agreeing to join the mission. Will, Loth, and Alicia depart, leaving June in charge of the caravan. They locate a heavy steel door that appears to be locked from the inside. Loth taps the door, then uses her trap-making kit to punch a precise hole near the lock. She carefully peels back the thin layer of steel, exposing the internal locking bolt. Will pulls the bolt, and they gain entry into the interior of the tower. They step onto a massive gray stone spiral staircase, winding down into the haze. Will leans over the railing, musing this is the most direct path for enemies to reach them. Loth taps her claws thoughtfully on the railing, offering to destroy several flights of stairs. Will asks if such a large action can be done quietly. Loth considers, then proposes rigging the stairs to collapse only if the undead start climbing. Will approves the plan and tells Loth he and Alicia will explore the upper floors for loot. Loth grins eagerly, pulling out a small hand drill, excited to get back to basic trapping. Loth descends a flight to begin rigging. Will reminds Alicia to maintain vigilance over everything. Alicia nods, her face faintly illuminated by the blue light of her eyes. She places a hand on his shoulder, using him as a guide to avoid tripping over unseen debris in the dim light. Alicia whispers, pointing 20 feet ahead to a wall, indicating a corpse location. Will finds the rusted doorknob immovable and decides to use a phantom snake blade instead. He silently forms the blade and uses it to remove the lock and hinges precisely. Will gently places the door aside, clearing the entrance without a sound. Will peers in, mentally tracing the 20-foot line to the target room. Inside, a skeletal corpse is slumped over a strange, flimsy desk. Will cautiously taps the skeleton. It instantly collapses into a pile of dust and bones. Alicia whispers in concern. Will looks at the fungal residue that consumed the corpse. He realizes this is what the miasma would have done to him in the trial room, causing a cold sweat. He finds a faded, framed portrait of a happy family beneath the pile of bones. Will puts the picture back, wondering how many societies had risen and fallen in the tower's history. He examines the desk, noting it is made of paper-thin steel and sawdust, not solid material. He concludes that the tower was built to house servants and workers, not true lords. Will asks Alicia if she can spot any larger rooms in the distance. They wind around the staircase, checking in on Loth, who gives them a thumbs up. They find a vast room subdivided into tiny, cramped compartments for scribes. They finally find the Lord's office, which is only marginally better, a small, modest suite. On the desk is a gold-plated figure acting as a balance, alongside a strange white ball. Will concludes this was merely a steward's office, not a seat of power or lavish excess. He realizes there is no valuable loot here, but the structural information gives him an idea. Will relaxes, teasing Alicia about her relationship with Reginald as they walk back. Alicia counters, teasing him about sleeping on Anna's thighs. Alicia gasps sharply, staring straight up at the ceiling above them. She shouts and points toward the end of the hall, where a massive window reveals the exterior. Will sees a body falling through the purple haze outside the tower. The floor beneath William O. suddenly warped, propelling him forward like a slingshot toward the massive window. He hurled his axe ahead of him, the weapon guided by his ethereal phantom snakes. The axe punched a hole through the strangely reinforced glass, and Will followed, smashing through the weakened opening face first. The possessed man had already fallen 30 feet, but Will sent his phantom snake streaking down to intercept him. The spectral chains easily caught the man around the waist, bringing his body to a gentle halt to avoid snapping his spine. As Will turned the man around, he froze, coming face to face with something horrific. The man flashed a terrifying, black ooze grin and slipped a small civilian dagger from his belt. Before the dagger could plunge into his own eye, one of Will's snakes wrapped instantly around the man's wrist. Will instantly realized the creature was trying to secure a win by killing its host, meaning it could be removed if the body remained alive. The possessed man stuck out his tongue, and Will lunged forward, jamming his bare hand into the host's mouth. He winced as the man's black teeth clamped down, the force so extreme that a molar cracked against Will's fingers. Will quickly secured the man's arms and legs with 4 snakes, then used the armor of the 5th to create a metal gag. Will sprinted back up to the rooftop, carrying the violently struggling carpenter along with him. He arrived on the roof, where dozens of fearful civilians watched the snarling, restrained man with dismay. One woman, presumably the man's wife, rushed forward in a panic, shouting his name. Will held her back, cautioning her against getting too close before the priests could intervene. Suddenly, Saint Charnessa arrived with 2 other priests, her ancient face hardening as she spotted the infected man. Charnessa instructed Will to lay the man down on the roof and maintain his restraints. The 3 priestesses knelt beside the struggling figure, their hands glowing faintly as they pressed down against him. Will tried to divert the distraught wife's attention, asking her about Klein's behavior just before the incident. Charnessa tapped Will's shoulder and, with a momentary look of envy, allowed the woman to comfort her husband. The saint pulled Will away from the group, whispering that they faced significant problems removing the spirit. She explained that the possession was like a deeply laid root system that could fatally damage the host if carelessly extracted. Furthermore, the hours-long process would act as a signal fire, inevitably drawing the undead to their static position. Charnessa revealed they were facing night terrors, non-physical undead entirely separate from their plane of existence. To clear the area, she needed someone with high focus to act as bait before anyone else went asleep. Will immediately volunteered himself, confident in his own resilience and willpower. Charnessa scoffed, challenging his arrogance and questioning what would happen if he were the one possessed. Will asserted his extreme resilience, citing the sacrifice of his own hand as proof of his unshakable will. Charnessa relented, but warned him that he now bore the responsibility for the lives of the entire caravan. Will realized she must have some method of restraining him, seeing through her attempts at a leadership lesson. Charnessa gave a slight, amused smile and told him to prepare for the valuable learning experience. Will quickly secured Klein with carpenters, ropes, and a wooden bit, freeing up his phantom snakes. He returned to Charnessa, carrying a pillow from his wagon, ready to face the night terror. Will fluffed the pillow, preparing to lie down, but Charnessa offered one final practical piece of advice. She instructed him to lie on his side to prevent aspiration, should he vomit while under the spirit's control. Charnessa murmured, seized control, and tapped his temple. Will's world instantly dissolved. Will's eyes shot open inside the sterile white illusion of the trial room, his left arm blazing with phantom pain. He slumped against the wall, dizzy from blood loss, staring at the altar that had taken his hand. He stared at the makeshift tourniquet, tied with a ridiculous little bow, finding dark humor in the presentation of oblivion. Will paused as he noticed black veins pulsing beneath the skin of his forearm, a discrepancy that broke the illusion's logic. The contradiction triggered a flood of suppressed memories, shattering the control the terror had over him. The white room dissolved into absolute shadow, and the altar transformed into a colossal, horrifying slug monster of silently screaming faces. Realizing the monster's scale was meaningless in a dream, Will used his hand to force perspective. He plucked the now tiny creature out of the air and crushed the night terror in his palm. Will's eyes snapped open, hacking and coughing as the air hit a raw, aching patch in his throat. He glanced down at his palm, seeing small indentations where his fingernails had dug into his flesh during the ordeal. Charnessa explained that it was a normal reaction, but warned him that these night terrors were simple and would latch onto him immediately if he went back under. Will held up a hand, buying himself a moment to ask the critical question: could these specific night terrors be sacrificed? The saint admitted she had never seen it, but stated that anything could be sacrificed with the proper preparation. Will immediately saw the opportunity and requested Badger's preservation magic to capture the creature whole. The process, however, required several specific components: telepathic and telekinetic abilities, blessed glassware, and the preservation techniques. Will frowned, then called out across the room to the ancient immortal serpent. Arkesh, who was playing cards with the older civilian party leaders, looked up in surprise. Arkesh casually confirmed he dabbled in the required mental disciplines, even as someone nearby accused him of cheating. Will motioned him over and simultaneously called for Badger, the bureaucrat, to join them. They quickly established that while no enchanted glassware existed yet, one of the caravan's artisans, Polly, could create it using her ability. Will frowned again, recalling the woman who had watched Badger kill monsters long after everyone else had lost interest. Badger stammered out a denial, but Will, Arkesh, and Charnessa all turned a critical gaze upon the poor bureaucrat. Arkesh confirmed the truth, noting that both parties were interested, but simply waiting for the other to make the first move. Badger went completely white, and Will, seizing the opportunity, told him Riley to go talk to Polly immediately. Mumbling about romance being ill-advised in the tower, Badger began to collapse inward, listing the dangers of pregnancy and irresponsibility. Charnessa stepped in, tired of the delay, and cut him off with a frank clarification about the infinite possibilities that did not result in children. The revelation struck Badger like a divine bolt, his eyes widening in sudden, profound understanding. Will, still frowning, attempted to question the saint's claim about only one way to get pregnant, citing Gertrude's much longer list. Charnessa immediately made a sharp chopping motion with her hand, declaring the conversation over. She ordered Badger to retrieve Polly and then, without warning, flicked Will hard on the forehead, sending him straight back to sleep. The second time inside the trial room, Will noticed the walls were not perfectly white, but were covered in a faint, black tarnish. He began scraping his way through inches of the faintly glowing stone, using small pieces of metal removed from his boots. He knew he was onto something when the wall began to bleed thick black bile from the scratch marks. Eventually, he pulled himself outside the room and into a void, where a massive slug made of rotting faces formed the exterior of the trial room. The creature twisted, and for a silent moment, the two entities simply stared at each other as Will's memories flooded back. As the slug reached for him with its finger-lined mouth, Will whipped a shoestring up and cinched it around the creature's neck. In the bizarre logic of dreams, the monster shrank and merged with his truncated left arm, wrapping its mouth around the stump. "Let me get that for you," Will muttered, grabbing the slug and crushing it in his right hand. Will blinked his eyes open. The sacrifice was successful. He took the container and reviewed the first upgrade option, which added psychic damage to his phantom hand. He quickly dismissed it, deciding that psychic damage, while good, was not critical enough to warrant a whole upgrade slot. The second option offered a memory seed for his aspect of the immortal serpent, restoring his mind if it were completely erased. He mused that while the ability to recover from a mind wipe was interesting, it was only useful if he had already lost the fight. He decided against planning for failure and handed the sacrifice off to Mason and Jason, who seemed most excited about it. Will stretched his legs and walked towards the door leading to the ground floor, wondering how Loth was faring. He heard the familiar groans of angry zombies and frowned, realizing they were already holding the horde off. When he reached the staircase, he paused, staring down at a scene of utter chaos. He quickly moved down a flight and figured out the ingenious reason why the horde couldn't reach them. A hand dragged Will back from the ledge as Loth's raspy voice warned him not to break the zombies' predictable pathing. Loth guided him to a prepared viewing spot on the other side of the building, where she had cut a hole in the floor near a window. As Will peered down, the floor beneath the horde tilted, tumbling a mass of zombies outside the building. Loth sat happily in her wooden chair, cackling with joy and kicking her feet as another load was dropped. The zombies were stuck in a perpetual loop, falling hundreds of feet, climbing back up the staircase, only to be dropped again. Loth clicked her tongue in approval, declaring the trap very nice because the creatures never learned from their mistakes. The floor rotated once more, sending another group of flailing figures plummeting into the purple haze far below. Will glanced out the window, noting that the fallen bodies were beginning to fuse together, creating a massive, ooze-like monster at the base. Loth, deciding to add to the fun, announced she would start marking the returning zombies with paint for tracking and amusement. Will sent Rhea to monitor Loth and the slowly growing mega-monster, realizing they needed to finish the night terror business quickly. He saw the carpenter being healed in the distance, a reminder that he was doing this to protect his people from threats like that. Will laid back down, asking the withered saint how many more of these things they had left to fish out of the ether. She shrugged, confirming they would only know when the terrors finally stopped latching on to him. Will found himself in a familiar memory, not of losing his hand, but of Loth getting burnt to a crisp and nearly dying. The only difference was that the injured figure in his arms was a kobold-sized face slug. He subdued the creature in a matter of minutes, followed by a third terror that was even worse. The final attack placed him in a memory of having lunch with a slug version of Brianna just before she left the party. As it turned out, the total number of night terrors lingering in the area was exactly 4. The next morning, Travis returned, safe and unpossessed, having wisely assumed that sleeping in a zombie floor was a terrible idea. He brought back strange relics, mostly convenience items like rings that heated food and anklets that eased arthritis. Will observed the party traveling, knowing they were all driven by self-interest, save for perhaps the saintly Anna. They practically had to drag Loth away from the addictive joy of her newly constructed infinite zombie trap. The massive, splattered pile of undead outside the building was now growing and beginning to shift on its own. A few hours later, Will noticed Loth sketching furiously in her notebook, planning a revolution. She enthusiastically described her plan for a thrashing machine powered by the mindless energy of the walking undead. Will pointed out the obvious flaw: nothing grows on this floor that would require such a machine. Frustrated, Loth ripped the useless schematic from her book and tossed it aside. Will checked the time. They had only a few more hours before they would need to land again. He called Jason over, noting that all the endless glass towers below had already been picked clean by previous generations. Will tasked Jason with finding their next landing spot, using his prophetic cantrip to locate hidden loot. Jason gave an ominous chuckle, promising to find so much treasure they wouldn't be able to carry it all. He began the slow, tedious process of flipping the coin for every single building they passed. 4 hours later, Will was losing horribly at Go when Jason rushed back, pulling manically on his sleeve. Jason pointed toward a shorter building near an empty riverbed, claiming it held exceptionally sweet loot. Will asked if the location was dangerous, and the coin flip landed heads, confirming the danger. When asked if it would kill them, the prophet missed the catch, and the coin spun on its side, providing no answer. Will decided to camp on a safer nearby tower and scout the building solo to avoid endangering the civilians. Once parked, Loth immediately began setting up defenses and securing the perimeter for the night. After dinner, Will snuck away and perched high on a windowsill to observe the target building's entrance. He noticed a clear patch of ground around the squat building. The zombies seemed unwilling or unable to approach. Will flicked a button from his shirt down into the empty area to test the invisible perimeter. A round iron nodule beneath the building entrance twitched, orienting a tiny black circle toward the sound. A moment later, a zombie toppled. A smoking hole vaporized cleanly through its chest. The residual smoke coalesced into the ominous, humanoid form of the possessing demon. The nodule twitched again, instantly vaporizing the smoke creature's head and limbs until it scattered completely. The remaining black smoke drifted down into a grate, leaving the courtyard pristine once more. Will realized the only sign of past combat was the scattering of durable metal relics shoved into the gutters. He deployed his phantom snakes, reshaping his armor into tools to silently retrieve the artifacts from the clogged gutters. Will tested the roof defenses, using a struggling zombie, lifted by his middle snake as a decoy. Nodules rose from the roof, but they were all shattered, meaning previous climbers had already disabled them. Inside, Will found a strange, prescient sign carved into the stone beam above a doorway. It read, "Please leave your zombie outside. It will only complicate things. Cass." Will descended the empty floors until he reached the ground level, finding an arrow pointing down into a metal slab. He used his aspect to create stone platforms, carefully descending the long shaft deep into the earth. At the bottom, he found a sterile white hall lined with doors, leading to a final room with a faint blue glow. Inside, a small, brightly glowing sphere of miasma floated above a metal altar, eerily familiar. He read notes carved by previous travelers, including one warning him his missing hand was infected. Tracing the tubes down, Will realize the machine refined the essence of vaporized undead into the seed of undeath. The entire mechanism was clogged with a thick, tar-like black substance, freezing the paddle in place. Will used his phantom snake, reshaping its armor into a rigid pipe cleaner to drag the muck out of the system. Suddenly, a heavy vibration like a heartbeat thumped through the ambient miasma around him. From the pool of tar-like sludge, a humanoid figure began to rise, looking straight up at Will. A floor-wide system alert flashed, announcing the discovery of a new raid boss, the Sin Amalgam. William broke into a full sprint, intent on avoiding a raid boss fight in such a confined area. A seamless metal door was violently torn off its hinges, with a loud bang just behind him. He leaped through a hatch in the ceiling, launching himself straight up the vertical shaft. The tar-black humanoid body of the raid boss arrived below, climbing the walls like an insect. After 15 seconds of hard ascent, William realized something was terribly wrong with his progress. He covered his head and used his phantom snakes to launch himself upward with greater acceleration. There was no impact, and he glanced down at the creature below him. Despite having slowed to a crawl, the amalgam remained the exact same distance away. Will threw his axe above him and watched it sail ahead as though he were standing still. He was caught. An ability limited the range he could get away, constantly shortening the distance. The Sin Amalgam was approaching slowly, and Will calculated he had about 30 seconds left. Will attempted an experiment, reaching out with a phantom snake to grab and pull the creature toward him. He confirmed the ability was reeling him in like a fish on a line, though he could still struggle against it. Testing its resilience, Will sliced the amalgam into a dozen little chunks with a swift strike. The blackened pieces immediately hovered, rapidly recombining in a matter of heartbeats. Physical damage was useless. Will grabbed the creature and flew both of them back down to the floor below. He forcibly shoved the amorphous creature out into the main courtyard, hoping to use the building's defenses. The traps immediately vaporized the amalgam, unleashing massive gouts of black smoke into the air. The resulting column of smoke continued meandering closer to Will, now only 15 feet away. 20 seconds. A chilling, projected thought echoed in his mind. I am the inevitability of death. Will formed the phantom snakes into a polymorphic metal bubble, squeezing down on the column of smoke. The sphere still floated toward him, He could move it around, but he could not reduce the distance between them. Searching for any idea, his gaze caught the floor grate leading to the clogged refiner below. 15 seconds. He dove back into the building's bowels, the metal bubble containing the amalgam following close behind. Will switched to the wand of the undead retainer, trading agility for more disposable hands. He summoned the 3 spectral butlers, Billy Bob, Stevie, and Noob, who coalesced from the ether. Will shouted a frantic order: gather tools and reactivate the ancient refiner in 10 seconds. 10 seconds. The 3 butlers snapped to it, quickly tossing armloads of maintenance tools down the stairs. Will released the amalgam, allowing it to balloon outward and dominate the small room space. 8 seconds. Will used his phantom snakes as enormous spatulas, scooping huge amounts of tar-like goop off the machine's walls. The butlers worked with impossible speed, replacing broken parts and running pipe cleaners through tubes. Will gave the 3 spirits a sincere thumbs up, ignoring the creeping doom that was almost upon him. Black, sticky fingers coalesced from the smoke, sucking the heat from his body as they drew him in. Paddle collapsed, watching the beautiful blue light of miasma flickering and spinning in the refiner. Will gasped back to consciousness, entirely coated in the suffocating amalgam. The turbine spun exponentially, rapidly drawing the creature away from him. The 3 butlers emerged, grabbed Will's hands, and hauled him onto a stone ledge, sacrificing themselves. Will gritted his teeth, reinforcing his grip as the creature was violently peeled off him with a shriek. The turbine came to a halt, dropping Will to the floor, victorious and exhausted. Billy Bob reappeared, confirming Will was out for about 5 minutes, all part of the job. William held the synthetic sacrifice, recognizing its S-tier power immediately. This seed offered incredible stat growth, shifting power toward acuity for maximum damage output. Resistance and focus fueled its use, but the dimensional abilities were what truly made it invaluable. He quickly stored the priceless sacrifice away, preferring secrecy over trusting his teammates' silence. Looking up, he saw his 3 loyal butlers awaiting his next command. William pondered the idea of baking the undead retainer's wand with sourdough for a massive upgrade. Since the synthetic sacrifice was just stabilized miasma, it could replace relic dust in the process. He ordered them to ensure the rest of the party remained safe from the deadly exterior defenses. William questioned the remaining butler if an overwritten wand would erase their current consciousness. The butler confirmed their unique selves were preserved in the wand. Overwriting it meant losing them. The idea was immediately dismissed. William found the concept too cruel and inefficient for his plans. The butler pointed out their indifference to existence, noting William's attachment came solely from himself. This sparked a new thought. What if he could manifest imprinted relics from his phantom hand? The implications were massive, potentially defining him as the Lord of Bling. Time was short. William ordered the butler to gather the rest of the party to maximize their seed production. William then demanded paint, deciding to leave a few choice comments for whoever followed them. After a few minutes, he completed his contribution to the history of the tower climbers. As a final, crude parting gift, William added a drawing aimed at the ancient hero Castevel. He recalled the legend of the mightiest nuker who grew strong without effort, a total wuss. Overnight, Travis lured thousands of zombies into the vaporization traps, feeding the refiner continuously. The next morning, the party emerged with 3 new seeds and countless relics from the gutters below. William left his butlers behind, instructing them to stay and create a few more seeds before they moved on. Taking his fair share, William and the party set off into the sky on a ramp of magically formed air. He glanced down at his empty ring finger, realizing he needed to fill his missing equipment slots. William spent the next 20 minutes cataloging the massive haul, searching specifically for a ring or a hand relic. He found the MK-Intosh interface ring, a useless artifact designed only for home systems. But then he found something unexpected, the ring of the yeast master, boosting brewing and baking potency. Though designed for a baker, William immediately saw its potential for boosting the sourdough ability. Using a caliper and math, William confirmed that the ring did increase the material reserved by sourdough. By the end of the day, they approached Ghoul's stronghold, centered around a suspicious pillar of blue miasma. The idea that an immortal lord would lose control of the key site he built his home around was unthinkable. The massive drawbridge, made of welded glass and steel, lowered on chains, feeling like bones trapped in amber. A zombie shambled out, but instead of attacking, it wordlessly gestured them further inside the ominous gatehouse. The castle interior was strangely open, all leading to the central key site on a cone of volcanic stone. There, sitting directly in the beam of miasma, was Ghoul, casually reading a romance novel. The system registered the Lord as a powerful sapient, undead that needed to be purged immediately. Ghoul snapped the book shut with a rotten-toothed grin, rising to greet his unexpected guests. He hailed William, asking if he had been practicing what he had been taught. Humans find a fundamental satisfaction in facing a monster that follows clear, exploitable rules. They represent a threat and a puzzle all at once, appealing to our deepest survival instincts. Jason wondered why the existence of rules made the struggle so profoundly appealing. This desire is a primal echo, baked into our very bodies over millennia of evolution. Monsters were only monsters until someone discovered their key weaknesses and vulnerabilities. Once the weaknesses were fully understood, the terrifying beast was reduced to a mere animal. Jason found the notion that people still fight because they secretly enjoy the struggle utterly ridiculous. Meanwhile, William O. arrived at the key site, observing the open-air crafting area manned entirely by undead. Ghoul led William through the courtyard, acknowledging William's mission to kill him as part of the tower's rules. The undead lord explained that the 8th floor's corrupted miasma repelled most natural monsters. This lack of natural key site quests means people could be stuck on the floor for months or years. William realized Ghoul was manufacturing transport options to keep the flow of climbers moving. Ghoul smiled with his rotten grin, calling himself a glorified crossing guard for the tower. He offered a crucial piece of advice: always make yourself indispensable to the system. Ghoul then pointed out the parking awning, the water tank, and the latrine for the arriving caravan. William frowned, questioning Ghoul about the possibility of rain in this perpetually shadowed land. Ghoul brushed off the question, noting they had plenty of time for a lesson before acclimation ended. The stronghold would serve as a safe anchor point for the rest of the climbers to explore the local environment. William oversaw the parking, relying on Loth, June, and Badger's precise logistics management. He set the departure terms. Everyone must be back 1 full day early to prepare for the 9th floor. With the exploring party sorted, Jason and Rhea departed to seek their own fortune. Loth remained behind, dedicated to breeding miasma-tolerant insects for her crucial research. William returned to Ghoul, who was sitting within a brilliant beam of concentrated miasmatic light. Ghoul challenged William to find out what the strange light felt like by touching it. Sensing a trap or a test, William simply declined the invitation and crossed his arms firmly. Ghoul led him down to a large, sand-filled arena ringed, with shelves of relics hauled by the undead. Ghoul asked William to demonstrate his current cantrip practice so they could assess his progress. William surveyed the arena's short distance, feeling it was insufficient for his full power. Ghoul, confident in his resilience, challenged William to hit him with an earth spike. William stomped, using his phantom snakes to create 6 massive, tower-sized earth spikes simultaneously. The huge pillars slammed into Ghoul from every direction, shaking the entire key site structure. Ghoul wheezed, confirming his passive defense could handle the overwhelming attack. The spikes sank back into the ground, and Ghoul's body visibly knitted itself back together instantly. Ghoul demanded William remove his powerful set, insisting on seeing his baseline ability. Stripping down, William's 5 phantom snakes merged, causing low-value items to pop out of storage. Ghoul ignored the commotion and signaled for William to attack with his reduced power. The resulting earth pillar was far smaller now, easily brushed off by the undead lord. He praised William for the improved sharpness and control of the much smaller, focused spike. William then demonstrated a completely new technique, layering the air into an invisible spike. The air blast staggered Ghoul, who was instantly thrilled by the layering principle. Thrilled, Ghoul hurried over to the relic rack, muttering about the new idea. The undead lord rapidly assembled a mismatched set of bright, airy-themed relics. He tested the relics, conjuring a small dust devil in the sand under his palm. Ghoul declared that he would demonstrate the new cantrip he intended to teach William. Rhea escorted Saint Charnessa, ensuring a healer was present just in case of injury. William tensed, ready to dodge some kind of powerful wind attack or blade. Instead, the world instantly went white, followed by searing pain across his face and eyes. William dropped his stance, clutching his face as he realized he had been struck blind. William stared directly at the sun, and the sun blinked first, engulfing his vision in a blinding white flash. His reflex took over. Will unleashed every hardened glass vial he could manifest, sending them cutting through the air like lethal shrapnel. The barrage of missiles slammed into the target's last known location with sharp cracking noises, but a voice cut through the chaos. "Will, get back down here and hold still so I can fix your eyes. He's not doing anything." He relied on his mental map and the pressure of the air against his skin, noting that he should practice this unique form of navigation. With a flash of healing charge, Will could see again. Ghoul was splattered against the far wall, his body reassembling itself from the impact. The undead lord gave them a raspy thumbs-up, spitting out a bit of black ichor. "Sorry," Will said with a guilty nod. "Reflex." Ghoul readily agreed, but pointed out that Will owed him a new set of clothes. Will approached the lord and demanded to know what abyss-forsaken technique had made the entire world turn white. Ghoul began his explanation, asking Will if he had ever seen a desert mirage where the stars appear on the ground. Will nodded, confirming his familiarity with the phenomenon from his childhood near the tower. Ghoul explained that air layers of different densities cause refraction, and the layering trick Will invented could be used to bend light. Will cocked his head, completely lost by the scientific terms like refraction and lensing. Realizing the extent of Will's lack of formal education, Ghoul motioned wildly and called for supplies. Undead servants hustled to retrieve a magnifying glass, a straightedge, and a green chalkboard from storage. Will peered back at Ghoul, who was rubbing his flaking chin, and insisted, "What the abyss did you do?" Ghoul glanced back and revealed the truth. He made a gigantic lens out of air that focused the sun's light directly into Will's eyes. Will was confused. The light looked white, not purple like the sun, and it had been much bigger. Ghoul waved dismissively, explaining that light looks white when it's burning your retinas out. A chair was brought in, and Ghoul, picking up chalk and a ruler, began drawing straight lines originating from a point. B grumbled in boredom and splintered off from the group of observers as Will started to put his clothes back on. Loth, however, was highly engaged and asked if she could sit in on the lesson about air density. Ghoul drew an eyeball on the board and explained that only a very small percentage of light from a source normally hits the eye. He wiped the board and drew an oval lens that took all the light and bent it inward, converging on the eye. Since the eye saw light coming from all directions, the source appeared huge. For illustration, Will created an oval of hardened air, but no matter how he turned it, it failed to bend the light. Ghoul explained that the missing ingredient was the difference in density, referencing how fish appear displaced underwater. Will immediately perked up, realizing he had experienced that exact phenomenon before. Ghoul handed Will a glass magnifying glass, explaining that the glass was far denser than the surrounding air. Will focused the lens over the back of his hand, watching his knuckle become huge and noting the critical importance of distance. He asked how something that merely changed apparent size could cause blinding damage. Ghoul explained that the lens concentrates all the light that would hit a wide area onto a single point, causing immense heat. To demonstrate, Will held the lens above his eye, magnifying the hazy purple sun until it nearly blinded him again. Now that he understood the principles, Will unleashed a torrent of theoretical applications, asking about spyglasses, shields, and outward light bending. Ghoul held up a mummified finger, interrupting the flood of ideas and demanding they start with the basics, creating a simple lens. Grumbling, Will tried recreating his sharpened air technique, noticing the distant chalkboard wobble ever so slightly through the air spike. He realized he had never noticed the light bending before because his earlier practice involved solidified smoke, which blocked the light entirely. Ghoul advised him to take his class set off again, insisting that practice without boosts would yield greater control. Will struggled to transition the layered air from a sturdy spike into a flat, uniform lens shape, finding that the air layers quickly unraveled. He eventually found the technique, compressing the air uniformly from the outer rim inward, like a crystal growing. After hours of practice, Will held up a torso-sized air lens, declaring his limited success. Ghoul peered through the lens and confirmed the success, calling it excellent. Will noted that if he could make the lens thinner, he could pack more density into a smaller area. Suddenly, an NPC figure walked by, shouting the technical term, "Try a Fresnel lens," while stuffing his face with food. Loth understood the advanced concept immediately, dropping her fist into her palm with an excited "ooh." Eagerly, Loth asked Ghoul for the chalk, ready to explain the new lens concept on the board. William O. had known fear intimately, having faced down its terrifying presence countless times before. To begin the lesson, Loth drew a perfect oval lens shape with a completely flat back on a piece of parchment. Using a straight edge, she began cutting horizontal lines back toward the center of the lens shape. She meticulously redrew each arc between the lines, creating a strange, complex sawtooth pattern on the lens's side view. This was a Fresnel lens, a stripped-down version of a spherical lens designed to save immense space and weight. It also solved spherical warping issues, making it excellent for transferring high-quality images. Will inquired if Loth had ever successfully constructed one of these highly technical lenses before. She admitted she never had, explaining the impossibility of acquiring the massive, precisely cut slab of glass required. Will still looked confused, so Loth insisted that the angle was the only important factor, not the volume of material. To clarify the perspective, Loth drew a series of concentric circles, labeling each layer to match the side view. Will attempted to replicate the complex lens shape using only compressed air, but the structure immediately failed. The odd, asymmetrical shape strained his control. The numerous zigzag segments kept causing the air to unravel. He admitted that this was not a skill he could master quickly, requiring serious, long-term practice and dedication. However, by the end of the day, Will created a successful new cantrip, modifying his air shield through refraction. The shield made his figure appear several inches off-center, creating 2 layers of defense in one motion. He realized that in the fractions of a second that determined combat, this slight positional misdirection was lethal. The next day, they shifted their focus entirely to the theory of pressure and sound manipulation. Will discovered how to reliably pop eardrums by rapidly compressing a column of air right beside an opponent's head. He quickly realized these specialized techniques were designed to work primarily against other human climbers. Most large monsters attack with their entire body, making a few inches of displacement or a burst eardrum meaningless. However, against a climber using a sharp weapon, a few inches of positional error means the difference between a kill and a miss. This suggested that a lord's true mastery often focused on exploiting the weaknesses of the human body and mind. For 4 days, Will continued practicing air lensing and compression, creating miniature explosions through rapid air slams. Meanwhile, the other parties scavenged the surrounding buildings, finding only meager loot and awful XP. The eighth floor was truly desolate, long since stripped clean by generations of previous climbers. Over those days, the ghost butlers discreetly delivered another dozen seeds of undeath to Will's position. Alone at night, Will finally took the time to analyze the terrifying effects of the seed on his primaries. The seed promised powerful boosts, adding undeath, regeneration, and lifesteal abilities to his class choices. The aspect upgrade would significantly accelerate his already potent healing and add a passive lifesteal boost to his powers. However, he focused intensely on the unsettling phrase, damaged tissues would be replaced with superior flesh. Will worried this was a subtle way to be transformed into an undead entity without ever realizing the change. The Phantom Hand upgrade would count it as a spirit undead subtype, granting it minor lifesteal scaling with acuity. Though powerful, he realized this vulnerability meant the hand could be easily detected or destroyed by anti-undead abilities. Will decided the cost of potential transformation was too high, retaining only a few seeds and storing the rest for trade. Next, he pulled out the seed of inexorable death, derived from the sin amalgam, which glowed intensely. The aspect upgrade boosted dimensional warping and lifesteal, but then came the cryptic line, "Fear is a terrain." Will remembered his aspect allowed him safe purchase on any hostile terrain, realizing he could physically interact with fear itself. He could grab hold of an enemy's terror, reel them in, or even kick the fear right out of them. The Phantom Hand upgrade boosted dimensional storage and added lifesteal without the undead subtype. He was left with a difficult choice: utility and storage, or the terrifying, legendary ability to weaponize fear itself. Will pondered his old amulet, realizing that simple slippery ice was no longer a powerful enough advantage. He wondered if he could load an abstract concept like fear, or even hostile lava, into the amulet for tactical use. The strategic thinking was cut short as a sharp, painful throbbing started in his left arm. Ominous black veins were spreading beneath the skin. The miasma infection was back. He quickly pulled a glove over the rotting limb, knowing he would have to cut off the hand yet again. The undead Lord Ghoul approached with a rotten grin, explaining that Will must now defeat him to advance. Ghoul offered a choice: the easy way or putting his new skills to the test the cheap way. Will answered without hesitation, choosing the easy way out. Jason Salazar delivered the payment: a jug of silver death, minor relics, and a seed of undeath. The undead lord sighed and demanded everyone line up to give him a ritualistic stab for the defeat. The caravan members quickly filed past, performing the shallow, ceremonial defeat. With a dramatic, monotone declaration of defeat, Ghoul instantly collapsed into a pile of fine white ash. Will stared at the system notification, confirming the key site was cleared and the massive XP gain. A different, stockier undead minion suddenly appeared with a broom and dustbin, grumbling about the mandatory cleanup. Will realize this new figure was Ghoul, puppeting bodies and complaining about a restrictive contract. Ghoul explained the contract forced him to offer a paid path to prevent desperate climbers from ruining the floor. Will offered Ghoul a consolation pat, promising to return and fight him properly during their next 2 ascents. The undead mage grinned, calling Will a mage for his flexible mastery of unique cantrips, regardless of his class. Ghoul then proudly declared himself a wizard, capable of reverse engineering Will's abilities in seconds. As the caravan prepared to move, Ghoul gathered the leaders to deliver a critical warning about the 9th floor. He cautioned that the miasma there made the environment peculiar about language, blurring the line between word and action. The golden rule: keep your mouth shut, avoid strangers, and never start a sentence with "I wish." Charnessa confirmed the danger, adding that the creatures love to make unfair deals with unwary climbers. She concluded the safest policy was simply to avoid talking altogether while traversing the floor. The entire caravan opened their doors simultaneously and stepped through to the 9th floor. The new environment was humid but brisk, defined by spaced-out trees and sunlight filtering onto mossy ground. System notifications warned of the 9-day miasma acclimation period, advising against immediate ascent or descent. As they moved south toward the stronghold, Will's heightened senses detected strange feedback around them. He felt shifts in air pressure and vibrations in the miasma, indicating unseen figures pacing alongside the caravan. Will realized this was the perfect opportunity to use his infected hand to bait one of the silent creatures. He approached Charnessa and casually remarked, "Man, I'd give my left hand for more information about these lords." Instantly, a tiny fey figure burst from the shrubs, shouting "Deal," and demanding his left hand for the information. The miasma enforced the contract, and Will accepted, peeling the glove from his hand, revealing the rotting limb. The tiny fey paled with horror and disgust, scrambling backward as the infected hand began twitching madly. Will called for Loth, who responded instantly, severing the infected limb cleanly with a taut wire from her robe. Hissing in pain, Will managed to catch his own severed, undead hand midair before tossing it to the fey. The disembodied hand immediately locked onto its target, chasing the screaming fey through the thrashing undergrowth. The fey dove into a whiskey bottle for safety, only for Will to calmly pop the cork back in place. Holding the tiny captive up to eye level, Will demanded the promised information about Lord Morden. The Fae had a short list of enemies they wouldn't deal with, and William O's name was on it, 7 times over. An arrangement was quickly made. The Fae would answer every question, or Will would chip away at the bottle's neck. Each small chip risked shattering the glass entirely, allowing the hand to force its way in and end the Fae instantly. It took only 3 chips before the little creature stopped trying to trick him and began cooperating fully. All the while, the undead hand never lost focus, ignoring everything else around them for its target. It seemed the miasma of the 8th floor had woven a powerful magic, binding the Fae and the hand together. In the lulls of conversation, Will could feel a faint, gossamer connection between the Fae and his hand. The two were bound by the terms of the creature's deal, and the hand would never stop hunting it. Will wondered if he could sever a deal using Phantom Hand, just as he could counterspell magic. But if other Fae created stronger threads on him, they might self-protect and prevent him from acting. A nagging thought persisted. Was it the Fae creating this enforcement, or was it the floor's terrain itself? Will's fingers twitched with realization. He took the amulet of home field advantage out of storage. If the terrain enforced verbal agreements, could this amulet overwrite the nearby environment and neutralize the effect? The glass vial inside contained a cube of clear blue ice. If this worked, he definitely underpaid for the trinket. It was critical to test this, especially if it could prevent his hand from getting infected on this floor. His first instinct was to offer caramel candy to the surrounding Fae while the amulet was active, testing the deal. But success meant revealing his secret ability, losing the element of surprise with more powerful Fae later on. The obvious solution was to drag the captured Fae into the wilderness, test the amulet, and then kill it. The Fae were monsters, but they spoke and looked like people. Will didn't want to cross the river of killing in cold blood. A safer test would be on the 8th floor, seeing if the bubble of terrain protected his hand from corruption. Playing it safe for now, Will return to prying information out of his guest. The stronghold to the south was a large trade center, while to the west was the grinding area, a monster-filled forest. The caravan desperately needed this grinding time, Will himself needed 7 levels before they could safely leave. To the northeast was Morden, a lord whose castle walls were decorated with the actual bones of his victims. Will resolved to visit, deciding that anyone who put up such a massive warning sign was just a theater kid. To the north was Anacona, a mysterious lord who simply vanished people who crossed an imaginary line. Will quickly dismissed this danger zone, folding his arms in caution. To the west was Kincaid, who enjoyed play acting as royalty, hosting extravagant parties and hunting humans for sport. Kincaid killed far more people, yet climbers were less afraid, encouraging more visits and deaths. Kincaid often sent his knights out with tokens of his power that bolstered them and gave them access to his abilities. "Say that again," Will snapped, instantly pulling himself out of his thoughts demanding repetition. The Fae explained that Kincaid manifested a portion of his power into a badge of office, which he later reabsorbed. Internally, Will was shouting. This was exactly the sacrifice he needed to upgrade Phantom Hand. He needed to get a chunk of Kincaid and test it before class advancement, but he would wait until he was stronger. As he sank into his thoughts, Will's sensitive ears picked up a distant, thunderous noise rapidly approaching. His guest nervously announced that a hunt approached, offering a desperate bargain for his freedom. "Don't go anywhere," Will ordered, pulling his axe as he stood, readying to face the incoming threat. He looked toward Loth, grinning, and shouted, "I have an idea you can help with. Everybody gather up." Francisco lived for the hunt, loving the speed and the thunderous sound of hooves and massive hounds. He loved the fear of death when they clashed, and the malicious pleasure of punishing the cowards. The Fae were rational beings, who often used logic to prove their wit against dull climbers. Francisco, tormented by weak humans, was finally given release and a badge of Lord Kincaid's favor. The wind felt like it peeled back his lips, exposing his fangs to these hapless, incoming victims. He imagined their fear, as the first thing they saw was his gleaming smile in the dim light. The hunt burst through the trees and spotted the caravan, but something was immediately wrong. There were no wagons or runners, only figures sitting around fires, singing with practiced nonchalance. The prey all seemed to be beautiful, athletic young women, which was highly unusual for climbers. Then Francisco realized the chilling truth. Every single one of them had the exact same face. He yanked on the reins, forcing his warhorse to skid violently, cutting deep furrows into the soil. Francisco blew a rapid chirp, bringing the massive black hounds to a sudden, obedient stop. He greeted the women, who glanced up without any particular concern for the assembled force. He ordered the hounds to search, but they caught no scent leaving the area, only the women themselves. Francisco asked about the caravan, and the girl simply refused to answer, watching her words carefully. Sensing a trap, Francisco subtly tightened the miasma around him, signaling his brethren to prepare. A faint vibration returned from a weak Fae buried 30 feet below. They were hiding underground. Francisco gave them one last chance to flee, believing they did not understand the gravity of the ambush. Suddenly, 100 soft voices asked as one, "Do you really think we're the ones who should flee?" More identical women dropped from the tree branches, their skin changing from bark to ivory, surrounding the hunt. Francisco felt a maniacal grin bloom. This was going to be the greatest hunt in hundreds of years. With a whooping cry, Francisco lunged forward, unsheathing his saber and charging the nearest girl. Her hands rose to clasp around the steed's head, and with a crack, the massive creature flipped upside down. The weight of the dead horse instantly crashed down, crushing Francisco into the hard-packed earth. Crying out in rage, he shoved the dead horse off himself and flowed straight toward the culprit. His saber crashed against the girl's lengthening claws, sending her tumbling away like a kicked pebble. Francisco stalked forward as the battlefield erupted, the sirens tearing into the hounds with feral intensity. He expressed his debt, tightening the miasma around him, hoping to gain a connection he could flip. The sirens cocked their heads in synchronicity, listening to a distant voice before returning their gaze to him. They responded that it was fair, since he delivered them so much blood, and the debt withered immediately. Francisco shouted for his hunt to kill them, but heard only a faint buzz, like the wings of a swarm. He turned and saw his minions, horses and all, were gone without a trace, barely a ripple in the miasma. Rushing forward, he sliced deep into his own hand with his saber, smearing the blood onto the curved blade. He flicked the blade, creating a fine spray of blood droplets that sank instantly into the skin of the sirens. Debt chains settled around the affected girls, and Francisco tightened his grip, demanding obedience. As he yanked the leashes, the sirens began to twitch, their bodies deforming into half-transformed beasts. The chains broke instantly as the half-transformed climbers died, collapsing limp and glassy-eyed. The surviving sirens scattered rapidly, leaving Francisco alone, his blood dripping onto the packed earth. He demanded Loth, the luminary, face him personally to decide the fate of the caravan. The ground before him rumbled, and a plume of dust shadowed the small figure rising out of the earth. Francisco burst into cackling laughter, mocking his great enemy, a small kobold. His claimed earth warned him of a loop of steel wire traveling just beneath the surface. He lifted his foot rapidly, narrowly avoiding the snare that snapped shut where his boot had been. A finger-thick whip of steel wire broke the sound barrier, mangling his arm and sending him tumbling. He slammed into a tree that instantly burst with inward curving blades, trying to drag him into its hollow. A lance of charge forced him to divert it into the wood, which erupted with wasps, confirming this kobold was the real threat. Travis Olton, already annoyed by his perceived weakness, paced impatiently while waiting for the coordinated assault to begin. Suddenly, a massive explosion above shook the earth, signaling that the initial, high-stakes fight had finally kicked off. The plan required him to survive long enough for the heavy hitters like William and Mason to finish their own targets and return. Anticipating the battle, Travis manifested a small, illusionary rat in his hand, testing the reality of his power. He tested the illusion's realism, but the creature promptly bit his thumb, confirming its unexpected physical presence. Before he could ponder the implications, a humanoid body tumbled through a newly sealed trapdoor opening in the wall. Travis immediately lunged forward, swinging his dueling blade down in a wide, focused arc aimed at the creature's neck. The Fae flickered out of existence an instant before the strike landed, appearing again immediately behind the blade's defensive echo. Travis instinctively made a wild swing toward the creature's midsection, forcing it to retreat a step and avoid being disemboweled. The wolf-like muzzle rapidly retracted, revealing a humanoid face with a split lip and an air of courtly mockery. The Fae introduced himself as Alexander Februz, adopting a false geniality that sharply underscored his earlier savagery. Travis offered only his first name, then flatly declared that the creature was not a man by any measure that mattered. Februz grew feral, mocking the party's strategy of dividing their pathetic climbers into boxes with raid boss threats. Taking a deep breath, Travis flooded the small room with dozens of perfect, shimmering illusionary copies of himself. He used his ability to fade from Februz's immediate perception, making it easier to vanish into the chaotic crowd of mirages. Travis dashed away, triggering his outflanking ability, just as the Fae savagely tore through the illusionary crowd where he had been. Before he could fully conceal himself, spear-like claws penetrated his lungs from behind, eliciting an undignified croak of agony. The Fae frowned in detached confusion, realizing that the real Travis had been struck, not one of the clutching illusions. The claws were brutally drawn back out, followed by the agonizing sight of his still-beating heart being pulled from his chest. Assuming the human was dead, the Fae turned its back in annoyance, inspecting the stone wall for an exit or loophole. In his fading consciousness, Travis offered a desperate, silent prayer, activating his mirage ability one last time. An illusionary heart and lungs stitched themselves back into the gaping hole, allowing him a shuddering, bloody cough. The Fae turned, frowning at Travis, who gasped through the blood to accuse the creature of stealing from him. The world visibly shifted as invisible scales balanced. The Fae suddenly lost its terrifying speed and strength. Travis's remaining illusions piled onto the weakened creature, stabbing repeatedly and causing a rush of healing to flood his body. The healing abruptly ceased, and Travis realized the slender Fae was already mangled and utterly defeated. Following protocol, Travis manifested a cooler filled with ice and instructed an illusion to carefully place his heart inside. Unable to walk, Travis used two illusions to support him as he was dragged back towards the main cave entrance. The secret door opened, and William O. congratulated Travis on finishing third in the duels, right after Alicia and Mason. Raspy and weak, Travis demanded to know the location of the saint, needing immediate medical attention. An illusion opened the cooler, showing Will the real, preserved heart, prompting immediate shock and disbelief. A surge of indignant anger fueled Travis to shout that it was absolutely not an illusion, only to dissolve into a racking cough. Will immediately shouted for Charnessa and the other healers, realizing the extreme gravity of the situation. Will carefully analyzed the fight mechanics, concluding a magical debt connection had been flipped the moment the Fae took the heart. He noted that Alicia was already finished, focused intently on monitoring Jason's duel through the stone floor. Mason Lanover was resting nearby, bandaging his cracked, pearlescent skin after pummeling his own opponent into oblivion. Will glanced up as a final. Massive booms signaled the ongoing battle between Loth and the hunt leader high above. Jason reviews his low stats and notices his gear is all hand-me-downs from others. He struggles with the fact that he is completely useless against elemental and undead enemies. Determined to prove his worth, he resolves to secure a quick, easy victory. A humanoid body is violently ejected from a hidden hatch, slamming into a stone wall. Jason immediately prepares a list of insults to power his unique ability. He realizes the figure is a Fey woman, forcing him to rapidly rephrase his verbal attack. Jason locks eyes with the Fey before unleashing withering repudiation, firing harsh criticisms. The Fey stiffens, paralyzed, as psychological damage visibly racks her body. The attack snaps off when the Fey begins to sob, pleading that she doesn't want to fight. Jason, confused by the anguish, hesitantly offers her a helping hand. William O. observes the scene through his phantom eye, shaking his head in frustration. Alicia Zodiac stands beside Will, noting Jason's failure to act decisively. Will concludes this painful moment must serve as a necessary lesson in ruthlessness. The Fae accepts Jason's hand, holding it too long, her ear twitching slightly at his apology. She denies the fight, blaming her cruel uncle and suggesting they simply talk instead. Jason, confused but flattered, ignores his apprehension and sits down opposite her. She speaks of her forced life in the Fae court, bound by unbreakable chains of debt. Jason, moved by the story, offers his help and sympathy. She offers him a deal, safe passage for his caravan in exchange for his head as a trophy. Jason accepts the generous offer and pulls her into a tight, grateful hug. A subtle, scraping sound is heard as a dagger settles against his back during the embrace. Eve pushes him away, the dagger flat on his shoulder, demanding the leader's name. Jason, oblivious to the knife, eagerly reveals William O. is the true caravan leader. Eve instantly turns pale, recognizing the Harbinger legend, and silences him abruptly. Will witnesses Jason finally break the control, catching the dagger on his forearm. Jason counters immediately, crushing the Fae's shoulder with his warhammer. He delivers a swift, final strike to the back of her head, ending the encounter. Will questions Jason about the manipulation, realizing his apology and favor acceptance sealed the debt. Will checks the phantom eye and confirms with alarm that the Fae's body has vanished. Jason stares in horror as the magnitude of his terrible mistake floods his mind. Later, Jason sits dejectedly in his tent, filled with self-loathing and considering quitting. A system notification pops up, offering him a relic seed, Harbinger. He accepts, screaming as his magical energy is violently drained in the process. He holds the glowing blue gemstone, realizing he harvested a powerful local myth. Meanwhile, Eve kneels before Kincaid in the Fae court amidst grotesque revelry. Kincaid demands the vital news she gathered about the climbers. Eve tries to speak the Harbinger's name, but finds the critical information completely gone. The Fae leader was battered by traps, half laughing and panting as he pointed his saber at Loth. Loth idly calculated the value of his weapon, while subtly maneuvering the exhausted Fae closer to his doom. Beneath the earth, her lightning-fast insects burrowed, dragging wires and blades to deploy traps in mere heartbeats. Frustrated, the Fae leader shouted that bottom-feeding scum like kobolds must rely entirely on insects for help. Loth recognized the tactic. He intended to seize control of her carefully cultivated tools by making them seem independent. She calmly stated that her insects were merely the catalyst through which her own powerful abilities were used. Loth maintained a neutral tone, forgiving his frustrated words to immediately rebalance the emotional weight of the exchange. She eyed his ivory badge, suspecting it might be the source of his unexpected resilience and potential minion buffing ability. Loth noticed the earth itself was becoming sluggish, indicating her opponent was exerting control over the terrain. She began leading the Fae in a widening spiral, carefully refusing to spend too much time fighting on controlled ground. The Fae lunged forward, aiming a quick, decisive thrust with his saber to end the prolonged fight. Loth slid backward, gliding across a newly created trap that instantly armed itself the moment she passed over. The Fae's leading foot sank into the soft earth, and blessed steel spikes erupted, brutally perforating his lower leg. He shouted about cheating, flailing wildly as he desperately attempted to tear his leg free from the agonizing punji trap. Loth coolly replied that cheating only existed where rules were present, and a battle to the death had no such conventions. With a visible twitch, the Fae tore his mangled leg free, leaving behind expensive blessed steel embedded in the earth. She mentally tallied the growing expense of her traps, realizing her reliance on costly specialized materials restricted her fighting style. The Fae bellowed, swinging his saber down in a vicious arc meant to bisect Loth from shoulder to hip. Loth instantly offloaded the catastrophic damage to dozens of her insect soakers, whose immediate deaths triggered a potent boost for the rest of her array. She shot back that she did not owe an enemy her attention, instantly rebalancing the debt by adding weight to the floor's scale. The Fae's voice deepened as he announced that Lord Kincaid had granted him his favor, and Loth was about to feel the true effects. His skin distended rapidly as his body swelled, lumpy, cancerous limbs erupting from his torso and shoulders. Towering over her, the monstrosity claimed he was leveraging every favor owed to him to increase his physical strength. Loth craned her neck to observe the mass of expanding flesh, replying with crossed arms that the ability seemed rather basic. The mutated Fae pointed a massive fist down at her, warning that he would crush her body until the damage stuck. Loth confirmed the finite nature of her absorption, but mentally focused on the cuirass of the Blood Lord and its powerful minion buff. The monstrosity brought down a massive fist, killing several dozen soakers, but immediately boosting the strength of the survivors. It unleashed a relentless flurry of titanic blows, and Loth eagerly collected data on the diminishing rate of minion loss with each strike. Once the necessary numbers were recorded, Loth instructed her thousands of minions to peel the Fae out of his monstrous flesh shell. Thousands of beetles and wasps erupted from the surrounding earth and foliage, swarming the massive, distended creature. The collective force of the buffed insects was staggering, allowing them to individually apply force on par with a veteran warrior. Loth noted that the bugs were increasing the depth of the wounds, efficiently increasing the size of their mandibles for destruction. The Fae was reduced to a skinless, limbless nugget of flesh, as Loth calmly approached the defeated creature. Loth gently hushed the dying creature, snuffing him out while declaring that such an excellent hunt was no less than their due reward. Loth looked up to see Rhea watching her from a distance, her face pale and her eyes wide with shock. Meanwhile, William O. held the Fae's severed head aloft, inspecting the limp body part and its long, spooled tongue. He mused over the bizarre upgrade. His phantom hand could now store and release words carrying the weight of the speaker to manipulate debt. The sacrifice mostly affected language-dependent effects, which was interesting, but not the powerful physical boost Will had hoped for. He considered giving the sacrifice to Jason, but worried about feeding potent upgrades to someone whose own character was still unreliable. Reese, the emaciated wanderer, peered over Will's shoulder, instantly recognizing the grotesque severed head. He likened the Fae to voracious northern pike, evil bastards always looking for a chance to consume one another and grow. Will asked the wanderer where the Fae came from, wondering why they were intelligent monsters. Reese explained that this floor was once the high society center of Kettle Kitna, where aristocracy ruled across 3 entire levels. To eliminate bureaucracy, they modified the environment to make all verbal agreements instantly binding. Reese gestured to the surrounding picturesque woods, noting that true opulence was open land carefully designed to look like wilderness. He offered a final rule of thumb for identifying engineered environments: they never contained any mosquitoes. William heard Jason leaping onto the rattling wagon, excited about the condensed miasma he was carrying. Jason thrust forward a tear-shaped opaline gemstone, announcing he had captured a powerful myth on this floor. William accepted the object and instantly received the system data, a harbinger relic seed, potent against the Fae. Despite its priceless value, William was reluctant to modify his own set items a second time, wary of unpredictable results. Jason watched, deflating as though William had personally attacked him by refusing the rare artifact. William explained the seed was better suited for Lord Bacton, who could use it to stabilize the entire floor. Their job was to look at the bigger picture, finding ways to drop a ladder down so other climbers could follow. Jason's mind immediately leaped to the 8th floor, realizing the undead wasteland acted as the ultimate barrier. He wondered if generating a rumor about clearing the floor could create stabilizing relic seeds to make it less dangerous. If successful, this would redefine the tower, potentially making the 9th floor the new hub of civilization and trade. Yet, William knew the manpower and money required to make the passage to the 9th floor truly safe was immense. The tower's design, forcing unpredictable shuffling and restricting travel behind key sites, created deliberate choke points. William climbed down and approached Reese, the emaciated immortal sailor, who was slowly gaining back his weight. He asked why no one had ever created a relic door to link the floors permanently on top of a key site. Reese explained that any such attempt was instantly met with a destructive quest from the tower to eliminate the portal. Reason 1. The tower is too stupid, unable to reason that improved infrastructure benefits humanity overall. Reason 2. Unregulated doors could lack safeguards, risking the spread of pathogens from toxic floors to others. William countered by mentioning the giant holes between the 1st and 5th floors used by merchant caravans. Reese's eyes went wide with shock, adamantly declaring such a thing catastrophic and impossible. William remained composed, suspecting the interfloor holes were the work of Ezekiel the serpent during the last coil. He realized that if humanity wanted to push deeper into the tower, they would have to break its fundamental rules. Returning to the wagon roof, William began to study the landscape, noticing the traces of highly artificial design. Every babbling brook zigzagged across the land, creating hundreds of identical, picturesque locations. The trees were spaced evenly, none competing for light, as if tended by a meticulous, invisible gardener. Each time they broke into a meadow, the rolling hills glittered, lightly misted by a conveniently placed waterfall. The initial awe quickly faded, as the caravan subconsciously realized the beauty they beheld was entirely manufactured. The absence of flaws, no fallen trees, no inconvenient boulders, lent an eerie, disconnected feeling to the perfect landscape. William hypothesized the Fae might be maintenance creatures linked to the dead system, or devolved descendants of trapped humans. That night, William decided to test his hypothesis, with Loth eagerly joining the unique scientific endeavor. Using their abilities, they messed up the perfection by rearranging trees and disrupting the smooth flow of the river. Anna, despite her confusion, cheerfully provided them with a comforting rabbit and potato stew for their late-night stakeout. Once the bait was set, William and Loth hid behind a blind, nursing their stew and waiting for the inevitable reaction. It didn't take long. Once the sun went down, thousands of tiny, winged fae crawled out of the earth. Bigger fae foremen coordinated the swarm of insect-like workers, shouting terse commands and shaking their heads bitterly. William and Loth watched as the unsightliness they had caused was subtly smoothed out, restoring the land's perfection. Loth confirmed this was strong evidence that the fae were compelled to maintain the flawless environment. William agreed, confirming a clear link between the curated landscape and the underlying debt system of the floor. The next afternoon, they arrived at Bacton's stronghold, immediately seeing the consequences of the fae's compulsion. Only a handful of anemic farms clung to the walls. The thousands of people relied instead on plentiful wild game. To enter Bacton Keep, the city of honesty, William first had to make a solemn oath to the grizzled gate guard. Will repeated the strict words, promising not to commit fraud, give false testimony, or unjustly deprive others of life or property. As the final word left his mouth, he felt the oppressive miasma of the floor tighten around him. The debt system had taken notice. He moved to proceed, but the guard stopped him, noting the unusual age of his caravan members and asking to see their famous leader, William O. Will simply pointed to his own chest, prompting a look of utter disbelief from the veteran climber. Without speaking, Will took the feathered serpent mask from his belt and placed it over his face, hefting his tomahawk in his remaining hand. The guard eyed him up and down, grunting that Will certainly did not look like the 9-foot giant described in the rumors. Will leaned forward defensively, insisting that he was still growing and had already gained several inches since his journey began. The guard chuckled, wondering if the stories of him soloing a raid boss and fighting an army were also exaggerations. Will confirmed the impossible feats without hesitation. He had done them. The guard's amusement vanished as he realized Will was bound by the truth, meaning the outlandish tales were genuine. The guard quickly recovered, directing Will to a boxy building where he could schedule a meeting with Lord Bacton. Will mused that visiting a place where nobody could lie would be interesting, though he expected major downsides. Nearby, a couple illustrated the problem. Ealind asked her husband, Carney, if her sister was prettier than she was. Carney replied, "Lil bit," and his gentle smile instantly froze into an expression of horror as the truth registered. The guard shrugged, explaining that if a relationship was strong, the truth was a boon. If not, it cleared things up quickly. Will entered the office, finding an older woman consulting books while a floating pen made notes in a ledger. He saw Badger, their logistician, leaning over the counter, sweat beading on his forehead as he haggled over tariffs and taxes. Will approached the bar, deciding not to interrupt Badger's important work, and requested a meeting with Lord Bacton. The clerk looked up, dismissively calling him a messenger boy and noting his extreme youth. Will confirmed he delivered messages for William O. She grunted, and a large book flew down from a high shelf into her hand as she asked if he had the authority to make appointments. After Will confirmed his power of attorney, the floating pen scribbled the appointment into the book 3 days from now. The clerk warned him that the floor itself would enforce the meeting, and he shouldn't fight the sudden urge to go when the day arrived. Will gave Badger a quick, sympathetic back pat and left the office, realizing he was now free to explore the keep. Suddenly, Anna, the cheerful blonde baker, shouted his name and rushed toward him with pleading eyes. She asked him to help her carry groceries, claiming Jean was making her go shopping all by herself. Will blinked, realizing this was a deliberate, thinly veiled excuse to spend time with him. Anna quickly pecked his cheek, grabbed his left arm, and dragged him toward the delicious smell of a nearby restaurant. Inside, they ate the unique local cuisine, gamey, salty stew mixed with tangy wild herbs. After eating, Anna expertly navigated the market, picking out quartered deer meat and bundles of herbs for the caravan's dinner. She abruptly shoved a massive, blood-oozing package of meat into his single remaining arm, forcing him to struggle for balance. Anna gave him a mischievous grin and a thumbs up, pleased that he managed to hold the hefty load. When a merchant laughed and called them a cute couple, Anna smiled sweetly and blurted out the truth. "I'm not a real person." Anna froze, wide-eyed, the smile vanishing as the weight of her involuntary confession hung in the air. She turned quickly, nearly running, until she ducked into a shadowed alcove in an alley while following close behind. Curled into a ball against the wall, she asked him, with a shuddering breath, if he truly thought she was a person. Will sat beside her, firmly asserting that she was real, the walking, talking heart of Brianna. Anna broke into sudden laughter, wiping tears from her cheeks, accepting the explanation that she was carrying Brianna's feelings. She stood up, pulling Will to his feet, and wrapped him in a massive, bone-crushing hug. Anna softened the hug, warned him that Loth was waiting for relic shopping, and effortlessly snatched up the packages before rushing off. Loth crouched before a merchant, inspecting a small, rough bowl with intense curiosity. The vendor explained this was a fey saucer, used to lure the little ones with decadent treats. In exchange for the treat, the fey would owe the owner a debt, fixing small household items. Loth, ever the tactician, immediately wondered if the saucer could be incorporated into a trap. The merchant warned that turning the debt into a capture mechanism would be dangerous for the owner. Loth asked about the dish's material, learning it belonged to a child who died of starvation. She questioned how the floor knew the object's history, but the man simply shrugged off the mystery. Loth agreed to the price, stating she would immediately test the limits of the fey debt system. The merchant assured them that in Bacton Keep, he wouldn't dare try to cheat anyone. William asked about the consequences of fraud, curiosity piqued by the keep's reputation. The man explained that rule breakers would spend far longer in the keep than they intended. This community service often amounted to indentured servitude that usually ended in death. Thankfully, the floor itself made it difficult to break the city's strict rules unless one truly tried. Loth cut him off, explaining that she needed him solely to track the group's finances while she shopped. William moved over to where Jean was inspecting a new ring, looking for a replacement relic. Jean, now rapidly aging in reverse, looked like a perpetually displeased matron with a gray streak. She explained that her ring of water breathing had become useless on the higher floors of the tower. The new item was the ring of the battlefield messenger, boosting kinesthetics and focus. Crucially, it clarified communication over vast distances, cutting through interference and obstruction. Jean realized the ring might resolve the murky communication issues she had, with her growing number of copies. With the merchant's permission, Jean slipped the new ring onto her finger for a quick test. Her gaze immediately went vacant, staring into the distance as she contacted one of her distant copies. A moment later, her focus snapped back, confirming the ring was working exactly as she hoped. Jean immediately began haggling the merchant down, questioning the market demand for such a specialized ring. The merchant held firm, arguing he could always sell it to a lower-floor merchant for a guaranteed profit. As Jean motioned for Badger to join the negotiation, William felt the floor itself take notice. William zoned out of the intense negotiation, turning his focus inward to scan the rings on display. He inspected the powerful climber rings, noting their enhanced effects compared to those sold outside. The merchant, noticing his interest, pointed out a separate case containing utility rings, asking Will's class. William decided to use the misunderstanding, claiming interest in baking and brewing instead of combat. The merchant noted William's missing hand, but Will dismissed it, claiming he would get it back soon. The merchant presented a specialized row of rings for bakers and brewers, color-coded and organized. William quickly selected the ring of grinding and the ring of leavening for their synergistic effects. After paying, he purchased a whole sack of cheap, pure stat-boosting rings as fodder for future experiments. William moved back to Loth, who was kneeling over a rug inspecting a bizarre collection of arcane objects. Before asking about her finds, William sought a definition for attenuation from the brilliant kobold. Loth then held up a glass bracelet containing a mesmerizing, endlessly twisting green ribbon of light. William recognized the bracelet of twisted space instantly, a massive boost to all his dimensional abilities. When he asked the price, Loth gave him a high number, refusing to reveal the much lower purchase price. Lacking the funds, William turned to Badger, who immediately credited the high price to William's account. William learned Loth had fleeced him for a 5-fold markup, but the powerful bracelet was worth it. Jason Salazar was hired about a year ago to be William O's official hype man, telling grand stories wherever he went. He makes up the narratives on the spot, tailoring them to sound incredible, like the one about the criminal syndicate ambush. Meanwhile, in Bacton Keep, the local unsavory element gathered in Boss Samohan's gambling hall, one of the few places vice was tolerated. The people who reach the 9th floor are cunning, knowing that outside the keep walls, accidents happen frequently. The debt system on this floor encouraged brutality, as killing a person severed their debt thread, making their possessions free game. Melray approached Samohan Cleophas, who was currently occupied with a dice game, exchanging gold pieces worth fortunes in the ring below. Samohan cursed as he lost a round, his sheer power radiating off him like oppressive heat waves. Melray reported staking out the market and spotting a group of Will's people dropping raid boss level cash on supplies. Samohan didn't care about the money. Gear was the only thing that mattered for conquering the 10th floor. Melray described the kid, one hand a mask, a tomahawk, and buying up strange items, baking rings and rings with no affixes. Samohan recognized the description instantly, stating Melray had seen William O. Melray leaned in close, correcting the boss. The kid was wearing a complete matching set. The entire gambling hall fell silent, as the implications of a new, powerful set being worn by an unknown youth registered. Melray deduced the kid was a powerful crafter, who had somehow synthesized the relic set himself. The most important detail: Will's party was heading out tomorrow, underleveled and vulnerable after the 8th floor. A set-making crafter was unheard of, and whoever controlled that ability would effectively rule the tower. Samohan shot to his feet, the chair rattling backwards, addressing his gathered crew with immediate command. He promised them a piece of the prize if they followed his instructions exactly, initiating the plan to capture William O. Meanwhile, William O looked up at the lacquered map, noting that all the prime grinding spots were taken. A nervous clerk explained that keep policy required controlling the numbers to prevent infighting over space and monsters. The only remaining slots were 3 widely separated areas at the far edges of the forest, requiring hours of travel time. Will quickly realized this was likely a scam, intended to force newcomers into renting better spots. Fortunately, Will could simply fly his people back and forth, mitigating the travel time problem. The real issue was having 7 parties, his own, 3 caravan guards and 3 civilian groups, for only 3 available slots. He decided to leave the civilians in the keep for a few days, cycling the experienced fighters through the spots instead. He realized he needed more time on this floor to ensure everyone hit level 45 before ascending to the 10th. Changing the subject abruptly, Will asked the clerk if there was a way to authorize someone to collect his bounty across floors. Badger Jaskurit immediately stepped in, pulling out his ledger, ready to handle the complex bureaucratic task. Will instructed Badger to forward the massive bounty for the Sin amalgam to Thea and Akal, granting him power of attorney. As Badger trotted away to handle the paperwork, Will mused to Loth about how handy their little bureaucrat was. Loth, however, was focused on the map, counting the number of parties grinding that day. She confronted the clerk. Yesterday there were 5 parties, but today there were 18. Loth concluded that the surge of interest, which conveniently split their forces, smelled definitively like a trap. Will argued it was probably just extortion, believing the criminals knew how dangerous his party was and were just trying to squeeze profit. Loth took a bet that people were simply stupid and were indeed setting a lethal trap. Will requested the names of the parties occupying the surrounding sites, but discovered they only existed on paper. They agreed there was no sense in walking straight into suspected danger, even if they were confident they could smash it. Back at the gambling hall, the thugs complained about the wasted time, tossing their gear onto the racks. Melray, ignoring the aggressive jostling, justified the failure by assuming William O. had simply delayed his trip. He reaffirmed his resolve. The underleveled party and the priceless set were still available. He just had to wait for the opportunity. Melray entered the crowded hall, focused on muscling his way to the bar for a cold drink. Suddenly, an unfamiliar young man's voice called out from the center of the room, and Melray froze in shock. He recognized the distinctive feathered serpent mask. William O. was standing right in front of them. A cloaked figure the size of a child, Loth the Luminary, dropped silently from the ceiling, her black scales gleaming. William O. offered a chilling choice. Anyone who wanted to leave was free to do so, suggesting the exact opposite of safety. Will expected his grand entrance to intimidate them, but the entire gambling hall erupted in loud, mocking laughter instead. The raucous din instantly ceased when a massive man, built like a granite slab, simply raised one hand. The gravelly-voiced leader confirmed Will's identity before Will could begin his explanation about the grinding map. Suddenly, a chilling shriek cut through the air as a man trying to reach for a weapon had his hand severed by an invisible steel wire. A cold quiet settled as the hyperventilating veteran frantically wrapped his bleeding arm with his torn shirt. Will casually explained that his associate had trapped the entire establishment to discourage any violent ideas. He clarified that while he wouldn't kill or steal, he would definitely let them leave missing certain vital parts. Samohan, seeing the seriousness of the threat, simply motioned for them to take a seat at the central table. The three sat down, and the massive man introduced himself as Samohan Cleophas, a level 53 mercurial prospector. Samohan offered his hand, but Will declined, keenly aware of the hidden weapons and pounding hearts surrounding them. Will named himself, and then Loth introduced herself as a hive-wielding saboteur. Samohan asked how he could assist them in settling the bet that brought them to his hall. Will explained they learned Samohan had cornered all the good grinding spots, leading Will to bet it was merely a ploy to scalp them. Loth countered that she bet it was a lethal trap, intended to kill them and steal their valuable gear. Will noted that admitting to scalping was harmless, but admitting to attempted murder justified preemptive self-defense. Samohan suddenly barked a laugh, claiming that both of their assumptions were entirely wrong. He admitted the plan was to capture Will alive and force him to craft more of the powerful sets he was rumored to create. Will insisted this was just an escalation of scalping, but Loth argued it was still a trap based on force and capture. Loth pointed out they intended to kill everyone else, forcing Will to sigh and admit she had won the wager. Loth accepted the large voucher with a dainty pinch of her clawed fingers, reminding him not to bet against her. Will turned back to Samohan, asking how they should handle the situation, given that Will now had justification for a fight. Samohan challenged Will's perceived intellect, questioning if he truly believed he could win against them all. Will quickly scanned Samohan's visible relics before widening his gaze to the dozens of armed climbers surrounding them. Despite the overwhelming odds, Will asserted with absolute confidence that he would win the fight. Samohan tapped his fingers and proposed a concession. If Will could beat him without his powerful set, they would back off entirely. Will looked thoughtful, weighing the implications of the challenge and the consequences of losing. Will agreed to the duel but added a condition. Every single participant in the morning's ambush must watch the fight. He stipulated that the onlookers must wear their full kit, fully aware they could be maimed or lose their equipment. Samohan's lips twitched into a smile. He accepted the terms for a duel the next day at the arena, and they shook hands. As they left, Loth questioned Will's reasoning for letting them live, knowing they would cause trouble again. Will mused that these advanced class climbers represented a strong fighting force, and he wanted to extract value from them as potential allies. Loth conceded that the impression Will made would have to be absolutely devastating, and Will replied with a confident grin. The next morning, Will was led to the Bacton Keep Arena, a much smaller fighting pit than the grand halls of Akko. Despite its size, Will immediately sensed the arena's high quality, noting how the magical dirt pulsed beneath his feet. Samohan Cleophas waited on the opposite side, clad in inordinately heavy armor, a mining helmet, and a pickaxe over his shoulder. Will greeted Lord Bacton, the keep's leader, who was reclining nearby, finding this duel the most interesting event of the day. Samohan immediately challenged Will for still wearing his equipment, accusing him of backing out of the terms. Will stated this was a declaration, immediately removing his feathered mask and tossing it aside, followed by his heavy cloak. He continued stripping off his armor, weapons, shoes, and finally his shirt, leaving him standing nearly naked in the arena pit. Holding out his arms, Will confirmed he was wearing only minor relics, ready to face the heavily armored opponent. Will gestured aggressively for Samohan to charge, promising to demonstrate exactly how the ambush would have failed. Samohan ignored the challenge to strip, laughing loudly as he broke into a heavy charge toward the unarmed opponent. Will instantly materialized the polymorphic armor of his phantom hand and punched the massive man dead center in the chest, sending him hurtling backward. Before Samohan could land, the phantom hand grabbed his heel and launched him straight upward until he vanished from view. Will quickly identified a well-equipped climber in the audience and reeled him from the stands into the arena floor. The unfortunate figure slammed into the dirt, and Will immediately snagged the man's headband for its minor stat boost. After tossing the stunned man aside, Will immediately sent the phantom eye soaring upward to maintain situational awareness. The eye immediately spotted deformations in the dirt, revealing a silent, invisible rogue sprinting up from behind. Will used the phantom hand to interpose a buckler of armor just where he felt the air shift, catching the incoming dagger attack. The rogue became visible, meeting Will's eyes before the phantom hand, armor wrapped around and crushed the man's hand. Lord Bacton shouted encouragement, urging Will to make a bold statement, framing the fight as a conversation. Will grabbed the rogue's dagger and, using the full speed of the phantom hand, whipped it into the surrounding audience. The dagger moved so fast it created a sharp, whip-like crack, making hundreds of attacks and viciously maiming dozens of limbs. In the midst of the carnage, Will saw a flicker above and lunged back right before Samohan crashed down in a metallic explosion. Samohan pulled his shiny, metallic form out of the crater, the impact site oozing outward as he transmuted the surrounding dirt. Will confirmed that if they had ambushed him, the results would have been far more devastating, prompting Samohan to charge again. To prevent his opponent from controlling the battlefield, Will immediately shifted the arena floor into a massive, treacherous sheet of slippery ice. Samohan wobbled for only an instant, just long enough for Will to duck under the massive swing and bring the blade of frenzy into play. The stacking bonus caused the blade to hit like a legendary greatsword, parting the liquid metal armor. The bandit leader grunted in pain but whipped around with unexpected dexterity, catching Will with his massive forearm. The blow felt like a sledgehammer, sending Will careening across the ice at breakneck speed toward the arena wall. As the bandits recovered from their initial shock, staccato explosions and arrows rained down from the stands. Will was singed and pierced by several tracking arrows, lodging deep in his gut, leg, and lung. He desperately wanted to quit, but Will shoved himself up and started sprinting along the side of the arena walls. Phantom Hand moved in the opposite direction, manifesting 2 sets of cannonballs in a rush job to eliminate the 4 successful shooters. With twin booms, the sections of the stands where the archers stood exploded violently. Will ripped the narrow, chisel-faced arrows out of his gut and leg, knowing they were easy to remove. but pulling the arrow from his lung caused a searing pain as it scraped against a rib, leaving him coughing up blood. His vision dimmed, and bright streaks crossed his eyes from the sudden drop in oxygen. Samohan hurtled forward, powered by strange metal miniature windmills attached to his back, aiming to cut Will off. Will waited until the last possible second, dug in his heels, and juked, causing the massive man to fly past him. Phantom Hand quickly delivered a potion of greater healing into Will's waiting hand. Samohan lunged, and the air in front of his fist instantly transmuted into a solid steel pancake, shooting toward Will. Will grabbed the air with his toes and created a layered, angled shield of air with a twist of his foot. The steel pancake missed by a hair's breadth, exploding into the arena wall behind him as he drank the potion. Samohan arrived instantly, his fists raining down on the spot where Will had just stood. Will hacked out the last of the blood in his throat as his lung patched itself up, sliding backwards with apparent effortlessness. Samohan anchored himself by spawning cat-like claws of liquid metal from his feet, halting his slide. Will began to dance around the prospector, using the massive man as a human shield against the abilities and projectiles raining down from the stands. Suddenly, Lord Bacton roared, his voice drowning out the chaos and bringing the entire battle to a screeching halt. Bacton stalked out onto the ice, setting aside his lunch, holding a whipping rod loose in his fingers. He criticized Samohan for overcommitting to his ranged attacks, slowing his feet and allowing Will to run circles around him. Bacton demonstrated a snapping jab that only involved the shoulder and tricep, prioritizing velocity over power. Samohan adopted the new technique, creating a smaller, sharper, cone-shaped projectile that looked much harder to dodge. Will, annoyed by the interruption, demanded if Bacton had any advice for him. Bacton merely shrugged, stating that Will needed to stop sandbagging and crush their spirit, not just win efficiently. Will suddenly realized the simple, brutal truth. Samohan was the symbol of his people, and Will had to deface that symbol. Will launched himself up and punched Samohan directly in the face, using aspect to transfer the full force straight into the ground. Samohan staggered backward, spitting out a fragment of white, a broken tooth or bone from his mouth. Will charged forward, Phantom Hand interposing itself to block Samohan's desperate counterattack with a liquid metal blade. Will punched him in the face again, driving the prospector backward and denying him the chance to speak. Samohan exploded outwards with metal spikes in every direction, perforating Will's arms and forcing him to step back. Will immediately fired a cannonball, obliterating Samohan's jaw and sending him careening into the arena wall. Will accelerated forward, stomped on the prospector's skull and then leaped off, landing back on the ice. Samohan collapsed to the ground, his face ruined, struggling desperately to breathe through the damage. Will scanned the assembled bandits. They were completely silent and still, unwilling to meet his gaze. Will loudly demanded if they were done, feeling the heavy debt around him finally loosen. He swapped his fighting gear for the dimensional coiled serpent amulet, feeling a wave of power flood his body. Lord Bacton met Will's gaze and subtly held up a single finger, indicating one final, necessary gesture. Will approached the man with the ruined face and poured his last greater healing potion onto the leader's wounds. Samohan's face instantly fixed itself, the labored breathing evening out, establishing the counterpoint of mercy. Will reiterated the negotiation terms for 2 days later, mask now in place, and warned them not to attempt anything foolish. He strutted out of the arena, only to immediately sag against the locker room wall, gasping for air, head swimming from blood loss. Anna rushed in, her face pale with worry, hastily helping Will put his arm over her shoulder. After being patched up, Will spent the evening organizing the chaotic contents of his dimensional storage. The space had grown from a small bowl to the size of a satchel, shrinking everything he put inside. He pulled out a tiny oak tree sealed in a glass ampule, something he had forgotten he even owned. Will began sifting through heavy cannonballs, discarded short swords, and a sticky gallon of metallic slime. He realized many items were redundant now, especially the blades he used only when desperate. The garrote wire, the cool rock, and old candy wrappers were also deemed unnecessary clutter. Old habits died hard. He kept the emergency cash hidden inside the storage, just in case. Will then retrieved dozens of small, cheap rings he had collected as payment from other climbers. He moved to his sourdough barrels, determined to finally run the experiments he'd been putting off. His first task was preparing a new barrel with ash from kinesthetic relics to create a healing potion starter. Next came the difficult part, creating a composite ring to maximize sourdough's resistance effects. He knew 4 was the ideal number of items to combine before the composite effect began to weaken. Will donned the ring of the yeast master and began sacrificing the other 3 items into the barrel. He repeated the process, burning through nearly all his valuable resistance relics in one sitting. His theory involved using the new, modified relics ash to create an even more powerful base. If successful, he could achieve 30 to 40 resistance on a single ring, a tremendous boost. He realized the final product would require an unmodified relic, dragging the overall average down. Will mused on the possibility of making 2 highly resistant rings to compound the effect before creating the final piece. He determined he just needed time, about a month, and many more of resistance relics. Shifting gears, we'll focus next on preparing focus relics, specifically for Brianna's benefit. More focus meant better resistance to charm effects and increased capacity to handle emergencies. Later, Will retired for the night, his mind oscillating between excitement and nervousness about the Bacton meeting. He woke to the familiar, invisible tugging sensation of the debt, prompting him to move. Will took a quick bath, shaved the half-hearted beard, and dressed in his best clothes beneath his set. He let the debt steer him, a subtle pull that defined his direction even when he walked aimlessly. Within an hour, Will was sitting in front of Bacton for the big caravan meeting. To his surprise, the meeting was incredibly boring. Logisticians conversed furiously about tax rates and penalties, handling all the logistical details. Bacton caught Will's eye and winked, acknowledging his student's unexpected boredom. Bacton commented that Will's fighting style had backslid slightly due to lack of high-level partners. He did, however, admit to being impressed by Will's quick, brutally basic modification to intimidate opponents. Will reminded Bacton of the promised lesson if he managed to reach the current floor. Bacton confirmed the lesson was already underway, noting Will's plan for an extended stay. He asked Will if he remembered the core idea, that combat itself functions as a language. At its most basic, conflict is a discussion where one creature says, "I'm going to hit you," and the other refutes it. Will frowned, then realized the connection to the binding nature of language on the current floor. Bacton smiled widely, appreciating his student's quick grasp of the concept. He explained that the floor objectively highlights the quality of one's "I should win this fight" argument. Will asked how Bacton planned to teach him this elusive combat language. The lesson was simple. Bacton would beat him up until Will could tell a joke that made him laugh. Will's only response was utter bewilderment. 2 weeks dissolved into a painful routine, a constant maelstrom of defeat and punishment. William realized that winning was impossible. The goal was only to delay the inevitable fall. He quickly learned that simple pratfalls only earned him painful kicks while he was down. Loth the Luminary declared that the issue wasn't Will's fighting skill, but his understanding of humor itself. Will shrugged, admitting he only knew comedy was something funny, never questioning why. Loth explained that all structured humor establishes an expectation, then shatters it in a novel way. She concluded that in combat, this required building an expectation, then completely undercutting it. A sudden idea sparked in Will's mind, a feint that was also a joke based on a shared experience. He peered over Rhea's shoulder, musing aloud as a large piece of magically reinforced stone was extracted. Rhea took the brush and began the brutal process of scrubbing the dirt and debris from his open wounds. A small team of Ana copies arrived cheerfully with his relic barrels, only to turn instantly green upon seeing his mangled body. Will asked Rhea why her copies reacted so strongly if they shared senses all the time. Rhea clarified that they generally kept their shared senses closed to respect privacy, only opening them when needed. William used his phantom hand to retrieve the greater healing potions and the barrels containing the resistance rings. He inspected the newly created rings, noting the high resistance bonuses from the recent grueling sessions. He intended to combine the 3 new rings with his best unmodified relic, hoping for a massive boost. Rhea abruptly dumped a bucket of clean water over his head, washing away the blood and soap. She deemed the wounds clean and left to fetch the healers, allowing Will to finally rest. Within a minute, the incidental wounds faded to faint scars, quickly healing due to the aspect of the immortal serpent. Once dressed, he immediately used the bolt cutters to ash the 3 rings into the clean barrel for the upgrade. The next morning, Will reported to the arena for his daily beating, feeling notably refreshed and alert. Lord Bacton arrived, feigning boredom and criticizing Will for taking so long to grasp the basics of the fight. Will frowned, noticing the opponent's casual posture was actually revealing a practiced arrogance and a subtle guard gap. The dead ability amplified the subtle, unspoken language of the opponent's body, revealing his true intentions like a shadow puppet on a wall. The opponent feigned a move to the right, but Will trusted the amplified signal and raised his tomahawk to the left. For the first time, Will had a whole quarter-second of spare time, an eternity compared to his usual frantic survival mode. Will tried to use the time to set a weapon lock and counterattack, but the opponent smiled and effortlessly slid away. The opponent ducked low and jammed his elbow hard into Will's ribs, causing him to grunt and stagger back. The opponent corrected Will's mistake about the location of the liver, his fierce expression softening slightly. The opponent adopted a defensive stance, yet Will's intuition screamed that he was about to launch a massive attack. Predictably, the opponent flickered forward, launching a rapid flurry of strikes that forced Will to backpedal frantically. Will lost the crucial sensation he had gained, and the battle rapidly spiraled into another ragged, injured defeat by evening. Later, Lord Bacton dragged Will back to the caravan, musing that only Will's incredible resistance allowed him to survive the daily beatings. The opponent noted that Will's good mood helped him relax enough to briefly enter the state of prediction. Bacton then leaned in, suggesting that a good woman was essential for sleep and overall performance improvement. Suddenly, Anna's voice rang out, and she and 3 identical copies rushed forward to fuss over Will's injuries. They immediately lifted Will off Bacton's shoulder, stripping his bloody rags and directing him toward a warm bath in eerie synchronicity. Lord Bacton stood frozen, watching the entire bizarre process with his jaw utterly slack. William shouted back over his shoulder, confirming that this strange scene was exactly what losing felt like for the opponent. He realized that even in defeat, he had achieved a far more punishing victory. Caddick received the scout report. William O. was resting for 2 weeks in Bacton Keep. Caddick immediately judged that fighting in a lord's territory would be highly unwise. This presented a perfect, unexpected opportunity to bypass his target and claim a stronghold advantage. He commanded his growing army, swelled by thousands of hopeful climbers, toward the key site. Caddick reflected that these followers completely misunderstood his true, zealous purpose. His mission was driven by the absolute necessity to prevent the rebirth, the cycle of chaos that perpetually doomed humanity. Humanity must conquer the tower and become powerful as a society, as commanded by Granish, king of the gods. Despite his rebellion, Caddick felt Granish's absolute guidance toward the deceiver's heart like a loosed arrow. An aide expressed concern that their forces were also underleveled for the next phase of the climb. Caddick placed a heavy, reassuring hand on the aide's shoulder, offering a powerful lie. Meanwhile, William O.'s training days, blended into a continuous maelstrom of bruises and scrapes. He was learning to read intentions through the floor's debt, a new, intense sensory input. Bacton had escalated their conversations, from simple movements to layered, complex strategies. Will recognized his own actions were still honestly broadcast, limited to basic commands like right or duck. He realized the true goal was learning how to generate a lie within the debt itself. He searched for a shared emotional experience that could form the kernel of his deception. Will recalled Bacton's earlier shock and hint of envy regarding Anna's excessively kind treatment of him. He quickly forced the idea from his mind, not wanting the intent to prematurely surface through the debt. As night fell, sparring shifted to discussion. Will's wounds were now minimal, mostly just bruises. Will questioned why he was being taught a skill that only worked on this specific floor. Bacton explained it was foundational, like learning to read with light before doing so with eyes closed. Bacton noted Will's rapid fluency, confirming only 1 week remained in their arrangement. Will tried to provoke a dramatic failure condition, referencing Ackle's high-stakes challenges. Bacton dismissed the arbitrary motivation, pointing out Will had decades to master the skill. He observed that Will had an inherent, powerful advantage comparable to his own. Will admitted, however, that he still would have greatly preferred to have been born rich. Bacton let out a small, genuine chuckle at Will's honest admission. Will quickly pointed at his teacher, asking if that small reaction counted as the required laugh. Bacton grinned, clarifying that the rules of their arrangement were not currently in effect. That night, William O. sat alone, mentally refining the details of his complex deception plan. He rehearsed the setup repeatedly, refining it down to the most simple, potent form possible. The next day, sparring commenced, quickly accelerating into a blur of motion and clanging steel. Will relaxed his consciousness, allowing the combat conversation to flow until the moment arrived. Cornered against the wall, William O. deliberately altered his stance, creating a fatal opening. The debt broadcast his true intention: acquire impressive bruises for Anna's sympathetic care. Bacton read the sandbagging intent and charged forward, enraged by the lack of seriousness. Instead of the expected kick, Bacton changed tactics, thrusting swiftly and brutally toward the gut. Will instantly grounded himself with aspect, whipping his tomahawk down in a desperate counter. The tomahawk grazed Bacton's brow, but the thrust went through, resulting in a mutual, immediate injury. Bacton froze, then erupted in a triumphant, bloody roar of laughter, acknowledging the success of the impossible lie. Limping back from the duel, Will clutched the painful gash over his core. The Lord proudly traced his new scar, calling it his profession's long-awaited beauty mark. Will confessed he was slipping into shock, barely able to recall recent events. Ignoring advice, he quickly retrieved a greater healing potion and knocked it back. The massive consumable instantly condensed into a small, shimmering starter nodule in his palm. An intense warmth spread, mending the wound and easing the severe lightheadedness. The Lord stared, demanding why Will had pretended to be without supplies. Will explained his paranoia, gesturing with the invisible armor of phantom hand. He stumbled, but his aspect skill subtly flowed the ground to preserve his balance. Regaining energy, Will postured aggressively, claiming the duel was an ass-kicking. Suddenly, his attention was fixed on a nearby sign radiating a faint golden glow: noodles. The Lord firmly grabbed his shoulder, steering him away from the food and toward the camp. They approached the caravan, seeing the warm lights but hearing panicked, unusual shouting. Rhea sprinted into view, her face strained, announcing an urgent emergency. A copy of Rhea appeared, and the two swiftly lifted the injured Will, trotting him through the camp. Will forced himself awake, slapping his cheeks to maintain focus amid the rising anxiety. He was dropped onto a stump, where Charnas awaited with a fork and a plate of venison. The Saintess placed a hand on his chest, commanding him to endure the rush. A bolt of lightning fixed his entire system, followed by a surge of manic hunger and euphoria. He stood abruptly, hyperventilating, every part of him wanting to run somewhere immediately. Controlling the raw adrenaline, Will sat down and demanded a detailed report on Eoland. The group confirmed Eoland vanished from a protected, inner grinding area near the city wall. Will realized the disappearance implied subtle mind control or a breach of their guard. He ordered Rhea to immediately round up every member of Samohan's gang. Samohan and his crew were quickly dragged in, kneeling in the dirt, restrained by tangled figures. Will lifted his mask slightly, forcing the hyperventilating men to look at his grave expression. He demanded they swear a brief, ironclad oath, denying all knowledge of the kidnapping. After they swore, Will dismissed them, knowing the human kidnapping option was likely ruled out. He put Samohan in charge of coordinating the search of the keep with Rhea's copies. June brought the captive Fae, held in a jar beneath Will's struggling, rotting undead hand. The Fae, arms crossed, demanded Will retake ownership of the grotesque appendage. Will cut the cord, dropping the hand directly into the jar to instantly crush the Fae. Screaming in agony, the Fae turned purple and frantically agreed to Will's 30-question deal. Will pinned the now relaxed undead hand to a stump with his tomahawk, securing it. The Fae immediately spilled every horror known about Kincaid's activities with captives. Will resolved that the Fae Lord Kincaid must die, regardless of his current involvement. He dismissed the Fae, reminding the creature that no questions had actually been asked yet. Will confronted Eoland's family, delivering the cold-blooded assessment. She is probably dead. He proposed establishing the 10th floor stronghold first, ensuring a lord handles the retrieval. A wealthy Fae lord enjoyed the scent of expensive lamp oil, mixed with the terror of his newest captive. He mused that most climbers were hardened men, noting the rarity of vulnerable targets now. While veteran climbers offered a challenge, sometimes a softer, easier victim was needed to satisfy his urges. He traced the hooked blade up to the shivering woman's shoulder strap, savoring the moment. Knock, knock. A sudden, loud intrusion broke the silence of the chamber. He barked a furious question at his manservant, who was peeking nervously through the door gap. The minion nervously presented a card, and a stack of wire-bound papers as thick as a man's thumb. Kincaid snatched the papers and began reading, his initial annoyance rapidly turning to interest. A chuckle became a full-throated laugh, as he realized the document was a wildly imbalanced gamble. The contract was a bland, resigned attempt by a husband to soften his wife's stay in the abyss. He had seen this noble sacrifice 37 times. It was an utterly tired and boring trope. But poring over the fine print, he inferred that the couple had family staying in Bacton Keep. This gave him a rare voice inside the keep and a hook to catch much bigger political fish. "Let's do this," he declared, striding toward the door and ordering the captive to be brought along. Meanwhile, William O. seethed silently, knowing his rival was still ahead of him. He activated his amulet, and the forest floor around them instantly turned into mirror-smooth ice. Will tested the limits of the debt, promising Jason he wouldn't pinch him. He pinched Jason, confirming he felt nothing of the debt's punishing miasma due to the amulet's effect. Jason screamed and collapsed, his feet slipping violently out from under him on the slick terrain. Will realized the relic was constantly refreshing the terrain effect, making it invaluable on this floor. Jason struggled to stand on the treacherous ice, demanding Will stop the inexplicable effect. Will ended the effect, and the debt crashed back into him like a dam breaking. He shifted his focus back to grinding levels, frustrated by the missed opportunity for a key site. Jason pointed ahead, spotting a still, shallow pool of water lying flat on the muddy ground. Jason tried to show off his hunting knowledge, describing the dangers of the skipper hiding within. Will ignored the advice, swapping his current ring for the ring of water breathing. As Will approached, a ripple spread across the puddle, and slimy green leaves erupted to seize his ankles. Splosh. He was instantly dragged into a lightless, freezing realm of abyssal water, sensing a large creature. Will extended blades from his phantom snakes, striking the creature and tasting blood in the water. A pinpoint of light appeared above him, and Will swam upward, dragging chunks of his prey. He burst out of the shallow puddle and dragged the remains onto the muddy forest floor. Will climbed to his feet and used his phantom snakes to wring the bloodied water out of his coat. Jason stared, slack-jawed, as Will casually suggested they keep hunting immediately. Will sent 16 phantom eyes soaring above them to map out the hidden area through the canopy. He quickly dispatched an iron-tusk boar and several other monsters outside Jason's perception range. Jason, finally catching up, pointed excitedly toward a nearby cave entrance. He began describing the cool, barnacle-looking monsters hanging from the cave ceiling. Will bisected the creatures mid-sentence without even looking at them. Jason, his excitement crushed, demanded to know why Will was such a buzzkill during the entire hunt. Will sighed and relented, revealing the paladin jerk had stolen their key sight opportunity. The rival had gotten ahead, leaving an inevitable ambush waiting at the only available site. Jason frowned, concentrating on the ground, before suggesting they try clearing a different, Fey Lord-held site. Will dismissed the idea, noting that was just as dangerous as walking into the ambush. If they ran and hid, the paladin would simply send mass-produced assassins after them until they died. Just need to decide which way to get our people killed, Will concluded grimly. Jason offered a final, desperate suggestion: flip a coin for it. Jason flipped the coin, intending to decide between the ambush and the Fey Lord fight. It slipped, landing perfectly straight up on the surface of a nearby fallen log. Answer uncertain, try again later. William O. had reached level 40, pausing his relentless hunt to rest and reflect. He sat atop Bacton Keep, observing the stunning, lush beauty of the 9th floor below. Yet he was acutely aware that this immaculate garden was rooted in the rot of a dying society. The question remained, did he truly have what it takes to slay a Fey Lord? His relic seed and the amulet of home field advantage offered him an undeniable edge. But without understanding the scope, he felt like a man with a knife fighting a bear. He had planned to wait for his advanced class, but circumstances forced his immediate action. He considered selling the relic seed to Bacton in exchange for aid against the Fey. However, he worried about the political fallout and potential retaliation from the other Fey. Their personal attitudes mattered less than the world order suddenly shifting beneath them. He realized that involving them in the execution would only make backstabbing more likely. Kincaid was a symbol, and his equals were watching. Will needed to make an example of him, alone. His plan had come full circle. He was back to doing the impossible by himself. He pulled out the second-generation sourdough ring, wondering if he was the pocket knife or the bear. The ring offered a substantial plus 50 resistance, an outrageous amount, yet slightly weaker than Loth's math predicted. This confirmed the tower was taxing the potential of subsequent generations to prevent infinite power loops. The empty middle snake slot twitched violently as the ring's effect was imprinted onto the relic. Will's eyes widened as the resistance value surged dramatically, and he felt impossibly durable, molded from blessed steel. This massive boost brought his total resistance to 419, doubling the potency of his aspect ability. He began testing the range, pacing out a massive radius of 330 paces. Will then sacrifice the seed of inexorable death, further upgrading his aspect ability. Shivers passed through his body as the upgrade integrated, granting passive lifesteal and declaring that fear was now a terrain. He paced again, finding the new radius was now 420 steps, then removed his armor set. He grasped the air, solidifying a large, translucent hemisphere that was sturdier and easier to create than ever before. Will took a step off the side of the building, and a sliver of the roof warped outward to meet his foot. He stepped into open air, and a wobbly, chewy platform appeared beneath him, feeling unstable. He dropped a heel kick, and the platform cracked, forcing him to hastily resolidify the construct. Will acknowledge the partial success. He was one step closer to full flight without his gear. Now he needed to test the fear as a terrain function, and he knew just who was afraid of him. Minutes later, Will stepped into Samohan's gambling hall, now a hectic mining supply depot. Badyar Jaskirat frantically scribbled in his ledger among piles of makeshift equipment. Samohan and the prospectors were huddled, planning their operations with feverish, manic energy. William cleared his throat, and the entire busy crew instantly froze, all eyes fixed on him. A colorless, fog-like substance rolled off the men, and Will crouched to scoop up the slimy, stringy dread. He placed his boot on the fear closest to him, causing a background figure to shudder violently. Realizing the power was offensive, Will pulled his foot back, and Samohan nervously asked what he needed. Will turned to leave, calling back, "I came to touch your fear, it's stringy. May wanna have that checked." Travis walked through Bacton Keep, a woman clinging to his arm and complimenting him extravagantly. He dismissed his own power, claiming humility despite his potential to rival the gods of creation. The woman praised his ability to make illusions real, but her eyes suddenly widened in dawning, existential horror. She grabbed his shirt collar, demanding to know if she was real and why she could not remember her past. She attempted a tearful confession, but her form began dissolving into sparkling motes of light. Travis dropped to his knees, watching the last vestiges of the illusionary puppet slip through his fingers. He stood up, adjusting his clothes, and noted the experiment's results regarding autonomy in his logbook. Suddenly, a voice interrupted from above, commenting on the strange, theatrical display. Travis craned his neck, spotting William O. floating effortlessly in the air high above him. Travis pointed up, defensively arguing that the illusion was just practice, not something perverse. Will shrugged off the defense, maintaining his assessment that the behavior was profoundly weird. Suddenly, Will shifted focus, declaring he needed his exfiltration specialist immediately. An invisible, scaled phantom hand looped around Travis's waist, lifting him abruptly into the air. Will dropped Travis without warning, sending him into a terrifying, stomach-lurching freefall. An ornate, massive winged carpet bearing the Olton crest manifested instantly, arresting his fall just above the stone. The carpet swooped alongside Will, who paused to give the flying contraption a genuine look of admiration. Travis, now soaring confidently, snarkily compared his ride to Will's invisible telekinetic snakes. Will continued to tease Travis relentlessly about his doll preferences until Travis angrily cursed him. Will cut off the argument, announcing they had arrived and directed their flight toward Bacton's castle below. They entered a long, quiet hallway leading to a small office, the layout reminiscent of the Oilton patriarch's old domain. They entered the office. A stern, grizzled man sat behind a large, cluttered wooden desk. Will took the only chair, instructing Travis to simply make his own seat. Travis instantly conjured an ostentatious, gilded throne covered in garish detailing, and sat down beside Will. Will placed the softly glowing, teardrop-shaped Harbinger relic seed gemstone onto the desk. The man behind the desk inspected the gem. His eyes widened, and his posture shifted to one of deadly, focused intent. He declared the priceless relic seed was now his, stating he would acquire it one way or another. They quickly negotiated the price, sealing the deal for 6 favors, with the debt swirling visibly around their clasped hands. Will informed the man he intended to kill Kincaid tomorrow and requested the chained civilians be removed beforehand. The man expressed incredulous shock that Will plan to execute this move without the powerful relic seed. The man rang a distant bell and ordered a young woman to fetch his light dueling saber. A young secretary peeked through the door, holding a plain wooden saber that exuded a palpable sense of lethal danger. Will grabbed Travis's ear and dragged him away from the secretary and the dangerous weapon. Back in the courtyard, Will secured Travis with an arm, explaining they were going to the territory of Fey Lord Anacona. Travis narrowed his eyes, demanding a soft-set relic for his mirage ability as payment for the life-risking trip. Will agreed, looping invisible snakes around both their bodies, lifting them high and orienting them north. They accelerated instantly. The air pressure battered them, forming a strange conical shockwave around their bodies. They shot past warning signs, and the landscape below in a terrifying, high-speed blur. They crashed through the door of a remote cabin, propelled by a delayed blast of air. They found a Fey woman bathing in a tub that was instantly covered in a thin layer of ice. Will quickly turned, apologizing, as his invisible snake stole the Fey's bow and cloak and replaced the damaged door. William waited patiently on the porch, noting the small sounds that signaled the Fey Lord was finally dressed. He tried to start a conversation, sensing this was quickly becoming a hostile confrontation. Before he could finish, a wicked hunting knife burst through the door, followed by the Fey Lord herself. Will anticipated the strike, catching her wrist mid-swing and pulling the arm down low. He released his grip and lunged with a sharp elbow strike, but she was too fast. She unwound with explosive force, her feet cutting furrows into the rough porch wood as she whistled a kick up toward his jaw. Will leaned back, narrowly avoiding the blow, and launched 2 cannonballs at point-blank range. The Fey Lord exploded into a white mist around the attacks and instantly reformed as a jackrabbit. The rabbit struck him in the kneecap with the force of one of his own cannonballs. The force sent Will tumbling backwards, his body spinning wildly to disperse the kinetic energy. Will silently thanked his ring of resistance as he grabbed the air, using his snakes to yank himself violently aside. The angry jackrabbit crashed exactly where he had been about to land just an instant before. Will pulled his tomahawk from his belt, rising into the air to face the shapeshifter. The rabbit stared at him and unleashed a high-pitched, inhuman scream that caused the very world to shift. Large, heavy flakes of frozen water began raining down, forming a sudden, unnatural blizzard. Travis Oilton peeked out of the cabin, totally relaxed, before ducking inside to rifle through the Fey Lord's things. As the rabbit charged, Travis reappeared with stolen food and a bottle of mead, dragging a rocking chair. The master decoy settled in, completely unguarded and yet utterly untouched by the chaos. Will blocked a feral strike, managing to slice off the tip of the rabbit's ear in frustration. The Fey Lord shifted into a white fox, blazing across the rapidly accumulating snow like lightning. Will struggled to keep track of the swift form, noting Travis's unusual calm while he drank the stolen mead. He wrestled the ball of fur away from his neck before the fox vanished into the blinding background. Will realized Travis's reckless behavior had to be a setup, but before he could react, the Fey Lord changed again. A rock-sized white owl manifested from the blizzard, trying to spear him with sword-length talons. Will ducked the attack and blasted the owl with cannonballs, dissolving it into mist. The owl reformed and clamped its massive talons around Will's back, crushing the air from his lungs. Using his high resistance, Will grabbed his arms and legs and wrenched himself forward with his snakes. The sudden force caused the owl to screech and tumble end over end, smashing face first into a copse of trees. Will continued flying forward, smashing through a tree as the talons around him dissolved into mist. The Fey Lord climbed out of the shattered wreckage, glaring at him with unnatural intensity. She glanced down, noticing the circle of stabilized ice around Will and realizing the source of his power. Will immediately dumped her stolen gear and dismissed his territory just as a massive energy fist descended. She declared herself the land, rage shaking her body as the earth beneath them began to rumble. Will planted his foot hard, gaining a foothold and locking down a quarter-mile of terrain in response. She dove into the ground, wrenching the earth free an instant before a spear of stone erupted where Will stood. Will dodged the attack, sprinting directly toward the Fey Lord's discarded bow. She burst from the ground, racing him neck and neck for her gear. Anacona grabbed the bow, pulling the string back mid-somersault, an arrow of bone and feather appearing instantly. She unleashed 3 arrows at impossible speed, forcing Will to juke with unnatural, sudden movements. Will sent his snakes to grab the bow, intending to disarm her by force. She screamed in rage, accelerating towards the bow with lethal speed, trying to maintain her grip. Will changed direction and brutally smashed the bow into her face multiple times. Her scream turned into the screech of a great owl as she released the weapon. Will took possession of the bow, demanding she talk now that he held her weapon. The owl spread its wings, generating a tornado of miasmatic snow and deadly intent. Roots sprung up, winding around Will's feet and trapping him in place. Will threw his cloak over his head, but a piece of his ear froze solid instantly. Phantom snakes yanked Will free from the roots, pulling him quickly up into the air. The Fey Lord returned to humanoid form, sprinting toward her cloak, demanding to know how he survived. Will shuddered violently, his snakes playing keep-away with the cloak to prevent her recovery. Once his limbs regained sensation, Will threw his tomahawk at her back. A snake caught the axe behind her, burying the weapon into her spine. Her expression froze into wood as she transformed instantly into a tree. She burst out of a nearby tree and caught Will with a feral swipe to the side of his face. Will saw chunks of his frozen ear shatter and fly away from the impact. Will kicked her in the chest, but his attack was wildly ineffective due to her superior strength. Realizing the stalemate, she kicked away and turned her aggressive attention toward Travis. She invoked the Pact of Hospitality, demanding his help in retrieving her cloak due to his perceived trespass. Travis squinted through the remaining snow, then stood up and simply refused the command. The stolen food, the chair, and the figure of Travis dissolved into motes of light. The real Travis appeared casually leaning against a rough-hewn post on the other side of the cabin. Anacona paled as Travis negated the debt, claiming she now owed him a minute of her time for the false accusation. Defeated, she slumped and agreed with a painful groan. With a gesture of surrender, the miasmatic snowstorm instantly died away. Will cut straight to the point. He was killing Kincaid tomorrow. Anacona's brow rose in curiosity, recalling their brawl, and she accepted the invitation. Travis tried to flirt, asking if she ever visited the keep for supplies or lunch. Will interrupted him, hauling both of them violently up and away into the sky. He dropped her bow and retreated quickly before the truce completely expired. Walking up the winding road, Travis questioned why they had visited the lethal huntress Anacona first. Will explained that you must always handle the hardest task first, while you still possess the energy to disengage. Travis looked up the road, nervously taking in how much bigger the colossal castle of bone was growing with every switchback. Suddenly, a dramatic bolt of lightning struck, briefly illuminating the rows of skulls decorating the towering turrets. Will pointed out that, unlike Anacona's silent lethality, Mording constantly communicated his presence like a puffed-up bird. He then directed Travis's attention to a torrent of rain that created a visually pleasing, heavy shadow hanging off the side of the castle. Will leaned close to whisper his insight. The Fey Lord was clearly proud and selling the overall experience to his trespassers. Travis immediately understood the need for theatricality and dropped his fist into his palm in sudden realization. The performance began as Travis started to feign anxiety, letting the tension bubble up as they approached the looming structure. He laid the fear on thick, dramatically worrying about never making it home to his dear, sweet Mabel. Will played along, adopting the role of the determined, slightly foolish leader who was too resolute to turn back. After an hour of their back-and-forth banter, they finally arrived at the gate, which was carved wood painted to resemble bleached bone. Will scanned the towering wall, wondering how much of the dramatic structure was actually fake set dressing. A whip crack, a harsh cry of pain, and the rattle of chains signaled that the performance had been acknowledged. The massive, black-armored gate guardian emerged, riding a huge, predatory black stallion nearly twice Will's height. The guardian unsheathed a thick, swooping sword with an odd handle, hefting it with menacing deliberation. He challenged them, demanding to know what foolishness bade them to cast their bones upon his lord's whims. Will calmly requested entry, stating he wished to invite Morden to a gathering of the great powers of the floor. The guardian mocked Will's ridiculous excuse and rejected the plea, declaring Will would be added to the wall. The carnivorous horse leapt forward with predatory grace, teeth bared, forcing Will to react instantly. Will realized that to succeed here, he needed to appeal to the Fey Lord's sensibilities by beating the threat dramatically. He sprang up, whipping out his tomahawk and executing a theatrical, spinning flourish known as the Phantom Snake. Travis caught the cue and gave a dramatic cry, summoning 3 glowing, illusionary salamanders from the ground. Will played his part by letting the powerful rider toss him around, exaggerating his movements for close calls and high drama. Travis's illusions threw poorly aimed fireballs, serving only to distract the guardian and break his concentration. Will used the momentary distraction to slip through the guardian's guard for a lucky strike on a weak point in the armor. After weakening his foe, Will dragged the guardian off the massive horse, catching him in a cool-looking blade lock. Will leveraged his superior speed and caught the rider with a swift, precise strike to the neck armor. The defeated rider stumbled back, holding his bleeding neck, and gurgled a final, dire warning about the 3 stronger guardians. His horse bolted, dragging the defeated guardian by the reins through the open gate and into the castle gloom. Will and Travis exchanged a silent, painful look, acknowledging the warning about the 3 subsequent encounters. Will immediately straightened up, adopting a heroic posture, giving a speech about how they would defeat them if they worked together. Travis followed Will through the gate, cynically commenting on the inevitable seductress trope among the 4 generals. Suddenly, an inhuman shriek sounded as thick, black webs manifested out of the surrounding shadows. A giant shadow spider with 8 eyes and arm-length fangs reared up before them, covered in clinging baby spiders. Travis immediately crossed his arms, identifying the monster as the Gross One, and declaring he would pass on the fight. A trapdoor opened beneath Travis, who shouted in surprise as the floor gave way and he began to fall. Will lunged forward with inhuman speed, diving headfirst into the hole after his falling partner. Will launched Travis back up through the opening just before the trapdoor slammed shut, then hit the cold stone floor below with a painful impact. Groaning, Will levered himself up in the low-lit space, turning his gaze toward a young woman holding a single flickering candle. Will realized this confined encounter was not meant for Travis, and his expression turned menacing as he lunged toward the screaming woman, tomahawk drawn. Will chased the young woman, noting her pointed ears and unnatural speed even in the low-lit corridors. Suddenly, a trapdoor swung open beneath him, forcing him to arrest his fall just inches above a pit filled with poisoned blades. The woman, realizing he was still pursuing, activated a mechanism that instantly flooded the hallway with acrid, poisonous fumes. Will deployed a phantom snake to solidify the air, creating a clear, shimmering path through the frozen venom cloud. He released the solidified gas, letting the dense poison fill the corridor behind them to cut off any retreat. Panicked, the girl tripped over her nightgown, tearing the sheer material as she tumbled hard onto the stone floor. She scrambled backward, eyes wide with terror, as Will dove low to close the distance. But in that fraction of a second, his dead sense screamed a warning, triggering a sudden, violent recoil. A brick sank under her palm, triggering a razor-sharp metal disc that ripped out of the wall, screaming inches over Will's back. He instantly sprang forward, tackling her, and sending both figures tumbling to the ground in a tangle of limbs. She lashed out with strikes, but Will restrained one hand while a phantom snake halted the other mid-flight. A hidden dagger sprang from her cleavage, but Will caught the poisoned blade between his teeth before spitting it away as she scrambled free. Realizing she was a genuine lethal threat, Will stopped holding back and crossed the distance in a fraction of a second. He arrived in a small bedroom just as she dove into a secret passage, but his snakes yanked her back out, squirming. 4 snakes secured her limbs, weaving his shape-shifting armor into an effective hogtie. Will brought her face close, a tomahawk held by a snake resting against her throat, demanding she listen. He silenced her pleas, gagging her, only for another spring-loaded knife to instantly be crushed by the snake armor. Will leaned in, making her understand she must comply, forcing her to shake her head in frantic denial of more weapons. He dictated a strict oath, giving her 10 seconds to submit to his terms or face immediate death. The girl, revealed as Cassandra, daughter of Morden, nervously recited the complex, binding promise. The debt twitched around them, registering the contract, and will release the Fae with a satisfied grunt. Cassandra immediately stood, smoothing her torn gown, her expression shifting between rage and embarrassment. After a brief, strange discussion about Fae biology, Will cut off her explanation, deciding he did not need the details. She then nervously slipped the strap of her nightgown off her shoulder, watching his reaction, attempting seduction. Will frowned, stepping back and suspecting a hidden weapon concealed under the strap. Realizing her attempt failed and was misunderstood, Cassandra's face flushed red as she quickly fixed her clothing. Will directed her to lead the way, warning her that he would find creative ways to make her suffer if she displeased him. Cassandra shivered, glancing back to ask if he was deliberately trying to be provocative and cruel. They stopped at a nondescript stone wall, where Cassandra pointed out the immediate peril of the hall beyond. She rose on her tiptoes and placed a deliberate kiss on Will's cheek as a farewell. Will immediately pointed to the wet mark, asking if the lipstick was poisoned, shattering the moment. She choked on her breath, collapsing into unladylike laughter before pressing a button that opened the secret door. Will stepped into the main hall, adjusting his coat, and immediately found Travis Olton glaring at him. Travis looked ragged, his expensive clothes shredded and perforated, evidence of a brutal fight. Will casually dismissed the danger Travis faced, stating the woman would have killed him, before clapping him on the shoulder. Hubert stood before Kincaid's stronghold, admiring his newly augmented dueling blade. The weapon, Cold Iron Promise, glowed faintly, displaying its powerful new statistics, scaling with the fear it inspired. The front gate rattled open, revealing a half-dozen Fae wearing tight silk that reeked of rot. As one Fae began a mocking welcome, Hubert instantly used Master's Lunge to teleport and strike. He plunged the curved saber through the Fae's upraised palm and deep into its throat. The surviving Fae screamed protests, but Hubert felt the metaphysical debt of the castle surge toward him like a coiled snake. He caught the binding energy on the cold iron blade, letting the debt slip away with only a faint tingling sensation. Hubert declared himself an enemy who owed them nothing, wiping the blade clean on the dead Fae's clothes. He spelled out his terms, continuous killing until they gave him what he wanted. Another Fae drew a blade and was instantly cut down, drowning in its own blood. Hubert dismissed their protests, declaring this was war, not extermination, relishing the terror that built his power. The remaining figures broke and ran, scrambling back toward their nest, fleeing the unpredictable terror. Hubert stabbed the slowest one in the back, before walking confidently through the open gate. He whistled casually as he strode down the halls, Fae scrambling across the walls and ceiling like panicked insects. After a few more effortless kills, the Fae began piling treasure before his pitiless gaze, seeking to appease him. The stone golem, defeated and dramatically sinking into the ground, cried out its surrender. William and Travis shrugged off the encounter, stepping over the last unconscious guardian. They approached the massive, ornate double doors, decorated with the actual bones of heroes who had fallen here. Will decided that the Fae Lord would expect a show of bravado at this juncture. He kicked the ornate doors wide and strode inside with determined confidence, squinting at the miasmatic glow. The vast throne room was built around the key site, with the Fae Lord Morden slouched on a throne made entirely of bones. The system immediately began whispering warnings about the Fae caretakers, suggesting they had grown beyond their original purpose and must be culled. Mordin, resting his head on his palm, asked smoothly if the system was telling Will to kill him. Will secured his tomahawk, agreeing that immortality often preserves the body while rotting the mind. The Fey Lord accepted this fate, acknowledging that he too would one day need to be put down like a diseased animal. Mordin dramatically rose to his feet, preparing to declare the start of their battle. William swiftly cut him off, extending a formal invitation to witness the execution of Fey Lord Kincaid tomorrow. Mordin frowned, his head cocked in utter confusion at the unexpected message. He demanded to know why they hadn't simply sent a letter or informed Gerald, the gate guardian. Mordin let out a shout for Gerald, instantly abandoning his throne and stalking toward a side door. Will and Travis waited awkwardly, as faint shouting and cries of pain echoed from the adjacent room. Mordin returned, dragging a beefy Fey by the ear. It was the black-armored gate guardian, Gerald. He demanded confirmation from his son about the message, but Gerald whined that they attacked him first and didn't look like messengers. Mordin let go of Gerald's ear and kicked the oversized Fey back through the door. Climbing back to his throne, Mordin settled in, studying William and Travis as he confirmed their intent to kill Kincaid. He agreed to spectate, eager to see the overripe cancerous fungus, Kincaid taken down a peg. As William bowed to depart, Mordin's face split into a manic, taloned grin. He raised a finger, challenging them to first escape his labyrinth of bones. A trapdoor opened beneath their feet, revealing a deep chasm. But William locked the terrain, leaving them suspended in midair above the chasm. Will calculated the force needed to reduce Mordin's prized castle to rubble in seconds. He made his intent clear, picturing the collapsing ceiling so accurately that Mordin could see it too. Mordin's manic smile instantly dimmed as he read the threat of total destruction. He quickly conceded, granting them immediate freedom to leave. Will let out a slow, acidic breath of anger, turning sharply on his heel to march back out. As they left the castle, William asked Travis to confirm that the Spider Guardian had survived. Once outside, they flew home at a relaxed pace on Travis's magic carpet. Will mused that home had begun to feel like the caravan, anywhere Loth and Anna were present. He returned without incident, grabbing some stew and observing Loth, who was sharply focused on her craft. Will knew his era as the underdog was ending. Tomorrow, he would be the one putting others on death's ground. Just then Travis slid a paper under his nose, an IOU for a powerful relic. After signing, Will asked Loth what she was practicing. She called the cantrip Fumble. William plucked his tomahawk out of his belt, agreeing to be her training dummy. Loth flicked her wrist, and a tingling pulse shot out, landing on William's weapon hand. Loth stepped forward and slapped the tomahawk, causing it to tumble from his tingling fingers. The effect only lasted a moment, but those crucial seconds could easily turn a fight. Loth explained that she leveraged her insect control ability to scramble the opponent's normal rhythm. William asked the critical question, did her ability realize they weren't insects? Loth huffed, avoiding the answer, and told him to simply be impressed. Will patted her head, trying to make her scales turn green, but then his jaw dropped. He realized he had completely forgotten to pick his level 40 secondary ability. William sought a quiet spot within the bustling caravan to review the list of possible secondary abilities he could acquire. He quickly dismissed the older options, simple attacks and redundant skills he had long since outgrown. The first new entry, Inexorable Asterisk, promised temporary invulnerability while forcing him relentlessly toward a chosen target. He realized the power mimicked the terrifying reality-warping tactics of the Impossible Sin amalgam. It was a compelling idea, buying precious seconds to survive a mortal wound and find a solution. Yet the thought of being crushed through an impassable wall, feeling every bone break, made him pass on the pain. Next was Consumption Asterisk, which destroyed a permanent relic to gain its effects temporarily. He immediately recognized that this ability paired almost criminally well with his existing power, Sourdough. He could potentially preserve the relic while still gaining its immense temporary boost, creating a massive advantage. The asterisk climber's piton allowed him to place a dimensional anchor and instantly propel himself toward it. He instantly remembered the ranger who had used a similar trick, teleporting to his own arrows during a past skirmish. If he could upgrade the propulsion to full teleportation, the ability would become truly invaluable for travel. William O. then swept away several more options that were too niche or simply did not fit his core build. Deceiver's Molt offered a powerful self-heal and the creation of a decoy that retained his wounds. Yet it was purely defensive and redundant with his existing healing abilities, offering no offensive edge. Titan's Grasp asterisk passively warped space around objects, allowing him to handle things of impossible size or weight. This would powerfully synergize with his terrain manipulation and the crushing force of his phantom hand. The resulting raw boost in baseline power was undeniable, potentially redefining what he considered terrain. Blood Binding would imbue a weapon with his nature and warp fate to always ensure its return. Adding this extra ability layer to a sourdough-enhanced weapon, then linking it to his phantom hand, seemed irresistible. Finally, Uru Drake's Eye, the passive ability to see dimensional effects, charges, and miasma with his naked eye. He already felt these things accurately, but what if there was more information underneath, details he was currently blind to? He recalled Lord Ghoul's words defining a wizard not by class, but by mastery and flexibility. Ghoul had achieved flexibility above and beyond the rigid archetypes imposed by the system. Could he perceive color in miasma? Could he read the map that his current skin senses couldn't show him? He wondered if this ability would let him see through illusions and determine the precise nature of enemy spells. If he gambled on this, he might finally move closer to the true, city-leveling magic he had always yearned for. The choice boiled down to maximizing his current power or taking a plunge for critical information. His thoughts drifted to Rhys's chilling prophecy, the inevitable, mysterious death awaiting him on the 50th floor. Perhaps brute strength and raw power were not the answers to the impossible trial that awaited him. Information, flexibility, and cunning might be the only way to overcome the inevitable choke point. He let out a small, weary chuckle, recognizing he was simply convincing himself to take the risk. With the decision made, he confirmed the selection, Uru Drake's Eye. A deep shudder ran through his body as his class rearranged itself, the energy collecting along his spine. The intense pressure gathered behind his eyes, an overwhelming weight pressing against his skull. He took a deep breath, anticipating a rush of new, vibrant perception. William O. opened his eyes, ready to perceive the universe in a terrifying new light. Then reality hit. The ability was working, but the world had been replaced by a featureless void. He was completely blind. So you picked a new eye ability right before a critical duel, and now you can't see? Loth asked pointedly. Will groaned, admitting it sounded bad, while Travis immediately tried to test his blindness. Will confidently identified Travis's rude gesture and his subsequent face-bullying using sound and thermal clues. Will explain that his vision was blocked by a constant, opaque blue haze, no matter where he looked. Alicia clarified the ability should let him see charge, dimensional effects, and miasma. Travis suggested the omnipresent miasma was simply acting like a blinding, thick fog. Loth returned from her gear, holding a parabolic mirror and glowing grubs for a test. She focused the light, causing a searing pain that forced Will to flinch and blink away instantly. Loth confirmed the pupils and pain response were normal, concluding the issue might not be physical damage to the eye itself. An old man named Rhys, perched on a wagon nearby, scoffed at their lack of basic knowledge. He hopped down, explaining that the visual image is processed not in the eye, but by the cortex at the back of the brain. Rhys tapped the back of Will's head, confirming the location where Will had felt pressure during the ability activation. He then posed a complex question to Loth regarding sight restoration in people blind from birth. Reese explained that the brain, lacking context, only perceives light and shadow until it slowly learns to categorize shapes over months. Loth realized the implication. Will's brain had no context for seeing miasma and charge. The brain was defaulting to the only known reference, the blue glow of concentrated miasma. Reese stressed that experience builds categories, citing the analogy of cultures with dozens of words for snow. Will asked if this meant he just needed time and practice to adjust his visual cortex. Reese merely shrugged, confirming that if his guess was right, the necessary neural network was building right now. Will, digesting the need for practice, raised his hand, unable to see his own finger through the fog. He slowly brought the finger closer until, just an inch away, it emerged from the blue fog, blurry but visible. He then solidified the air directly between his fingers using his aspect. He saw a squiggly, distinct blue blob, the manifestation of his aspect, standing out from the surrounding haze. This confirmed he could isolate and categorize new visual input through deliberate practice. Will shared his conclusion. Reese was right, but he would still enter the duel blind tomorrow. Anna hesitantly suggested rescheduling, while Rhea and B immediately offered violent solutions. Will raised a calming hand, insisting he could not break his promise, but he had Lord Bacton's favor as a safety net. Will apologized to Jason for selling his relic seed, transferring 3 of the 6 acquired favors from Bacton to him. Jason, realizing he had 3 powerful favors, rubbed his chin with a mischievous look, plotting pranks. Hours later, Will continued his practice in his tent, repeatedly trying to expand his visual range. Anna slipped quietly inside, took a deep breath, and swiftly snuggled against his side under the covers. Will felt the unexpected comfort, letting it finally distract him from the potentially fatal duel awaiting him. Will woke up groaning, rubbing sand from his eyes after a strange, lingering dream about baking. He checked his phantom eye charges, thankful the Uru Drake effect spared his augmented vision. Using his phantom snakes, Will quickly dressed for the intense deathmatch ahead of him. He moved toward the meeting place, a beam of miasmatic light shooting straight up from Kincaid's castle. But the castle was heavily damaged, scorched, and swarming with thousands of armed Fey soldiers. Bacton confirmed his suspicion. He had rampaged a bit, forcing Kincaid to assemble a massive army overnight. Will estimated that the thousands of assembled Fey probably held enough bounties to overlevel him. Bacton instantly realized Will's plan. He intended to eliminate the entire army in a single, devastating move. The audience had arrived, including Morden, hauled in a palanquin by creepy, emaciated creatures. Will addressed his spectators, asking if anyone had final words before he started the execution. Morden claimed Kincaid's secrets were buried deep, inadvertently confirming Will's suspicion of an underground bunker. Travis Oulton suddenly appeared, praising Anacona on the adorable nature of her fierce young daughter. Ignoring the social drama, Will clapped his hands together, ready to begin the immense task. He didn't march in. Instead, Will shot straight up into the sky, breaking the air around him in a sonic cone. Miles above the ground, he stopped beside the miasmatic beam and began hardening the thin air into a mile-wide lens. The resulting focus darkened the land below, but Kincaid's castle burst into intensely radiant, melting white light. Phantom eye charges dropped as one snake shot down to churn the boiling, melting stone and prevent any escape. Floor-wide alerts flooded in rapidly, signaling that numerous Fey had been engaged, but none had yet perished. Will realized the sunlight only melted the exposed exterior, so he had to stir the pot, or rather, fold the dough. The castle transformed into a gigantic, cherry-hot lump of molten glass, littered with fully carbonized corpses. The carnage was complete. Will claimed 26 bounties, instantly leveling him to a resourceful climber level 52. He released the lens and broke the air on his descent, arriving back on the ground before his shocked audience. Bacton was speechless, his voice wavering slightly in utter disbelief at the destructive display. Will quieted Bacton, positioning himself and his 5 snakes around the perimeter of the gargantuan glass lump. They all stomped simultaneously, unleashing an aspect ripple that created a pillar launching the molten glass high into the air. The launch tore away a castle-sized chunk of earth, exposing the labyrinthine tunnels of the underground base. Will realized the sun was already moving out of alignment, making further attempts to widen the pit less effective. He decided to switch tactics, assigning his points and equipping the dimensional coiled serpent amulet for its stealth bonuses. The amulet now provided full audiovisual dampening, making him a ghost. He shouted to distract the onlookers. Completely invisible, Will sprinted, leaping over the glowing edge of the pit and sailing down into the castle's guts. He slipped past a dumbfounded Fey soldier, staring blankly at the hole where the castle used to be. Will followed the sound of Kincaid's enraged bellowing, demanding to know how the castle vanished. He arrived in the underground war room where Kincaid, cleaning blood from his rapier, had just executed a courtier. Will appeared directly behind Kincaid and used coiled strike, bisecting the Fey Lord and the stone floor beneath him. The remaining courtiers were dispatched instantly by Will's axe and the lethal blades of his serpents. Kincaid's bisected corpse began to dissolve, watching Will with a morbid, half-grinning eye. Will noticed the floor he'd cut was bleeding, confirming the Fey were a cancerous mass, infecting the area. He bolted for the exit, but the door slammed shut, and fleshy pseudopods shot out to ensnare him. Will paused, realizing the air pressure had shifted. He was now trapped inside a pocket dimension. The gigantic voice of the entity rumbled, declaring that Will was trapped inside its massive, digestive belly. As stomach acid oozed from the fleshy floor, Will realized the creature was the environment itself, and he prepared to strike. William used his earth manipulation to freeze the fleshy terrain in place, causing Kincaid to let out a strangled whimper. He approached a lump sticking out of the wall and quickly hacked it off with his tomahawk, offering it to the tower. The system rejected the sacrifice, confirming this was merely a projection, and not Kincaid's real body. William began to pace the confines of the stomach, completely unbothered by the corrosive acid pooling beneath his boots. He taunted the Fey Lord, revealing he knew the psychic venom debuff was already working its critical damage. William released his grip on the terrain, and Kincaid's raw, uncontrollable fear immediately spilled out onto the floor. Kincaid declared that while the wound was fatal, William was still trapped when the dimension inevitably untethered. A jolt of paralyzing, primal fear hit William as he realized this was an inescapable trial room without an exit. He quickly hid his terror, pacing back and forth like a trapped predator while boasting about his legend in the tower. Despite the Fey Lord, William formed an air cup and dramatically chugged a quart of the potent acid with a zesty burp. William demanded to know how Kincaid was so certain about the dimension collapsing upon death, pointing at the ceiling. He noticed a definite porthole in the floor where Kincaid's fear was still slowly oozing out. William watched his own gushing fear mix poorly with Kincaid's. The two opposed substances slithered across each other like oil and water. A sudden, risky idea arose: to ignore the fancy uses of terrain and use the fear itself for navigation. He took a deliberate step onto Kincaid's fear, causing the entire fleshy room to shudder with concentrated terror. William lunged forward along the fear path, moving as fast as he could, only to slam face first into the pink wall. Kincaid's exuberant, mocking laughter echoed through the dimension, relieved that the immediate threat was gone. That realization caused William's own fear to gush out unbidden, obscuring the enemy's retreating link. William paced furiously, knowing he had wasted his best provocation and needed Kincaid to panic again immediately. He understood that Kincaid had come to terms with death. The Fey Lord now only feared William's escape. William decided on an unintuitive plan. He had to match his fear to Kincaid's to force a synchronization. He stopped pacing, sat down, and leaned back against the fleshy wall, deliberately relaxing his body. He calmly announced his intent to escape, letting the silence hang heavy and forcing Kincaid's attention. William mentally adopted Kincaid's persona, picturing himself as the ancient Fey Lord, driven by millennia of revenge. The realization bolted through both minds simultaneously, the inescapable, cyclically repeating fear of the Harbinger. Kincaid screamed in feral desperation, demanding to know what William was doing to their shared consciousness. William, hyperventilating through gritted teeth, slowly inched forward toward the now rapidly forming connection point. He grasped an invisible, wriggling strand of synchronized dread that felt like an angry, living eel. The combined terror redoubled, creating a tidy, stable rope bridge between the two opposing forces. William took a firm grip, swallowed his fear, and dove headfirst into the terrifying strand. He sank immediately, disappearing completely as he swam rapidly upstream through the collapsing fear tunnel. Kincaid's final, raw scream of absolute denial echoed as the tunnel of fear fully protruded from the dimension. William O. tumbled out onto cold, hard stone, eyes still closed, intensely focusing on reclaiming his identity. He opened his eyes, discovering only the blinding, uniform blue haze of temporary blindness. William immediately activated Phantom Eye, restoring his sharp vision just in time to see the threat. A massive, tumorous, pink appendage whipped toward him from the center of the cavern. William threw himself backward into a wall and rolled sideways as the appendage struck, creating a deafening crack. He gained distance, surveying the scene, a low-lit, cavernous underground shrine littered with half-eaten corpses. The true Kincaid was a pyramid of throbbing flesh, topped by an emaciated, screaming upper torso. The monstrous form screamed recognition, demanding to know how the Harbinger returned across the cycles. William shrugged dismissively, adopting a ready stance, and unleashed a full, devastating assault. The birds were singing as the rising sun began to paint the clearing with warm, golden light. A huge lump of smoldering glass still cracked faintly as the outside cooled faster than the interior. William O. had vanished, leaving only footprints leading straight toward the radiating heat of the pit. Travis leaned toward a nearby Fey Lord, attempting to make awkward conversation about the missing rogue. Suddenly, the earth exploded, revealing Will rocketing upward with tremendous force. He dragged a massive, cancerous mass, the size of a building out like a deeply rooted, stubborn weed. Will shouted down, instructing Travis to gather the rest of the caravan to take turns stabbing the creature. Travis shouted an affirmation, quickly conjuring a flying carpet and setting off to gather the reinforcements. Will used his 5 snake chains, now bristling with fishhooks, to snag the abomination's flesh for the long ascent. Hauling Kincaid nearly a mile into the sky, Will ensured their conversation would be private and unheard. The monstrous figure groaned, claiming Will was doomed to failure and that nothing he did had any meaning. Will settled in front of the stomach face, matching its intense glare without flinching. "Mean words are the last resort of the impotent," Will stated flatly, dismissing the fatalistic curse. Will countered, revealing he sensed Kincaid's deep fear of disappearing and becoming a forgotten afterthought. He offered a deal, share knowledge of the previous coils to exceed his rivals in death. Will promised to craft a legend of Kincaid the Great Sage, pure of heart and unrivaled in knowledge. He guaranteed Kincaid's fabricated name and deeds would outlast the 2 Fey Lords waiting far beneath them. A rumbling laugh shook the air as Kincaid questioned the price of sharing the world's deepest secrets. Will confirmed the exchange, adding he knew a truly excellent person for spreading the heroic tale. A fleshy pseudopod reached out from the stomach face, wrapping around Will's hand. The deal was struck. Will immediately asked the critical question: what ultimately kills his predecessors at the end of each coil? Kincaid answered, the destruction was caused by the tower itself, related to Reese pushing them toward something protected. All Will's power was borrowed, making him feeble when the tower inevitably reclaimed its strength. Reese, the immortal, seeks to shut down the tower entirely, believing it is the only path to his death. Kincaid revealed the tower was a human-made shelter, protecting them from reality-defying gods. Key sites were miasma pumps, desperately bailing out a world destined to eventually collapse and flood. While asked about the top, Kincaid theorized it was humanity's miasma-corrupted origin world. Kincaid clarified that billions of powerful entities existed, but only 6 bothered to watch humanity. The borrowed power was like an ant fighting a human, using stolen toenail clippings from a spider. Will process the concept, realizing he urgently needed his own independent source of power. He mentioned Arkesh had claimed his father was an original molt from the entity Ouroboros. Kincaid laughed violently, comparing the claim to an illusion having a child, finding the idea ridiculous. Will focused on his missing left hand, realizing it was a critical blind spot for the system. The unprotected hand never mutated, confirming it did not register to the tower or its miasma effects. If the original creators could build the system without it, Will believed he could potentially create his own. He realized Reese would soon pressure him towards certain death on the 50th floor, forcing a sacrifice. Will decided to use the stronghold establishment as the perfect cover for his secret research and preparation. Kincaid noted the end of their conversation as the caravan appeared on the distant horizon. Kincaid attacked, disgorging dozens of cancerous, winged minions from his stomach mouth. Will danced backward, unwilling to touch the minions and risk the deadly dimensional stomach ability. He slammed Kincaid straight down to the ground, while his snakes raced up to mince the flying threats above. Will raised a building-sized umbrella of solid air to protect the approaching caravan from toxic debris. Kincaid groaned, pushing up with a pseudopod, admitting he never promised to surrender his life easily. Will acknowledged the secrets shared and gave the final command to execute the practiced attack. The caravan had reached the 10th floor with 0 casualties, an astounding feat. Will noticed the strange expressions of awe and zealotry on the faces of the caravan members. He told everyone to keep their dimensional doors shut and announced a 3-week delay. They were returning to Bacton Keep to make final, essential preparations for a stronghold. Will's core party gathered, and Reginald questioned why they needed such a long delay. Loth quickly dismissed the concern that the paladin would discover their movements. Will explained that spotty mail above the 5th floor hindered rapid communication. Travis, eager for the truth, pressed Will on the real reason for the 3-week pause. Will simply revealed the core reason. He had hit level 52 during the recent fight. June's usual stoic demeanor shattered instantly upon hearing the level announcement. He pointed toward the massive, glassy remains of Kincaid's former castle in the distance. Kincaid's gathering of Fae had provided enough bounties to break the level cap. Will stated his intention, finishing his advancement trial and completely changing his build. Loth understood the tactical necessity immediately. The others remained confused. Will asked Loth, point-blank, what she would do first if she were trying to kill him. Loth listed neutralizing his set bonuses, locking down dimensional effects, and using disintegration. Will explain that his reliance on his current set made him dangerously predictable to Kadok. Loth detailed his weaknesses, dependence on dimensional warping and active Eidolon abilities. Will suddenly remembered the unique Kincaid sacrifice he held, the Lord of Flesh. He read the first option, eating terrain to gain power, risking permanent mental damage. Voluntarily inflicting psychic damage was the stupidest thing he could possibly imagine. Will switched the sacrifice to the Phantom Hand ability, studying the new effects. The upgrade allowed the Phantom Hand to manifest imprinted relics and grant them to allies. He realized this was the first step to solving his inability to use multiple relics at once. Will affirmed the sacrifice, and Kincaid's head vanished in a flash of brilliant light. Will asked about the mechanics of class advancement, but Loth merely shrugged. A veteran swordsman nearby offered a simple, stark answer: you pass out. Loth whispered her theory that the system was hiding the internal trial to prevent exploitation. Alicia confirmed the physical toll, mentioning her brother was unresponsive for days. Will realize the advancement required a massive physical and mental investment of time. Deciding against delay, Will chose to take the class advancement immediately. He began to undress, pulling off his high-collared protective cloak, and called out for June. Will handed the powerful set cloak to June, strictly forbidding her from modifying it. Will manifested the armored, ethereal dimensional coiled serpent amulet. He gave the relic to Reggie, who stammered in disbelief at its staggering raw power. Will paid another focus cost and manifested the wand of the undead retainer. He offered the powerful necromantic artifact to Loth, saying it fit her vibe perfectly. He raised his hands, stating this was merely a precaution while he was vulnerable. Will mentally affirmed the system prompt to proceed with the class advancement. Will's body instantly began to topple over as his consciousness fractured and split. Part of him remained trapped and conscious within his unresponsive, falling body. The rest of him was instantly transported somewhere else, very different. William O. was the ultimate wingman, once uniting a centaur and a mermaid with predictably messy results. The herald's voice announced the trial, projecting Will's consciousness into a naked synthetic body within a blank white void. The system outlined his objective: neutralize the miasmatic host or protect Professor Lauren Holdna by any means necessary. Suddenly, the floor dropped out, and he landed in a dim room filled with a dozen other startled, naked climbers assessing the threat. They wordlessly used hand signals to organize, while noting the younger version of the leading warrior among the group. A harsh red alarm blared as a human soldier kicked the door open, shouting the single word, "Contact." The weapon erupted, spraying lead bullets. Will sprinted past the leading warrior, effortlessly disarming the attackers. The leading warrior stepped forward, raising his hands, insisting that killing these men was not the objective. Will scouted the ceiling with phantom eye, gathering intel while realizing his personal inventory was completely empty. The subdued civilians warned the climbers that the miasma outside was instantly lethal, requiring non-existent protection. Will pinpoints the control room, observing Professor Holdna intensely focused at a strange desk amidst cowering staff. Through a hidden ceiling camera, Will locked eyes with the professor, winking and giving a thumbs up, causing her breath to hitch. The group reached the steel door. A nuker cast a charge, freezing the room's terrified occupants in place. Inside the frozen room, Professor Lauren Holdna stood tall, casting aside the deception, and identified herself as the target. Will, the tank, and two warriors immediately formed a tight four-man guard detail around their objective. When the commanding officer tried to interfere, Will reacted instantly, backhanding the man to the ground. Will used the armor of his phantom hand to cut a crude but functional saber from the solid steel door for the warrior. Will tried to flirt, but Lauren revealed she was not a baker, but an intense hunter who enjoyed shooting animals in nature. Asked if they knew each other, the climbers shrugged in unison, then broke into gales of shared, nervous laughter. They geared up in the armory, putting on clothes and awkwardly jamming the strange microphone communicators into their ears. The airlock opened, and a flood of miasma hit them, barely rocking the level 50 climbers on their heels. Hordes of wildly mutated monsters, marked by fluttering scraps of clothing, charged forward with feral hunger. Nukers cleared the area. Will observe the strange, razor-sharp geometric perfection of the abandoned city architecture. Will notice the distinctive, miasmatic blue beam shooting upward from the dour gray bunker into the night sky. Will and the warriors held the line, realizing with growing concern that no relics were spawning from the defeated foes. Lauren frantically called them back as the host moved. They sprinted inside, escaping the swell of miasma just in time. In the control room, they found the officer John perforated. Lauren calmly stated she shot him for sabotage. The tank revealed John had shot her first, transferring the damage, thereby confirming his protective ability. Lauren then burst into a tangent, defending her minimal value but complaining about her single status and hunting habits. The bunker bucked violently. Will saw the smeared figure-8 distortion of the massive host directly on the map above them. To test the limits, Lauren put the pistol to her temple, confirming the tank's damage transferability with a painful pop. The miasmatic converter failed, filling the room with mist. Will urged the terrified group to move toward the electrical tunnel. One warrior stayed behind to cover them, while another cut open the locked elevator door with a makeshift saber. Will wrapped his phantom hand armor around himself like a harness and levitated Lauren and her colleagues into the shaft. They raced through the tunnels. Will quickly cut a 4-foot plug of concrete out of the wall to enter the access tunnel. After sprinting for blocks, they surfaced in a skyscraper, able to finally rest. Will removed the annoying communicator. Will went scouting and was confronted by an impossible sight. Infinite reflections of himself stretching away in both directions. He grabbed Lauren and the tank, attempting an aerial escape, but the world warped, slamming them back into the same room. Will saw massive scales warping reality. The entity invaded his mind, identifying itself as the endless paradox. Will frantically offered the entity his context, presenting his attraction to the cute, single professor to save her life. A humanoid form stepped through the broken window before Will's vision cut off, only to wake up to the verdict. Failed successfully. The tower began its review of William O's class advancement trial immediately upon his awakening. Despite his perfect contribution score, the final outcome was inexplicably judged a failure. Will immediately rationalized that the system was simply confused by the enormity of his success. The system ignored his internal debate and generated his new advanced class. The flavor text described the world traveler as one who scorns borders and seeks only the untraveled path. This description felt like the tower itself was acknowledging his desire to sidestep the fate of his predecessors. He compared the class effects, noting a slight downgrade in toughness potential. In exchange, he received a small but important upgrade in his focus on Earth and spacetime abilities. He realized this subtle shift might unlock a truly phenomenal teleport ability in the future. Then his thoughts stopped abruptly as his new potential primary abilities began generating. The quality of the options was overwhelmingly, staggeringly good. He knew that passing up on any of them would cause him lasting regret. He quickly dismissed snake husbandry and the simple map ability as secondary concerns. Tunneling, a straight-up teleport ability based on contiguous terrain, was immediately appealing. Upgraded, it could eventually remove the terrain restriction and grant him massive range. Then there was Holdna's gaze, a devastating psychic stun that lasted 10 times longer than his previous ability. The consume ability offered perfect synergy, allowing him to absorb power from miasmatic creatures and objects. The Phantom Hands upgrade would give him 10 slots and the potential to deploy 2 at once. He realized that by combining these, he could potentially duplicate legendary weapons. The mental agony of choosing between these dazzling, competing powers became unbearable. The intensity of the pain felt constructed, triggering his deep-seated paranoia. He realized the tower was offering juicy bait to conceal something less obvious but more potent. The trap was raw, borrowed power. What he truly needed to survive was information. He turned his attention back to the boring, casually dismissed ability, map. He remembered that lords use maps to oversee their territory and plan expansions. Suddenly, revolutionary ideas about the map's true, terrifying potential flashed through his mind. What if it allowed real-time surveillance, granting him a god's-eye view of everything? If miasma and dimensional effects counted as terrain, could he map time itself? He realized this was a true lord ability, offering an unparalleled advantage in knowledge. He sat up straight and held his right hand up to his gaze, entering a deep trance. Minutes stretched into hours, until Anna's concerned voice cut through his focus. Will reassured her he was only thinking, maintaining his unbroken, intense stare. Finally, the tiny squiggles of miasma inside his palm came into focus. He realized these squiggles were the actual framework of his class, directing all his internal power. This insight meant he could map the system itself, and perhaps even create his own. Taking a deep breath, William made his final critical decision. The system responded with an unprecedented skeptical question, "Are you sure?" Will affirmed his choice, recognizing he was finally stepping off the beaten path entirely. Will found himself standing at the bustling exchange hall of Ackle, a chaotic fog of noise all around him. A clerk politely asked how she could assist him, having been rushed away from her unfinished lunch. Will explained he needed to check his account and make a substantial withdrawal, planning a shopping trip. When he spoke his name, William O., the entire hall instantly fell silent. The clerk finally confirmed his identity, her eyes briefly flickering with miasmatic blue energy. The whispers returned, as Will casually announced he wished to withdraw the entire balance. Frowning at the ledger, the clerk advised him that making a full withdrawal was unwise. She explained that the sheer volume of gold would not physically fit out the front doors. Will turned to stare at the massive, 15-foot-tall double doors, astonished by the implication. As the clerk went to fetch her manager, Will offered to let her finish the dessert he detected. Recognizing his high acuity, the young woman quickly devoured the pastry and hurried away. After a few minutes of intense staring from the crowd, Will was ushered into a private office. The manager, an older woman with a gentle smile, confirmed his staggering account total. Will explained his need for cash was due to a massive shopping spree involving multiple purchases. The banker suppressed a groan, realizing the terrifying scale of the transaction ahead of her. She swiftly counted out 1,000 sheets for smaller purchases and 100 for the larger ones. A lump of charged energy flowed from her arm, instantly transforming the plain paper into ornate credit notes. Before she could offer a satchel, Will swept the bulky stack directly into his dimensional storage. He then asked the manager to transfer half of the remaining fortune to Thea Olton. Finally, he requested a small payout and a termination letter for the greedy charlatan, Steve Holland. The banker confirmed the instructions, recognizing the mid-grade healer as the itinerant charlatan. Will walked back out into the lobby, ignoring the intense, searching gazes of the citizens. He soon arrived at Thea's home, where the door was opened by a tall, warrior-like Rhea copy. Inside, almost 100 identical copies of Rhea were relaxing, all standing up when he entered. Will addressed the assembled army, giving them 10 small promissory notes apiece for their task. He rapidly handed out the stacks as the warrior women began filing out the door. The identical figures flooded the streets of Ackle, aiming to scour the entire city before prices rose. Will was left with Thea and Anna, the aging socialite processing the money being spent. Will asked how they could buy the good stuff, the highest tier of relics and holdings. Thea's face broke into a wide, calculating smile, announcing the need for a tea party. She insisted on a tight, svelte outfit for Will to show him off to her social circle. Will tore open his shirt, revealing the swarm of glowing, miasma-collecting insects covering his skin. Thea shrieked in horror, recoiling dramatically and pointing a shaking finger at the sight. Anna stood completely calm, confirming that they had never left the dangerous floor and acclimatization was necessary. To soothe the offended socialite, Will released one of the 1,000,000 gold promissory notes with a flourish. Thea snatched the note, her disgust instantly replaced by an ominous, money-hungry smile. Suddenly, B appeared, having crept up mid-conversation to ask if she could attend the party. Thea, realizing the social value of her companions, decided to bring B and a Rhea copy as models. Anna began relaying invitations, using the Rheas to instantly deliver the news across the city. Will suffered through a rapid fitting for a loose, elegant robe, the tailor unfazed by the insects beneath. By evening the mansion was full, and Will sat in the place of honor, newly robed. Anna, Rhea, and B arrived in stunning outfits, immediately drawing the fawning attention of the older women. Will spent the time retelling simple tales of monster killing, unable to contribute to the complex gossip. It was only after the party that Will realized deals had been struck during the seemingly light conversation. He understood that Thea had traded favors, grudges, and social pressure for valuable relics. The next day, Will gathered the newly acquired relics and journeyed back to the ninth floor. He dumped hundreds of relics onto the ground, anticipating the work of sorting his massive haul.